Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Network State Conference. Can we get a little noise in here? All right. We have an incredible program for you today. I'm so excited for what we've got to share. My name's Noah Jessup. I'm one of the presenters today. I'm co-founder of Proof Group. But without further ado, please make a bunch of noise for the one and only Balaji.
All right, everybody. Well, Network State 2025. Okay. So I'm just going to give some quick remarks, and we're going to jump right in. Talks are pretty short. We have firesides, we have remote talks, we have in-person talks, we have all kinds of talks. Stay glued to your seat because they're going to come really, really fast. So just to recap where we are. So in 2022, we wrote a book, The Network State, Wall Street Journal bestseller, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 2023, held our first public conference and packed an auditorium in Amsterdam. And many of you were there. 2024, we opened a school, which is Network School, where we took over an island right off the coast of Singapore, and we've actually grown that to many people now at this point. And now I think it's fair to say in 2025 we have a movement. And we have the network states of the internet because there's a lot of these startup societies popping up now around the world. Okay, there's a whole list of them. And really, I think of this as the third kind of thing. Okay, the third kind of thing meaning there's internet companies like Netscape. That was the first one. Internet currencies, Bitcoin, arguably the first one. And then I think if we're lucky, if we work hard, maybe we can build internet communities, right, with a roughly 15-year gap between them. So the third kind of thing. Because you know about what company you might start or what company you might join. You now know at this point what currency you might start or join. But what community would you start or join? That is a new thing to think about. And internet communities can both bootstrap new cities and help existing states. And that's going to be a major theme today, where we actually have 4 representatives of governments actually speaking today about how startup societies, network states, and the tech community can kind of work with them. So that's what today's conference is about. And you're going to hear from some of the biggest names. You've got Binance, Coinbase, and Kraken speaking today. You have ASIC and Z, Polychain, and Dragonfly. You have Ethereum, Solana, and Base. You'll hear from Brian Johnson, Andrew Huberman, Nasir, Nas Daily, and Ranveer, all who have very large online followings. And you'll hear from Singapore, the UAE, and El Salvador. And of course, you're also going to hear from more than a dozen startup societies. So without further ado, let me welcome the first one on stage right now, which is Farhad. So. Great.
Hey everybody, we got a packed room over here. Give it up for yourselves. Thank you so much for making it out. Well, I'm Farhad, the co-founder of Forma, and today I'm going to talk about Solana economic zones. So at Forma, we work with frontier countries and the governments there to develop these Solana economic zones. Simply put, they're basically physical hubs that build economic relations between cloud, Solana, and land, which are nation states. Over the last 2 years, we've traveled over 100,000 kilometers around the world, and have hosted and delivered 4 pop-ups in really cool countries across 3 continents. And this is kind of a map of our flight path. But we're really excited to share that within this time, it's not only about hosting these pop-up events, but we've also developed 3 long-term Solana hubs that actively work with local government and the ecosystem to drive a lot of value. We've delivered over $5 million in foreign direct investment just by virtue of our events and the kind of longevity projects that we're running there. And my favorite part is we made all these cool promo videos for these countries that have generated over 10 million impressions on X alone, helping kind of bring a lot of these amazing countries to the attention of the globe. So yeah, today I want to double click on one of our most recent pop-ups, which was in Kazakhstan. And in my opinion, this was the first ever formal official partnership between a nation state and the Solana network state. So in Kazakhstan, we took a little bit of a different approach. Instead of doing our traditional 2 to 4 week pop-up villages, we ran a 1-day summit, and then we coordinated with the national government to host a 1-week trade mission. We live streamed the summit and had over 150,000 people tune in, which is super cool. We also had over 250 delegates from the government, including national ministries, and also regulators like the National Bank and then the Securities Commission. And what was really cool is we signed 4 MOUs around different projects that was super interesting. Here's the first one. where with the government of Kazakhstan, we signed an MOU, the Solana Foundation, that recognized and launched Solana Economic Zone as the region's kind of first ever SEZ. And so that was super, super exciting. I think you guys can give that a round of applause, you know? Thank you, thank you. And most of the time, you know, MOUs are just a piece of paper that people sign. This event we ran in May, and since then, we've actually made a lot of impact. First of all, Kazakhstan actually launched digital tenge, its national currency stablecoin, on Solana. AIX, which is the NASDAQ-powered stock exchange, Astana International Exchange, also signed a MOU with Solana Foundation, our friends at Incubator and Jupiter, to develop a new framework that allows for dual listing of companies that go public in Astana on Solana, bringing the liquidity of the capital markets from the internet to the nation state. And finally, our friend Talga from Intibix also worked with the national government to deliver a national hackathon that trained over 1,000 developers on how to build on Solana. And it was really cool. I don't know if you all saw this on the internet, but just 22 days ago, the president of Kazakhstan just announced that not only are they establishing a national crypto reserve, but they're also building a crypto city, a designated, thank you, yeah. But this is going to be a designated city, literal physical city, where there's going to be a bunch of amazing experiments that are on the bleeding edge of blockchain innovation and payments. So Kazakhstan was really amazing. We've learned a lot. We spent 2 years on the road doing this. What are we up to next? And I'm really excited to share that it's time for us to settle. We're in late-stage discussions with 3 countries around the world, mostly kind of closer to the Western Hemisphere, where we're exploring working with them to build a long-term SEZ, where we can pattern match our goals to the government goals and help them with economic development. But that's not all. You know, pop-ups have really been in the bone of our identity. So for one last time, we're hosting our last pop-up village ever. We're really grateful to the Georgian government and our friends there for welcoming us. And from November 15 to 22, we're going to host 150 people from the Solana community, but it's open to all of you as well. We'd love to see some of you there, to deliver an amazing, classic, formal-style cultural experience where we give you the ability to beta test what it's like living in this beautiful country. So yeah, if you're interested, apply now. I'll be sharing a lot more details on our future there, and it'd just be really amazing to make a lot more friends. So thank you so much for your time. See you later.
Farhaj, thanks so much for that. Thank you. Next, please join me in welcoming to the stage Taimur Kosters from Edge City.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, I'm Timur, and today I'm excited to tell you about Edge City. So what is Edge City? Edge City is a society incubator. We do 3 things primarily. We host month-long pop-up villages for people at the frontiers of tech, science, and culture. We incubate and accelerate startups, new institutions, and entirely new fields of thought. And ultimately, we're building the infrastructure for the future of the network state movement. In less than 2 years, we've had over 11,000 people at our events. We've done 7 pop-ups across 4 continents. We've had 80 countries represented at our events. We've had dozens of startups and projects. We've raised over $1 million in grants for early-stage builders. And we've had over 150 kids attending, building our multi-generational community. Fun fact, we've had 5 kids conceived at or because of Edge that we know of, so we're doing our part for the population as well. So here you can see the Edge City world map, and you see that from the beginning, we are global. And that's important because we're not just trying to create SF in some other place. We're building something fundamentally new. It's a global innovation network. These hubs are starting as temporary, which allows us to run interesting and radical experiments, and over time they're becoming permanent, like in California and Bhutan. So what is our approach? It all starts at the villages. These are the highest leverage months of your year. We gather about 500 to 1,000 curious, kind, and high agency people in an environment that has the dynamism of a city, but the social fabric and the size of a village. We host residencies and themed tracks, and we have 4 organizational principles. The villages are default healthy. There's healthy food, time in nature, daily workouts, so everyone leaves healthier than when they arrived. They're multidisciplinary, because so much innovation comes from the intersection of different fields. We focus on building and co-creation. Everyone ships while they're at Edge, and we ship as an ecosystem, so it's open source in real life. And they're multi-generational. We make an environment for kids to thrive and learn, surrounded by some of the top minds in the world. Ultimately, it is the best place to live, connect, and build. We create an environment where there's deep depth of connection, which is important, because you can't just have a big vision to start a network state. You need to have people that actually care about each other enough to want to start a new society together. And it's the best place to build because you can do rapid prototyping surrounded by a community of fellow builders. And when people flourish, their ideas flourish as well. So what are some of those ideas? What is actually getting built at Edge? I'll give you 4 examples. This is a startup called Constellation. Avery Krieger, the founder in the middle there, had this idea. He's a neuroscience PhD at Stanford. He'd had this idea for years. And he needed somewhere to run a trial, which you can see happening on the right there. He came to Edge Esmeralda, ran this trial, collected one of the largest multimodal data sets of its kind. He found his lead investor, closed his round, built his team, all in 30 days. An example of applied research. So vasocomputation is an area in the field of consciousness that's gaining a lot of steam. And again, Mike Johnson, who's a well-known theorist, was unblocked at Edge because he found his earliest collaborators there. And now we're running a 6-month trial with leading engineers and neuroscientists. A field building example. So we've been supporting the DIAC movement from the beginning. And again, we're helping take this from theory to practice by organizing a grants program with Vitalik. So we've supported over a dozen builders, and we're running a residency for 15 more at our next village with Protocol Labs. And lastly, we're working with new cities and increasingly sovereign states. So we're helping build a new town in California called Esmeralda. It's an hour north of SF. It's a frontier tech, family-friendly town. And just last week, I was in Bhutan meeting with government officials and visiting the site of the new Gilefu Mindfulness City project, where they just broke ground earlier this year. So, where are we going next? Next up, we'll be in Patagonia for a month. This will be from October 18th to November 15th of this year. We are going to one of the most beautiful places in the world, fresh air, a mountain lake, time in nature. There'll be saunas and cold plunges and hikes and deep workspace to go deep on whatever you're building and time to show it off to your fellow builders. We're taking this small town and turning it into a village. We have over a dozen venues, and the majority of businesses in the town are onboarded to crypto payments. We have 16 different residencies, some of which are going to be presenting on this stage today, which are smaller sub-communities that will form the broader whole of the Edge experience. So, if you want to be at the cutting edge of this movement, the best way is to attend and share with your friends. You can also run, sponsor a residency, an experiment, or a startup and project. And if you're a funder and you want to support our work, please get in touch. Follow along at Timor XYZ or join Edge City. Thank you so much.
Tamor, thank you so much. And the next Startup Society coming to the stage, please put your hands together and welcome Nicholas Anzinger from Infinita.
Hi everyone, great to be here. I'm Nicholas and I'll talk about Infinita, the longevity network state. I'd love to live to be 50 years old. These are not my words, these are the words of Keith Haring, a very famous artist and painter who died from HIV at the age of 31. With his premature death died his talents and contributions to the world. Did Keith Haring have to die? Today, HIV is treatable, and this is his last painting. Did he have to die? Today, HIV is treatable, and potentially was back then in the 1980s. It's just that the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, the most powerful public agency in the world, was not giving it or allowing it to people, right? So potentially tens of thousands of people had to die as a result from lack of access to life-saving drugs. And whether or not you agree that that is what's causing the problem and millions of people have to die prematurely, there's a very big problem if you're in biotech and if you're working on things that could make our lives last much longer. It is that pharmaceutical R&D returns have collapsed below the cost of capital. And this is despite GLP-1s, and this is despite mRNA vaccines, which should be really, really alarming. Like, we're living in an age, we could enter the age of biology. We've decoded the human genome, yet we don't, or it's increasingly less scalable to build a biotech company. So Infinita is a rebellion against Irum's law and a movement towards massive biotech acceleration. We believe that it's possible to eventually cure aging. The laws of physics allow it, and we have the science and technology to make that possible. So how do we do that? So you can't take drugs online. We need to go and instantiate in the physical world. And our main hub is in Prospera. Prospera, on the island of Roatan in Honduras, has the best legal system in the world and allows for medical freedom. And we've also recently expanded to work with other states in the United States, innovative jurisdictions and special economic zones. Most importantly, the state of Montana, to allow right to try there. This is us in Prospera. Right, we brought more than 1,500 people. We had more than 100 startups. We funneled more than 20 million to those startups. This is where we live, the Duna Tower, a 14-story building. In there, we have a community lab and co-working space with solar-punk art. A couple of notable achievements. We have the mini-circle gene therapy available there that Brian Johnson came to take, as featured in the Don't Die Netflix documentary. Just recently, one of our startups has treated Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian with their gene therapy. Also, just recently, we had Tim and Adam Draper with us for a startup pitch competition. And Tim Draper, one of the most famous venture capitalists in the world, like a generational venture capitalist, said this was the highest density of great startups that he's ever seen anywhere. A few words about Montana, right? So what's special about Montana? So right to try basically allows patients to take drugs and treatments before they're available or approved by the FDA, as long as they're proven safe. Montana is special in that it extends that from terminally ill patients, and how it is in any other state in the world, to everyone. So Montana is really, really promising for longevity treatments. We have our cryptocurrency, the Lives token, as a gateway to the community. It's a stablecoin-backed payment token that we use for payments from more than 40 different vendors on the island of Roatan. Like, you can buy food, you can buy car rentals, you can even do your mortgage payments with the Lives token. And we have the tooling for it with this wallet and residency card, and you can earn benefits with certain tasks and by transacting in this economy. I have a big announcement to make. So what you see here in the background is a sport. It's the national sport of Infinita City. It's coming kind of from the biohacking underground. This is called electric knife fighting. So you have these rubber knives with tasers, and you do something like fencing. So we'll have next year a electric knife fighting championship, EKFC, as part of the Infinite Games. So the Infinite Games is a series of competitions and tournaments for people that want to optimize their health, that like competition, that like fun, right? So besides the electric knife fighting championship, we'll have a rejuvenation Olympics. So you come there, you measure your biomarkers, you track your health, you take part in some of the competitions, you optimize. We'll have free diving, a free diving world championship, free diving for free people, among many other things. Sort of poker tournaments, prediction markets tournaments. We'll have a cyberpunk paintball where you're in a cyberpunk outfit. So I'm really inviting you all to join us for the Infinite Games, play long-term games with long-term people next year in all of February and March on the beautiful island of Roatan in Honduras, part of the Prospera jurisdiction. You can sign up here. Thanks everyone for listening. We're Infinita, the city that never dies.
Thank you, Nicholas. And now, please put your hands together and welcome Ayla from Switzerland.
Hey everyone, great to be here. I'm Ayla from Switzerland, and we are building a permanent Swiss village and an accelerator for DIAC and open source technology. So where did this come from and how did we get here? 2 years ago, I was in Montenegro at Zulu and really had this amazing moment of finding my people and realizing that this group of people, if any group of people, was the group of people that had the potential to change the world for the better. And that's really important. So we're building really the best place for people solving humanity's biggest challenges. And why is that so important right now? 2 years ago, Vitalik wrote an article or an essay called My Techno-Optimism, where he talked about the fact that the next century, particularly the next decade, are critical for humanity. He asked the question, what is the thing that we are accelerating towards? Technology is good, but are we accelerating towards a future where humanity retains its freedom and agency, where people retain their privacy? Or are we accelerating towards a future with hundreds of millions and billions in capital being allocated towards things that are controlled by centralized companies and wealthy individuals? He really puts the challenge to us, can we create this future? And if we want to create this future, we need to allocate capital at similar scale towards the people and builders building for the long term in relatively decentralized, democratic, differential ways. And so what we're building is a Schelling point for the future's $100 billion companies, a place where purpose, yes, is more than profit, but the two are not mutually exclusive, and a place to build the next Ethereum, Uniswap, Aave, and the kinds of things that help us accelerate towards the future we want. How do we get there? We need to allocate capital at scale to the right things. As Vitalik also says, legitimacy is a powerful social technology, and we should use it. At the moment, we live in an attention economy. In attention economies, capital is allocated to things that have legitimacy, and those things are the things that get attention. Unfortunately, the things that get attention are not usually the things that are also useful to humanity. In fact, centralized companies have been very good at manipulating that to their advantage. So we need to flip the script to things where legitimacy gets signal, and that signal allocates capital. And the good thing about these physical hubs that we've been building is that actually they create a lot of in-person legitimacy. The tight social graphs that are created when people live together are incredibly powerful. A lot of good investors will say we invest in lines, not dots, and these hubs create a lot of lines. So I've been thinking about capital allocation and how to do it better for the past 10 years. At the beginning of the year, Vitalik was at our summit and gave the challenge to us to come up with an investable model because we need capital at scale. And so we've been working on a model where we have a tokenized economy, where Switzerland would just be the pilot for a transnational network of hubs like these, accelerating the right kind of technology. And a world where the token economy creates value, creates upside that flows in, and that value can be reinvested and returned into the ecosystem and the economy that created it. So what is Switzerland? In our eyes, Switzerland is the Combinator, the place where the most ambitious founders come that don't want to sell out, a place where we can build the alternative. We're building a permanent village, an accelerator for DAC technology, and an endowment fund that works similarly to what Harvard or Stanford have, but that works with an economic flywheel on a token ecosystem. Why Switzerland? And this is very important as a pilot. We talk about the fact that if Silicon Valley is move fast and break things, then Switzerland is move fast and try not to break things. Switzerland has a 700-year history of working with decentralized governance. They've created a powerful social and cultural technology that is very aligned with DAC. There's amazing talent. We have the ETH, EPFL, the Zurich AI Hub. We also have Crypto Valley. And very recently, the Swiss government committed to building all software as open source technology where feasible within security limitations. That's a huge commitment and one that we're excited to build on. In May, we had our first residency as a proof of concept for our on-chain village at Laax, a ski resort in Switzerland. And it went so well, and the village was so great, that we've been working now together with that village, with that resort, with Laax, to actually develop a long-term strategic partnership and bring next year the entire resort, hopefully, on-chain. We're working on a pilot for that with them. We're also talking to Blockchain Zug, the Joint Research Initiative, and Canton Zug, and we want to work together with universities, researchers, and all of the right people building for the long term to create an on-chain economy. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thank you, Balaji, for having us, and I'd love to talk to anyone that wants to be part of building this economy.
Thank you, thank you. All right, you've heard from the first 4 startup societies, and they're sort of setting the tone for all of the activity that's happening around. But now we're going to take a moment and shift gears and talk about what's happening in the broader world. And we've got some very exciting folks to do that with. But most of all, I'm enjoying saying Z in front of things. So do we have any Zontrepreneurs in the audience today, or maybe some Zounders, or some Zilders, or some Zolicy makers? Seriously, do we have any builders in the house? Can you make some noise? How about some policy makers? Do we have some policy makers? Ooh, all right. Do we have anybody who's had some coffee this morning? Anybody in there? All right. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce for Fireside Chat, Balaji and Arthur Hayes. Please welcome to the stage.
Woo! All right, Arthur, welcome.
Morning.
All right. So, Arthur and I believe a lot of similar things. We come at it from very different angles. Arthur, you had a quote a few years ago, get your Bitcoin and get out. Why don't you elaborate on that? It's a very good quote. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't remember when I said that, but obviously, if you've read my writing, I got on stage a few days ago talking about how France might leave the euro, and there's going to be some multi-trillion euro bailout by the ECB, and I think I've done probably like 50 interviews over the last 4 days. And a big question that keeps coming up is, 4-year cycle, and is the bull market over in crypto? Because it, has ended every 4 years in the past. And I guess my response was, I just read the newspaper. And when I read the newspaper, I listen to what the politicians say all around the world. And usually it's a similar thing of, we're going to build more bombs, we're going to give you free healthcare, everyone's going to have a job,
Right.
It's all going to be great. And you never hear anything about raising taxes or anything like that. Usually they just leave it. Oh, okay, we're just going to do all these things, and it's just going to happen. So how are they going to do it? They're just going to print a fuck ton of money. And that is the point, at least on the liquidity side of Bitcoin and certain cryptocurrencies. And that's what I mean, get your Bitcoin and get out, because I think we're at a 80-year turning point. I think you've spoken a lot about this, of massive change. Politicians don't like change. They're elected to basically squelch change. And so to do that, they're going to limit volatility by printing money until it explodes in our face, obviously. Absolutely. And so the point of that is take this fiat that you can earn however you earn it, convert it to Bitcoin or gold or great equities, and then exit stage left, because it's just going to be a complete shit show.
Get to a country like Singapore or get to a country like Dubai or something like that. It's probably a good idea. So, but I think even if you're within any fiat jurisdiction, I think just the kind of mental model for what's coming, because some people, they think it was like a 4-year cycle. Others think it was an 80-year cycle. Others are like, it's like a 500-year cycle, because you've had a boomerang of the world economy back to Asia and so on and so forth. And we're seeing, for example, you saw the chart where gold is either flipping or has already flipped, treasuries as the reserve currency of states. So like it looks like gold is becoming the reserve currency of states and Bitcoin the reserve currency of the network. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think central banks will buy gold because they understand gold. It's been the currency of nation states or empires, whatever, since we've been in civilization, 10,000 years ago, whatever it is. So they understand that. It's the same trade. They're trying to protect their wealth, however they define that. We as a people, it's really hard to move gold around the world. And if you think about the World War I to sort of the modern age, 80s and 90s, private citizens couldn't own gold. Obviously, in the United States in 1933, FDR took that right away. Wasn't reenacted until 1974 in the United States. In the United Kingdom, and these are the two of the most Anglo-Saxon, capitalist, property rights places in all of the world. The UK was so broke, I don't think you could own gold privately as a private citizen until the mid-1990s, right? So if these supposedly capitalist property rights places restricted the price of gold from reflecting inflation that was to pay for this, colossal failure of war during the 1930s and 1915 whatever period, like we don't really understand inflation in a modern context. But now we have Bitcoin and it's performed so well, mostly because now we have these options.
So you mentioned something there that I think we know, but a lot of people who are new to the space don't know, but which is in the 1800s and before, governments were limited by how much gold they could have, but only in the 20th century they could just print infinite fiat and basically just go to war forever, right? Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, fiat currency has existed ever since governments have been around. You can look at John Law in France, right? He destroyed the franc doing some sort of South Sea bubble and all that kind of stuff. So, yes, governments go on and off the gold standard all the time, but there has been this anchor that has kept people honest.
Right. And so, you know, you've done, you're actually also now into, so not just Bitcoin, but also longevity. And this is something that's common to our space. Brian Johnson's into it, Brian Armstrong's into it, me, CZ, a bunch of other people. Why don't you talk about what you're doing with longevity, because that's been in the headlines a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm an athlete. I love training, and I spend most of my time skiing and playing tennis. And obviously, as you get older, things, you know, get a bit slower. And so, you know, I've always sort of been curious about stem cells, right? Taking other people's cells, putting them into yourself, and hopefully rejuvenating your body. And so about 2 years ago, I started to do some research. Okay, I want to do this. I'm close to Thailand. I know that's one place where you can do it. And so I started looking at clinics in the region. And obviously, it's a very personal decision because you're literally taking this foreign, you know, cells, injecting them into your body, and that could be, you know, life-ending, right, if you go with the wrong provider. And so after doing a lot of research, I met Julian, who's a CEO of Verifiable, the clinic that I've been using, and now I'm an investor in. And about 2 years ago, I started taking stem cells. And after about 18 months, he came to me and said, hey, we want to do a recap of the company. Would you be interested in taking out all of our small investors? And I said, sure. So I bought into the clinic. I'm now on the board. And now, you know, it's something I'm super interested in. Like, how do we, number one, further research into asking these questions that haven't been asked? And then number two, how do we commercialize it into a clinic? And obviously, it's right now it's more for wealthier folks, but hopefully over time,
the price curve down.
Price comes down, and everyone can benefit from this.
Absolutely. No, I think that's really, so you took the risk on stem cells, but you were actually in pretty good shape even before then, right? You just, like, why'd you do that? Were you just interested in pushing the limits? How do we think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I want to feel like I'm, you know, 30 for the rest of my life if I can.
Right. No risk, no reward. I believe in that too. I mean, no plane crashes, no planes. No train crashes, no trains, right? So someone has to actually take that risk. So, you know, we should start giving out awards for that kind of thing, for like medical bravery. So stem cell clinics, anything else you're doing in longevity, anything else you're interested in looking at?
I mean, I'm just interested in just learning what everyone else is doing, right? So that's my particular bag that I'm holding, and, you know, obviously we'll be promoting it as we go along, but yeah, that's sort of my main interest.
Yeah, I think it is potentially possible. Like, there's some amazing treatments in mice that actually really do reverse, and they have these very visible effects, and I do think we could get an Ozempic for longevity if we pushed on enough. So simply you being a model out there, other people being a model is very good. Okay, so let's see. So that's Bitcoin, that's health. What else is in your mind right now? There's a bunch of things I can talk about in terms of the macro picture. Go ahead.
I mean, I think the macro picture is super interesting, and especially in this region of the world. I think one thing that's like, who's going to own all this debt
right
at the end of the day, and, you know, what's going to happen when
the Fed is actually buying it themselves. They're calling it. It's starting to be yield curve control, but they called it. They started treasury buybacks, and they said they're just adjusting maturities and something like that. Did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one
it's only a few billion or whatever, only a few billion right now, but yeah.
Obviously, the popular narrative is that the Fed has been restrictive, at least in the United States. And there's been various commentators that have pointed out that if you look at what the Fed has sold or let mature on its balance sheet from basically 2020 till the present, they haven't sold a single bond longer or than 10 years, right? So they've kept their holdings of 10-year paper constant, which means that there's obviously a problem in this market. As much as U.S. Secretary Scott Bessent wants to get on TV and pound the table that he's done so well as Treasury Secretary because the 10-year yields, I don't know, 4% or something around there. The Fed, which is one of the largest holders of this thing, refuses to let that run off its balance sheet. So there is no quantitative tightening when you talk about the long end of the yield curve, which tells you something as an investor. Is like, if the person who can print money has no economic accountability for their P&L, isn't selling these things, what's actually going on behind the hood?
Right.
This is all a smoke and mirrors. Like, they're fucked.
And the tariff situation amplifies this because the utility of the dollar is actually less if you just can't actually use it in trade anymore. Why do people want to trade with the U.S.? It's telling them to go away, stop selling them things for the printed money. They're actually reducing the utility of the printed money in the first place, which like, do you have a view on tariffs and printing? Like, it is reducing demand, or do you disagree with that?
I mean, I understand why Trump wants to do it. There's an imbalance in the system. Fine. There's been certain people who've benefited and certain people who haven't benefited from the system. And if you are, Trump, I believe he thinks he's a patriot, whether or not you believe that's the case or not, a proud American person, whatever that means. And if you think about the business model of America, which is a glorified arms dealer, it's not a good look when you can't beat Russia and Ukraine, and Israel has to stop bombing Iran after 12 days because you couldn't produce enough missiles. And so I think that's a guiding light between what does this industrial policy really mean? Well, we can't actually win a war, so why don't we go and allocate a lot of credit to do the things that we need to do, whether that's rare earths, whether that's producing chips, or whatever it is. At the end of the day, it's about this GDP number that we have is great if you're an MBA business student at an Ivy League school, but like if you're a soldier, if you're an industrialist, it's complete bullshit. Nothing. Yeah. Everyone doesn't make anything. And that's what his point has been for a very long time. Whether or not you think it's a good or bad thing is not the point.
Well, in many ways, the U.S. is signaling strength, but the substance is scarcity. Like, it's saying, it's pounding his chest, this, that, and there, but then saying to allies, pay for your own stuff, you're on your own, and or even with the tariffs, the underlying motivation in part is we can't keep going into more debt and so on and so forth. So there's an underlying signal of scarcity underneath the rest of it. Would you agree with that? Like, whether it's like fully conscious or not, it is taking a position of we don't want to actually spend any more on this stuff.
Yeah, and I think if Trump was really serious about rectifying this in a way that was politically costly, he would have kept going with the tariff thing. Like, it is the right thing to do if he's trying to accomplish his goal. He wanted to get there very fast. He went out with these crazy, really high rates, and then, after 7 days, had to backpedal because he couldn't take the pain.
Well, so I would somewhat disagree with that because I think if by reducing regulations domestically, you could actually increase production, which is part of the stated goal, versus tariffs just is a tax actually on many of the producers have to import machine tools, they have to import raw materials, and so on and so forth. So it actually becomes harder in many ways to make things in the U.S. So I would argue it's somewhat self-destructive. But regardless of that, overall, there's many stresses on the system because tariffs also signal to other countries that the U.S. is no longer maintaining, quote, the rules-based order. And so I think in the medium run, we're shifting over, maybe we've already done so in some ways, to the code-based order, where, for example, Bitcoin smart contracts are more internationally reliable. Have you moved any companies out of Delaware?
Moved any companies out
of Delaware? Like Elon moved out of Delaware, ASIC's moved out of Delaware.
I mean, I'm not really. Again, if you have Bitcoin and get out, right, fine. You have a legal fiction, and every country has legal fiction,
right,
wherever it is, and there's good things and bad things about every country's legal fiction. And that's one thing why I don't invest in equities. I don't like dealing with laws because it's messy and it's expensive. If someone fucked me over, I got to go to court. Well, how expensive is that, right? How long does it take?
It's just pure crypto.
Pure crypto.
Yeah,
it's just easier. I have a company. Maybe the company holds crypto so I can pay my taxes and all that sort of stuff. But cool. Let the government, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yeah, that's right. Give it. But then you're agreeing with me, that. The code-based order is actually more reliable in many ways than the local rules-based order.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So what's interesting is how far we can push that. Like, obviously with Bitcoin, I think it's already there. With Ethereum, for some smart contracts, it's already there, like Uniswap or things like that. How far do you think we can push that? How many things can we push it to smart contracts and code versus, the physical world?
I mean, obviously, I'm more in the DeFi space. That's kind of my thing. I think the banking system, as Tether has proven, is very ripe to be completely disrupted. With a blockchain, you can do compliance, you can send money between individuals, you can do proper accounting, all for the price of a gas transaction, right? And so, that's why a 150-person company is worth $500 billion. JP Morgan's worth, almost double what they are, but JP Morgan has 315,000 employees to do what JP Morgan does.
Have you ever seen, there's a graphic called Unbundling a Bank?
No.
It's actually a very good graphic. It's actually from 10 years ago, and it shows the homepage of Wells Fargo, and it's got loans and this and that and so on. And then each one of them has a little thing pointing out which says the fintech company that's going after them, right? And one of the things I've wanted to do is to redo that and to show which stablecoin-based company is going after them, because really what a stablecoin is, it's a new kind of banking license, because you can do everything, you can send and receive in arbitrary amounts, you can, wire to this, that, and the other. You can build an entire Wells Fargo or Chase UX on top of a stablecoin backend if stablecoins are legal, which they finally are. And so it seems to me like many of the functions of a bank, the reason there's that huge gap between the, the valuations of JPMC versus Tether is that we actually have reduced many payments to packets. And so many of these things, their valuations will just crumble as the new things rise. I don't know if your thesis is on that.
Yeah, I think there will be one or two large banks that get the message and have the political will to actually do it. I think a lot of times, we shit on banks all the time, but if you think about it, they're essentially another arm of a national government.
Right, exactly.
And they have to do politics. And if you're employing 315,000 people, or I'm sure banks in China employ millions of people doing all sorts of nonsense, you can't just fire all of them because that's just bad politically. And so even if every CEO of a bank fully believes that the future is Tether, they lose their banking license if they don't employ people. Jobs for the boys.
It's funny you say that because it is absolutely true that they're arms of the government, because something I learned in crypto was that the fiat banks, the two most important employees besides the CEO were the CFO and the chief legal officer. Whereas at a tech company, it's like the CTO or the lead of product, right, the lead designer, because you have to build up the product from scratch, whereas they kind of inherit a license and they can just charge whatever they want for it as long as it's legal. Right, like they can chisel people on ATM fees and all these other kinds of fees, right? So it's a completely different psychology where their value prop comes from the government license, and now suddenly with stablecoins, everybody has that license. So that's like this enormous dislocative thing that reminds me of when if only a few newspaper companies own trucks and printing presses, and so and then suddenly everybody got a computer and a smartphone, and then there's this huge shift into social media. So that's like about to happen, I think, with stablecoins. Maybe you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I guess obviously in the U.S. context, because everyone's really focused on stablecoins in the U.S. because you have Circle and Tether and all those sorts of things. I think there's an underlying political battle, right? Trump got debanked by all these large banks, right? He's been a New Yorker for his whole life. He is the epitome of the establishment, right? Just look at the photos of him and the Clintons and the Obamas. They're all fucking friends, right? So for them to go after him and his family and whatever and take away the banks, and now he's like, oh, fuck you guys. Yeah. I'm just gonna let this I'm gonna push behind this stablecoin thing. Obviously, there's some geostrategic reason why they do it, but otherwise, it's like, well, fuck all you guys in New York. You debanked me, so I'm just going to make your business worth zero by allowing this disintermediation to happen.
I mean, and that's exactly. See, the thing is, many people can't articulate the difference between USDC and a bank wire, but the fundamental difference is a bank wire is within a locked network of other banks, and USDC, anybody can set up an address to receive to it to first order, right? And that's like, and then USDT is even more unlocked. And that locked versus unlocked is like a locked versus unlocked cell phone, and this unlock is like the whole thing, the license, right? So, related to that, by the way, something I'm thinking a lot about nowadays is not just debanking, but denaturalization. So like stripping of citizenship, stripping of identity, I think that is actually in some ways the new debanking, and they're related because you need an identity to get a bank account, and these things go hand in hand, and one is kind of a left tactic, one's a right tactic, you can argue, but basically both of them, you can have a crypto defense against it because you can keep your bank account with Bitcoin, you can keep your identity with ENS and crypto identities. Have you put any thought into something like that?
I mean, I guess I'm not really deep on the ENS identity space. But I think obviously people still have a lot of emotional attachment to, this lottery ticket that they got, which is where they were born. Like I was born in America and I got this piece of paper that says I'm American, but like I didn't do anything to become American. I guess I was born, right? It wasn't my choice, and wherever you were born, right? So, but then you say you have this self-worth based on this thing that you're not responsible for. And I think once we move past that, then the crypto identity makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Whether you're, an ETH person or a Solana person or a Bitcoin person, whatever, you talk about a lot about tribalism. But those are positive things you've done since you were born, since you have a consciousness that you made a choice to join this tribe versus I am an American because I was born in this place that I had no agency over.
That's exactly right. Like basically, you are choosing to sign that social smart contract and join that group, and it is not something that you were born with, but something that you chose, which actually is a much stronger bond potentially, right? So in the last, we have a couple more minutes. Anything you want to ask me?
Huh? What are you most excited about?
What am I most excited about? Well, network states, obviously, but actually, so here's, I'll say something, which is, Elon wants to go to Mars, right? Brian Johnson wants to live forever. Sam Altman wants to build a machine superintelligence, and I just want to start a new country. So
where's it going to be?
But so that's like the boring enterprise SaaS of crazy tech founders or whatever, right? And it's been done hundreds of times. Right? Where's it going to be? Well, where's Bitcoin? It's decentralized, right?
Okay.
Decentralized country. So
can I go skiing in your country?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, actually, one way of putting it, Indonesia is nearby, right? Indonesia is a country which is a bunch of islands separated by ocean, right? So can you have a country which is a bunch of islands separated by internet? I think you could, because telepresence, remote work, drones, all of these kinds of things are making it easier and easier to coordinate things, like across large distances. And you might need, them to be like peninsulas or islands or.
Are we gonna have a Balaji army?
Well, no army. I mean, Bitcoin has no army, right? I mean, the whole Stalin thing of like how many divisions has the Pope, right? How many long divisions has, like fiat? Bitcoin has all the long divisions, right? So we could get very far, I think, non-violently. India got independence non-violently. Singapore actually became independent non-violently. And I think being non-violent, being peaceful is good. Especially when like China has this giant drone army that's coming, and so you can't fight that. So like we have to be flexible, digital, agile, and so on and so forth, right? So okay, so that was good.
No, so no Balaji army. Okay, well.
No Balaji army. No, Balaji peace. Balaji peace. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Balaji peace. That's right. All right, great. This is awesome. Thank you very much. Boom. Okay.
Next up, please join me in welcoming to the stage Richard Tang, CEO of Binance.
Thanks, man.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Coinbase and Binance together again for the very first time. We actually. Were you at Binance when I was at Coinbase? Were you at Binance in 2018?
I joined Binance in 2021.
2021.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
So we didn't overlap, but basically, I know CZ pretty well.
Yes.
And he once told me that he had thought Coinbase was going to be out of the game because they only had 4 assets for a long time. We had a bunch of assets. But we've always respected you, being on their side of things. You guys executed phenomenally well. You've built up the global south. What is currently on the mind of Binance? What's the priorities right now?
Well, I think first and foremost, we are always about our users, right? So we always focus on what our users need, making sure that we keep their trust and confidence. And we're very grateful. I think many of people here are users of Binance. So very, very grateful for all your support and confidence on that front. We are almost hitting 300 million users globally. It's a milestone. We are aiming for 1 billion. So I think more to come, more exciting stuff. So we have rolled out many new products, as people know, including our enhanced Web3 wallet, Binance Alpha, which are extremely popular. But also we're working with institutions, which we see as another big wave coming through. So we announced a partnership with Franklin Templeton on that front, and more to come on that. And we're also working with all the other ecosystem partners on the different stablecoin issuers, etc. Yeah.
And so are you, one of the things obviously we're talking today about, like getting into the physical world, right? Binance has held a bunch of developer meetups, you've held conferences and so on, you've spoken at some of these events. Are you interested in doing more in the physical world? For example, Coinbase has had Basecamp recently, and they've been doing that. Solana recently just spoke about their Solana economic zones. Is this something that's on your radar? What are you thinking about with that?
Well, I think what we represent as a company is we want to be supportive of all innovation, right? So we work with different parts, different stakeholders globally, whether they're government, whether they're institutions, whether they're community, to host many of these different events, right? Hackathons. So if you look at the Binance ecosystem, which is pretty big, right? So you have BNB holding their events, we holding our own events, but just collaborating and see what else is out there. And at any point in time, we receive a lot of proposals from multiple parties, and then just trying to see what to prioritize and what makes sense and how can we support of all those new things coming through. And we want to be supportive of all the new key innovation coming through because it's so exciting, there's so many things developing. So we want to be there to play a part in supporting all this innovation.
And so, in terms of, one of the things that Binance has done is you actually have a lot of traction in the developing world, the global south, right? Like a lot of users in Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, and so on, markets that people often, prior to maybe the last 10 years, didn't even think of as markets. How do you think about that, like, in terms of negotiating with small states, getting Binance presence in these kinds of areas. You must operate in a bunch of different jurisdictions. How do you think about that?
So by now, we are the most regulated exchange globally. We have about 22 different jurisdictions. But when CZ and the founders set up Binance, it's very clear. The mission is to support the freedom of money, right? Because I think many of us come from developed countries.
Right.
We don't face the same challenges as our fellow human beings that live in developing or emerging markets, right? And it's challenging. I visit many parts of the world where financial inclusion is less than 20%. I mean, I've been involved in financial services for more than 30 years now. Since day one, I started as a central banker. Since day one in the 90s, central bankers, financial institutions have been saying that, look, financial inclusion is something that we need to spend a lot of time, energy, and effort, right, to bring in much more people within the financial services system. But till now, 1.4 billion people are unbanked, have no access to banking system, have no access to payment system. So when I visit many parts of the world where financial inclusion is, let's say, less than 20%.
Yeah, like Bolivia, for example, is using Tether. It's
Absolutely,
almost, right.
Absolutely. So the only means for them to solve all these problems has been through blockchain and crypto, right? It's the only mode of payment domestically. It's a superior technology and superior mode of payment when you do cross-border remittance. If you do it via traditional financial system, it takes 2 days, huge fees involved. If you do it via crypto, it's instantaneous, right? Fraction of what you pay. So your loved ones, your suppliers, your vendors, get the money instantaneously, right? Compared to the traditional finance. So, and many people argue that crypto, blockchain is not a good store of wealth. But if you look at many of these countries, right, that have gone through hyperinflationary situation in the last few years, where their fiat currency has depreciated sharply, I have families coming up and thanking me to say thank you for supporting us, because by storing our wealth in things like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, in stablecoins, they are so much better compared to their peers, right, compared to their relatives and other friends they have. So they are deeply grateful. So you see crypto at work, and it only exists and become very powerful because it solves fundamental problems that for the longest time, traditional finance has not been able to solve.
And so in your experience, because you operate in a lot of jurisdictions, what are the 3 or 5 most pro-crypto countries in the world, given that you've got a...
Well, you see different pockets, right? So you, at any point in time, you have different countries coming out to say we want to be a crypto hub of the world. So you look at the sea change that's happened in the US, right?
Yes, right.
Went from anti-crypto under President Biden's administration to now we want to be the crypto capital of the world, right, under President Trump. And you see how that change has brought about so much more new capital formation, investments, talent flowing back into the US, and new activities, right? So you look at the number of digital asset treasuries, DEX now, right? Close to 200 listed companies, all because of that movement, because US is the largest economy in the world, largest capital markets. So whatever the US do, the rest of the governments around the world will be forced to pay attention to that. Because if the US say that I'm going to be the AI and crypto capital of the world, you better take notice, because they're going to spend a lot of time and energy on that. And if you don't, you're not going to bring in foreign direct investments into the country, you're not going to attract the best talent pool into the country, and capital formation is going to slow down.
So on that topic, so you mentioned that the US is the largest capital markets in the world. Have you seen kind of some of Solana's thinking on internet capital markets, where there's some graphs that indicate that, for example, crypto is number 4 or number 3 largest market in the world, and NYSE and NASDAQ and the Shanghai Exchange are 1, 2, and 3, or maybe crypto's now number 3 and it's flipped one of them. So do you think that internet capital markets, I mean, I think it's very likely they're going to get to number 1, and then the internet will be the largest capital market in the world. Do you foresee that happening? Do you think about that?
Well, I think it may happen, right? So, I mean, future state is very, very difficult to predict. I hope it does. And I do think that the trajectory is very, very strong.
The trajectory is in that direction.
The trajectory is tremendous, it's strong. And you have different people. But if you think about it, it is superior. I mean, if you look at traditional finance, if you trade a stock in many parts of the world, it's still based on T+2 settlement.
Yeah.
Right? So you buy it today, clearing and settlement takes place much later. You have to go through broker-dealers on that front, pay huge fees, right? So this represents a much more superior system with atomic settlement, right? You buy something, it's cleared immediately, and you eliminated the entire clearing and settlement risk. So if you think about the future state, with AI and crypto and blockchain, if I ask you to build a future state, as you mentioned, of future financial services, you'll not be based on what you see currently because it's entirely arcade. Most of the middle and back office functions of banks will disappear.
Right.
Because what they do is reconciliation.
Yes.
Right? Which you don't have to do if you use blockchain technology, right? And settlement, and you don't have to do that if you do blockchain. And many things will be replaced by all these things, right? So I would say that the future world will be very different and is going to transform very quickly.
I mean, the reason I ask is, CZ wrote something a long time ago where he said the initial goal of Binance was to do crypto trading, because he thought that it was pure internet, right? It's packets for packets. I'm somewhat paraphrasing him, but that was kind of the initial goal. And so I think, in a sense, that is, I mean, Uniswap is also, like that, like basically just packets for packets, just on the internet. And in a sense, the market that you've built with all of these people, especially from, the place that's neither the US nor China, it is this giant swath of billions of people. And they're all participants in these crypto markets, and they're trading against each other. I mean, have you ever done any graphs that show, for example, when there's a trade and there's a buy or a sell, there's probably people from several other countries on the other side of that trade. And then just that alone quantifies the gain that comes from, like let's say a Japanese person places a market order, and then that's sold to a Brazilian person and someone in Austria and someone in, India or whatever, right? So that right there is much bigger than just the Japanese stock market.
Absolutely.
Right?
So if you look at it, the beauty of blockchain and the beauty of our industry is that you can accumulate global liquidity, right? So anybody can access it from anywhere in the world on a 24/7 basis, unlike traditional marketplace where liquidity is normally centralized in one exchange or a few of the trading venue or a particular country, right? So for us, we're just tapping global liquidity, right? So we're operating by now in more than 180 countries in the world. Any point in time, anybody trade, right? You are interacting with the global community in a very borderless sense, right? So that's the beauty and benefit of it. So you have massive liquidity, and we are, Binance is the leader in that space, and by trading through us, you get access to the best execution in traditional terms, right? Best bid-ask spread, lowest slippage. So we have a lot of users globally, not only looking at crypto now, right? So given the size of our liquidity, what else can we do to help our users into any other asset class? And how do we transform those asset class to become much better with newer technology? Right? It's something that we spend a lot of time and energy thinking through.
So I want to go back to the question about the top crypto jurisdictions, because you're very well positioned to So some people, like the UAE is very pro crypto.
Absolutely.
I think there's other countries, like, interestingly, so this is something maybe you can parse, because like Hong Kong seems to have totally U-turned and now they're trying to reboot it as a very pro crypto place.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes. So you have, at different juncture, you have different countries coming out to say, hey, I'm going to be very pro-crypto. But very much depends on whether execution takes place to really support that. So you can have bold ambition, but you have to back that up by execution. So if you remember, Japan was the first one.
Yes,
in Asia Pacific, right? Yes. Japan was the first one to say, hey, I want to be the crypto hub. But then execution subsequently.
So who's executed well?
I would say at this point in time, some of the Middle Eastern countries are executing pretty well. Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Bahrain is executing.
And that's where you're based, or that's a
yes.
Yeah.
Singapore has taken off in a very big way, and then I think subsequently, people are now trying to understand the new regulations coming through. So let's see where that heads towards. Hong Kong has bold political ambition. But then now you have to see whether the regulatory execution part can match up to the bold ambition.
Would you say, as a general rule, smaller countries are more crypto-friendly?
Well, because they are more nimble and more agile, right? So I think agility in our space is extremely important. In large countries, you normally have a number of regulatory agencies involved. You have, you need bills to be passed in a very tedious fashion. Where small countries are just much more nimble to bring about all those changes very quickly, and you can have very supportive regulatory agencies.
Yeah, the reason I say that is because it's somewhat similar to like reverse mergers or digital asset treasury companies. They have, you know, a publicly listed thing that's gone through all the paperwork to have a symbol, and then you have a cloud entity, a currency that goes and merges with them, and then it can list its currency, you know, as a digital asset treasury company. And so in the same way, all of these small states, you could basically go because they have sovereignty, they've got a flag, it's very hard to, quote, get listed in the UN, right? It's even fewer than the S&P 500, it's a UN 193, okay, so to speak, right? So there's even fewer listed sovereigns than there are stocks, but there are on the order of 200 of them,
Yes.
right? So actually quite a lot. And then if you add the special economic zones and you add the cities, you start to get a few thousand, right? And so you can do deals where you just go and talk to them, and basically, if you have the capital, you could actually go and get a law changed and just, you know, say, okay, we'll open office and put in $1 billion if you change X, Y, and Z law.
Yes.
And just sign an MOU.
Absolutely.
Right. So, are you interested in doing that kind of stuff?
We are seeing a lot of that. It's not only on the regulatory framework front, but now you probably see a lot of countries starting to set up their own strategic asset reserves, right? So, for example, the Kingdom of Bhutan.
Yes.
Right?
Great. Yep.
Kazakhstan recently using us to set up. So we have a lot of country states now coming to us to say, hey, US, all the institutions are coming in a big way. We need to start allocating assets into this important asset class. So we are helping them on that. And also, some of the smaller country states, they are much more willing to experiment.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're like startup countries.
Yeah, precisely. So when you do a lot of those experiments, they know that if the experiment goes right, it has huge impact in terms of economic windfall for the country. If it goes wrong, they can contain it. Right? So they are a lot more into experimentation, which is very important.
And this is how we can help small countries rise.
Yes, that's right.
Great. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to Richard and Balaji.
Thank you. Okay.
So, you've had some really cool global macro perspectives. We've talked a little bit about what's happening in the world. We've talked about how rapidly the world is changing. How's everybody feeling? We got some energy in here? And so maybe just, could you make some noise if you've ever visited a startup society? Oh, we've got some in the house. Can we make a little bit more noise for people who want to go to a startup society and see what it's like? Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, it's my pleasure now to welcome to the stage Bruno Massage, who is the author of a new book called Worldbuilders. So let's give him a warm round of applause.
Morning, everyone. Impressive crowd. Thanks for being here. I want to talk a little bit about my new book and how it fits with the idea of network states. That's the book, Worldbuilders, came out in 2025. The book has one main idea. When we think about geopolitics, there's two ways to think about it. First, you can think about it from the position of the aircraft or the airplane there as the agent, and you can think about it from the position of the programmer that is outside building the landscape or building the world where the agent is operating. Obviously, the best perspective is the perspective from the outside. We have to realize that the world is a lot more constructed, a lot more virtual than we normally think. In fact, I would argue that geopolitical power is essentially the power to build a world, to build a virtual world where others have to operate, that others have to inhabit. There's no greater power in the world than to build the landscape or the system within which others have to operate. And it's even better if the others don't realize this is a built world, if the others think that it's the natural world, that it's the inevitable world. So there is a bias there, there is an implicit deception that those who build the world have an interest in making it look like it's a natural, not a built world. Think about the war in Ukraine. At one point, Russia had 300 billion in central bank reserves, not in cash. This is just an entry in a computer in Frankfurt or in the New York Fed. And so at one point, it was just possible to block those 300 billion, and suddenly Russia had lost them. How do we call this? I think computer programmers and players, gamers, video game players know what to call this. It's just God mode. the ability to enter the control panel of the global system and change some of the variables, change the game state. God mode is my definition of geopolitical power. Political power is playing the game. God mode is changing the variables of the game state through the control panel of the game. Now, if you build the game, you have access to the control panel. If you build the dollar system, you have access to the control panel of the global monetary system. Builders, people like you here, have to realize that you're not just building some gadgets. You're building the framework within which human life and political life take place. I think the network state is a good example of rising to that perspective of the programmer rather than just the perspective of the player. Your opponent is playing a video game, you are coding it. A superpower codes the game. A normal power plays the game. How does this fit with network states? Well, I think network states is the next stage where you realize that political states, superpower, are really network states. And so power has to be inside the network. Power has to be decentralized. Power has to be democratic. And you only get efficiency and democracy if you build a state as a network state. I would argue that the United States or China are already network states, but they are network states controlled from outside the network. I think Balaji's idea is the idea of moving power inside the network rather than outside the network. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be talking here because I think the ideas in my book actually started to coalesce in a talk I had walking through Singapore a year ago with Balaji about the idea of geopolitical power as God mode. A superpower can set the preferred rules of the game, can change the rules of the game when exceptional circumstances demand it. That is God mode. A normal power has to adapt to whatever rules are available. Now, what is this? What do we call this? I would call it the complete fusion of geopolitics and technology. Geopolitics and technology in my book are synonyms. There is no difference between geopolitics and technology. You have the technological system and the political system. Donald Trump's inauguration. You see, Peter Exet is in the third row, second or third row, and Kash Patel is in the second or third row. Who is in the first row? And in China, not that different. We're used to talking about China and the United States as opposite poles. Well, the technological political system seems to work in a rather similar way. Worldbuilders, the audiobook will be out in November. I hope you can take a look. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you.
Next up to the stage, please give a warm round of applause for Kathleen Tyson, the author of the book Multi-Currency Mercantilism. Please welcome to the stage.
So good to be back. Thank you, Balaji. Amazing event. Right, 2 years ago, some of you will remember, I launched this book in Amsterdam at the Network State. At the time, it was controversial. Now, it's mainstream. The change has happened. The transition in the global monetary order is real. It was a Google whack with 0 hits when I first searched the title. Now it's even getting mainstream attention. I'm getting invited to central bank and economist events with increasing frequency. The alternative to the dollar is the dollar and all other currencies. And when I said this 2 years ago, people were like, no, dollar is king. All the milkshake simps said there's only dollar. Now you can do business in any currency. It's all possible. It's easy. And dollar has been underperforming this year. It's down 14% against other currencies. It's down 45% in gold terms in 1 year. So clearly change is underway. Transition, I am one slide behind. Transition can be gradual and stable. War accelerates the transition. So 3 years ago, we had a war in Ukraine. 2 years ago, we had whatever extermination event is going on in Gaza, and also attacks on all of the neighboring countries, including Iran, Syria, Yemen, Lebanon. So wider war is accelerating flight from the dollar because the wider wars are escalating US deficits, frightening people from funding treasury markets. No new hegemon. China is not going to be the hegemon, the military dominant currency force in the new world. Renminbi is important. It's a very important currency because China is the leading trade partner of over 150 states. But China does not want to dictate to the world. And it's not dictating to the world. It's treating its trade partners as sovereign. So you can trade in renminbi, or you can trade in dollar, or you can trade in euro, or you can trade in your own currency. China's okay with all of that. Globalization accelerates. In the United States and in Europe, they talk about fragmentation. But that's because they see themselves losing control. From the perspective of the other 7 billion people on the planet, they are unifying, they are pacifying, they are collaborating, and it's accelerating. Because they no longer need the West, not for capital, not for management, not for education. They have each other, and they're learning from each other, and that process is actually accelerating development at a very, I think, inspiring pace. Angel paradox. Wow, this one played out. Norman Angel had the view that if a country sanctions another country and they have codependent, interdependent economies, the blowback does as much harm to the sanctioner as to the sanctioned. And we've clearly seen this with the Ukraine war, with sanctions on Russia. Russia has gone from strength to strength. It's growing very, very well. It's now the 4th largest economy on the planet. And meanwhile, Europe is deindustrializing at a frightening pace. Its energy costs have doubled, trebled, and its model of industry and wealth for the last 100 years is now coming under stress. Stability, resiliency, and inflation. This is one where we have lots of doubts, because instability is now a serious risk. Resiliency is what many countries are collaborating to preserve, and inflation is beginning to reaccelerate. Gold. I had to check the prices this morning just to be up to date because they've changed so much. Gold is trading at $3,880 an ounce this morning. Silver is at 47. Those are both record prices. As I said earlier, dollar has lost 45% of its value against gold in just 1 year. Also, China has announced that they will use Hong Kong to vault official reserves gold bought on the Shanghai Gold Exchange. So central banks that are more and more turning to gold as a reserve can buy gold in China, vault it in Hong Kong, and have it secure, safe from the expropriation risks that are faced in London and New York. The debt challenge. Debt peaked in 2024. That's good. It's beginning to come down. But it's not good news because public sector debt is still expanding at an accelerating rate. It's the private sector debt that's being squeezed. Now, when private sector debt is squeezed out by public sector debt, that's bad for growth. So that's definitely something to watch. And of course, debt can destabilize, causing a crisis. So it's something that needs to be managed as a risk. Technology. Oh, amazing things are happening at a great rate. We've had DeepSeek. We've had a new salt battery out of China recently that can last for up to 25 years and costs 5–10% as much as previous batteries. And China is now completely technologically independent of Western dependencies in technology, and they can share their technologies with the rest of the world. So we're going to see a pace of change in technology and infrastructure. Most central banks can now be multi-currency. I built a multi-currency central bank system that operates in 8 currencies across 12 depositories in real time. So I know that can be done, and other central banks will make that choice to operate and collaborate with the central banks that are their peers, to have multiple depositories to spread risks, and to enhance systemic resiliency and liquidity. So better is possible, yay. And I'll just end with a Martin Luther King quote there. Those who love peace need to learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Please join me with a warm round of applause for Ovik Roy of freeop.org. Welcome to the stage, Ovik.
Good morning, everybody. What I want to talk about with you today is failure. Namely, what do the greatest public policy failures of the 21st century have in common? What they have in common is they were all driven by the failure of experts. In 2003, it was the intelligence experts that convinced President Bush to invade Iraq because, of course, they had weapons of mass destruction that they were going to use against the United States and its allies. In 2008, it was the policies of Alan Greenspan, the greatest macro expert of all time, who was convinced that the housing bubble was not a big deal and banks would be able to withstand its bursting. And we all know about 2020 and the shutdown of society that occurred all over the world, but especially the irreversible harm that occurred with children whose schools were closed in the United States. I'm writing a book about expert failure, and I have a particular perspective on this topic because of my life journey. I spent the first half of my career on Wall Street as a biotech investor, where as a biotech investor you have all your success disagreeing with what the medical experts think is the future of medicine. I've written a lot of policy papers and fought the experts on COVID, on healthcare policy, on Bitcoin, a bunch of other topics. I've advised presidential candidates like Marco Rubio and Mitt Romney. I was the Forbes opinion and policy editor for a decade. So I spent a lot of time thinking about the pattern of why experts fail. And what you see, if you actually look at all these expert failures over and over again, is there's a repeatable pattern. It starts with something that's actually true. The expert cites an actually true fact and then makes a sweeping prescription based on that fact. Coronaviruses are dangerous. Therefore, let's shut down all of society so that we can reduce transmission to zero. And then what the experts do is they get their friends together and say, if you disagree with this so-called expert consensus, we're going to kick you out of the advisory boards. We're going to shut you out of the media. The media is not going to quote you as an expert. And then all of a sudden, it looks like there's unanimity among the credentialocracy. And then the policymakers say, well, all the experts agree, so let's do what they tell us, and it doesn't work out. Not only is that true of massive policy failures, it's true of relatively smaller ones, like dietary experts saying you should eat 11 servings of carbs a day, of people saying everyone should go to college regardless of the price, saddling everyone with student debt, about pain experts saying, well, you've got to control pain. It doesn't matter if people get addicted to opioids. And so these are the ways in which experts have failed, but there are things we can learn about where experts have succeeded, especially where experts can succeed in the future. The first is you've got to legitimate dissent. There always has to be a role for dissenters in any so-called expert community, because that's how you test your ideas. You've got to have a diversity of AI models, especially going forward. If ChatGPT and Claude are dominating the way everyone gets their information, it's going to be even worse than when Google and Wikipedia dominated the way everybody got their information. And we have to have a decentralized policy architecture in which people can experiment with different sets of rules so that we can try different approaches to building new societies, building new innovative systems. And we have to have a meritocracy. The thing that makes expert failure compound over time is the experts screw something up, and then the policymakers say, well, we've got to fix the mess we've created, and they turn to the same experts to fix the mess that they created. It's hard to do this in existing legacy institutions. Elon Musk, when he took over Doge, said, it's easier to go to Mars than it is to reduce the federal budget. Right? I'd rather trust the people in this room to create new institutions that can succeed or innovate or iterate where existing legacy institutions have struggled. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't try to reform legacy institutions. That's why I founded a think tank called the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity to try to fix the challenges that we have in the United States. But it's a lot easier to start anew. So where can network states take advantage of the expert diaspora to create better systems and better economies?
The first is we know about digital assets, right? Crypto will flow where it's treated best, and we've seen that even the US is now responding to that and saying we've got to improve our own rules so that we can attract that capital back. We see it with energy, where the Western dogma is we have to use less energy because we have to save the planet. No, we can actually have abundant energy, but just do it in a lower carbon way. There are very easy ways to do this, and network states can implement those models. We can customize AI, not merely have different AI models, but AI models that are tailored to the unique needs and capabilities and idiosyncrasies of network states. And especially, we can reimagine healthcare. We've already talked about the FDA piece of it, but it goes far broader than the FDA. Why do we have to have MDs and nurses and lab technicians all with different credentials in an AI-powered world? There's going to be a much more fluid way to take advantage of our workforce to deliver healthcare and design healthcare. Why is certain healthcare delivered in a hospital versus a medical clinic versus your house versus walking around on the street? All of those things can be changed and will be changed by technology, but hospitals are a multi-trillion-dollar industry. They're almost as powerful, if not more, than a state. And so if you're trying to fight the hospitals in a legacy society, you'll fail. In a network state, the experts that leave those legacy societies can build new entities, new paradigms, and we can all benefit. Thank you very much. If you want to learn more, you can click on the QR code. And if you want to help me come up with new ideas on how to generate or how to identify expert failures, tweet them at me, and maybe we'll include them in the book. I look forward to sharing with you the manuscript next year. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ovik. All right. With those ideas top of mind, please welcome to the stage Parag Khanna, founder of AlphaGeo. Welcome, Parag.
With apologies to René Descartes, thinking is just not enough. You should only believe and truly trust what you experience firsthand. That's why I've modified his famous axiom. This is me at the Berlin Wall right after it came down. I hammered and chiseled away at it myself and still have plenty of the loot. I've traveled to more than 150 countries, everywhere I've ever wanted to go. In college, my friends started calling me Paragistan. I love to translate my research into novel cartography, sometimes animated maps and visualizations. And I recently founded a geospatial data science company called AlphaGeo. Before that, I wrote a half-dozen books about how complex systems interact with geography, the most recent of which is Move. And it's really about the physics of human geography. What happens when an unstoppable force, migration, meets an immovable object, borders? Which force will prevail, flow or friction? Right now, all of the drivers of human migration are in overdrive because of geopolitical turmoil, labor shortages, economic and technological displacement, and climate change. And despite what we hear about nationalism, protectionism, populism, xenophobia, in fact, there is an intense war for talent that is underway around the world. Over the past decade, there's been an explosion in the number of RBI, CBI, Golden Visa, digital nomad programs. In the mid-2010s, I began working with quite a few governments to help them streamline their immigration and residency requirements to make them more attractive. In the UAE, this became the Golden Visa, for example. It's expected that 2.6 million people are going to relocate this year. They're all up for grabs. And smart countries are catering and tailoring and customizing their programs to capture this mobile talent pool. They all realize that collecting people is collecting power. Of those 2.6 million, about 150,000 are millionaires. And you can see a new geography of wealth emerging as these high net worth individuals and their families ditch old centers of wealth for new ones. Together with Henley and Partners, AlphaGeo is soon releasing a global investment risk and resilience index that ranks destinations according to certain criteria like stability and economic factors. America has historically been the great magnet for talent, but it now has a sizable diaspora of its own. This really took off with the global financial crisis 20 years ago and accelerated through Trump and with COVID. The total number of Americans abroad now totals about 7 million people, with the largest numbers being in Mexico, Canada, and the Philippines. But the fastest growth has actually come in Europe, which is now heavily recruiting US-based talent. So Americans are making Europe great again. And their credo, though, isn't liberty, fraternity, equality. It's more like liquidity, mobility, and optionality. Already, there are more than 300 million people living outside their country of origin, the highest number ever, and I expect it to surge. It's particularly South Asians that not only dominate the demographics of the Gulf countries, but are increasingly visible in Canada and in Europe, where a whole new generation of Asian Europeans is coming of age. So the more you travel, the more you see that the future really is brown. So people are on the move like never before, yet crossing borders is the most over-bureaucratized dimension of globalization. That's why we need the passportal. The principle underlying the passportal is that your identity belongs to you, and you can assemble the key components of your societal identity into a secure blockchain ID wallet. With almost every human being having a mobile phone and access to the internet, now is the time to build a better identity mobility nexus. So think of the passportal as identity as a service meets mobility as a service. It's the instrument for becoming a sovereign individual on the internet. The passportal is how we'll connect people to opportunity at a global scale. This is about most effectively matching supply and demand for labor, something that could easily boost GDP by 25%. We're going to launch the passportal next year with pilot origin and destination countries. It's going to be it's going to wrap key technologies into the secure blockchain wallet. You build a secure user profile, you update your photo and biometrics, you update the information that almost all countries require. We'll use Zk knowledge protocols for the collection of credentials and attestations. There's plenty of ways to monetize the passportal. Individuals will pay a fixed base user fee based upon the number of applications that they lodge. Governments and companies will benefit by listing in the marketplace to get the workers they need. Corporates will have an AI matchmaking system so that the people they want in the locations they want can apply. Governments can massively streamline their vetting of applications and issue e-visas and cut back on the billions of dollars they spend on consular services. So this is a foundational platform on which many other services can be added: insurance, relocation services, healthcare, remittances, skills training. There are going to be many ways to partner with Passportal such that it can serve you and serve humanity. So if you want to learn more, we're going to have a web page up very soon. Please join us, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Parag. And now, please join me in making some noise and welcoming to the stage Thomas Pueyo, the author of the book Uncharted Territories. Welcome, Tomas.
Why was Europe so fragmented in the Middle Ages? One of the key reasons that people don't know is farming. Farm generates wealth through surfaces, land, and that is very hard to monitor. As a result, local lords, which knew the conditions, had a lot of power. Meanwhile, the church had a monopoly on information and therefore thought. And that system, over the following centuries, completely disappeared, replaced by nation states. How did that happen? The book, The Sovereign Individual, talks about technologies, like, for example, the printing press. Thanks to that, the amount of content that was produced was massive, and that broke the chokehold of the church on information. There are other technologies like the agricultural revolution, for example. Better horses were bred, and new inventions were created, like the horseshoe, horse collar, and the heavy plow. These created a massive increase in crop yields, More food meant more population, and these massive increase in population meant that people went to cities. Cities are not surfaces, they're points, and points are much easier to control and tax. Another technology that dramatically impacted was transportation. Ocean-faring ships were invented by the Portuguese, and that enabled the creation of new empires. These empires traded through Atlantic ports. And these Atlantic ports were choke points that were also easy to control and tax. Later on, we had railroads and roads, which are natural monopolies, because they are physical networks, and that made them very easy to control by the nation state. Another example of technology is silver. There was a dearth and shortage of gold and silver in the 1400s, and so miners started dramatically improving the technologies to extract these metals, and they succeeded. In Central Europe, the supply of silver increased by 4 to 5x in a matter of decades, and after that, lots of silver started pouring in from America. These things together meant that those who controlled mines, which are points, could make a lot of money through mine rents and seigniorage. And the people who controlled these mines at the time were the Habsburg, which had a near monopoly on silver globally, and that's why they were so powerful and why they were able to create nation states like Spain and Austria. They couldn't have done this without financiers like the Fugger's or the Medici, because the bigger the state, the bigger the loan, the bigger the army, and so big states could overwhelm smaller states that couldn't afford big armies. We also saw this through violence. The sovereign individual talks about this. Fortresses used to be impregnable until cannons arrived, and they started destroying these fortresses, which got stronger, and then cannons got stronger, and fortresses got stronger, and on in a cycle where only the richest states could afford this. Energy is another source of technology that used to be distributed in medieval times. Water, wind, wood, human food, animals were all based on the sun, and the sun is a distributed technology. Whereas in the 19th century and 20th century, coal, oil, and so on and so forth are localized in geography, so much easier to control. I was telling you about the printing press before, and so other technologies like TV stations and radio stations also are now much easier to control. So all these technologies that used to be so strong and make the state a bigger force now make it weaker. You can beam the internet from anywhere now. You can, the English is becoming the global language. You have now, of course, cryptocurrencies. We're going back to solar as a source of energy. Remote means that you can work from anywhere on Earth, which means that now you can literally work from anywhere on Earth, make money uprooted from geography. So all these forces that used to make the world stronger, nation states, now are weakening it, ushering a new world of neo-medievalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomas, for that visual feast. Now, it's our pleasure to welcome to the stage Ali, the founder of Oz City. Please give her a warm welcome.
Wow. Hello, everyone. So excited to be here today. Just last year, I was sitting in the first row at the Network State Conference, and I had this deep desire inside of me that I want to be on this stage sharing about the project I'm building. And here we are, just 1 year later, and standing in front of you sharing about Oz City. Truly incredible. I'm Ollie, a founder of All City. It's a pop-up village at the frontier of AI and Web3. I'm a passionate community builder and also co-founder of Epic Web3. We have gathered together founders and innovators around the world, organizing conferences and hackathons, mainly in Ethereum ecosystem and beyond. We have hosted more than 40 offline events, bunch of online events. But here what I've noticed, that people at conferences feel overwhelmed, distracted by the noise, and in the end, isolated. And I always wanted to create something different, an environment where people grow through collaboration, where they feel inspired and supported to achieve their own goals. So I became fascinated about the concept of the network states. I went to the Edge City. I spent a couple of months at the Network State School in Malaysia, where I crafted All City concept. So what is All City? It's a purpose-driven pop-up village where around 70 founders come together to co-build, co-innovate, and run the frontier technology together. Think of it as a campus of the future. It's a part bootcamp, part accelerator, and part the co-living experience. We create a space where collaboration drives innovation. We help with the VC connections, educational content, mentorship, and the access to the global network. So this summer during ECC in Cannes, All City came to life, and we organized and gathered together founders who were exploring decentralized AI space building on nearest tech. In order to make a pop-up village model scalable, we defined the following metrics for ourselves. First of all, how many startups are incubated or launched? How many community-led events are organized? What is the sense of belonging? How many meaningful collaborations and deals are initiated? And how financially viable is the project for us as organizers? So for All City V1, we had 20 startups launched, and many of them continued their journey within NEAR ecosystem. We had more than 25 community-led events organized by residents, like unconference style talks and workshops. Some people found their co-founders, others raised funds straight after All City. And for us, this was a bootstrapped story, and we are making an effort to create a startup incubator model where we gain the access to venture capital, early access to pre-seed stage of projects. So what's next? We are bringing All City to Patagonia, Argentina before DevConnect, and this is a truly unique location, not only because of the stunning nature, but also because of the pop-up villages movement that is happening there, led by the Edge City, alongside other residencies like Ethereum Foundation, WorldCoin Protocol Labs, and others. So we're creating a hub for AI founders and builders who are operating in decentralized AI space, building AI agents on-chain, multi-agent systems, digital sovereignty, and self-sovereign identity tools. People who share that we have to preserve autonomy and self-determination in the world where there is a powerful AI. So there are many ways how you can contribute, and if it resonates with you, you want to be a part of it, please scan this QR code and send your application. We will be happy to see you in Patagonia, and we are actively looking for members, partners, and sponsors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Vít, the president of the Free Republic of Liberland. Welcome, Vít.
Such an honor and pleasure to be here at the Network State Conference. Thank you, Balaji, for inviting us. I think you have been sitting for quite some time already. Feel free, it's voluntary, to stand up for the anthem of Free Republic of Liberland and shake a little bit, maybe. It's a good opportunity to honor the great guys that also supported us in past. It's great to have people like Javier Milei openly supporting our national movement, and even people like Vitalik recognizing that we have done something for the movement. Liberland has been born in April 13, 2015, so we already have a 10-year history of country formation. We have gathered almost 1 million people to sign up for citizenship. We actually had an amazing start where for at least 2 weeks we had a bigger number of immigration requests than the United States. which was pretty spectacular. There was no chance for us to process all these applications for citizenship. And this is how it started. We were just 3 guys, that decided to build a country. We went to a place which was enclave for more than 20 years between Croatia and Serbia. We stick the flag there, and then the rest follows. And we are 10 years into building a country, utilizing the best technology that is out there, but also the best ideas. I'm originally a political scientist, but I also studied monetary economy in history. And this question might sound a little bit strange here, and I'm usually asking it when I start my presentation. Has anybody ever considered starting a new country here? Okay, that's way much more, of course, than usual audience. Usually it's like 1 guy or nobody. So what does it take to start a country? You basically have to follow the Montevideo criteria. You have to have permanent population, you have to have a defined territory, you have to have government and capacity to enter into relation with other countries. Liberland has a permanent population now for more than 2 years. People are permanently living in Liberland. It's one of the main concerns for us to fulfill that criteria. We have very well-defined territory. We actually gave both Croatia and Serbia a half meter in our cadastral maps not to have any overlapping claims. We have a government. I believe we have one of the most advanced forms of government. We are already running for more than a year as a DAO, as a first decentralized autonomous government in this case. And we have capacity to enter into relations with other countries. We have a great number of diplomatic relations with multiple countries around the world, and we are expanding every month. We open new diplomatic channel. Liberland is 7 square kilometers, so we are 3 times bigger than Monaco. We have now 1,300 citizens out of almost 800,000 applications. We have also quite a few residents. Liberland, as you can see again, is between Croatia and Serbia. We are on the Danube River with beautiful sandy island that you could see in the video. And we have one of the, as I said, one of the most advanced systems of governance. I tried to look for the best technology that was available a year ago. So we built a Rust-based blockchain that is combining the best elements of meritocracy. So we are kind of a corporation. From that perspective, the corporation is making the positive decision, but we are also a republic, making sure that the government of Liberland doesn't intrude into things like education, like healthcare. We have a democratic element. We let majority of citizens to veto any law or rule that they don't like. And we have a small monarchical element as well. The founders also keep some veto powers over the corporation. Everything is running on blockchain. You can already check it out. 3 days ago, we had elections. We have a new Congress that was elected. Probably you heard about Justin Sun. He is our newly elected prime minister. It's kind of fun to have him on board. Big guy. He's actually the wealthiest prime minister ever elected on planet Earth, which is pretty good result for the first elections of Liberland. Thank you. We've got now finally a woman as well. Brittany Kaiser was elected. So just to invite you to a couple of events that Liberland is organizing. In November, we have a longevity conference, but it will do 2 more things. We are starting a Freedom project, which is a big construction of 22 tree houses in Liberland. This was one of the pilot. We have a couple more already. So we're building in Liberland, and we have lots of other developments all around in the region. We're also starting a longevity clinic in Serbia. That's another big project, but we want to make a major investment in the whole region for Croatia and Serbia to take us seriously. And also I would like to invite you to Prague because we have a first constitutional convention on 19th of December. It's a great opportunity for you to visit Prague, but also share some ideas with very famous thinkers like Hermann Hans Hoppe, who is going to be presenting on Liberland Constitution. So I'm more than happy to be here. And I'm happy to stay in touch, join our Telegram group specifically for this event through the QR code. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Next up, please welcome to the stage Lannis, the head of growth of Prospera. Welcome, Lannis.
All right. Hey everyone, I'm Lonis, and I'm head of growth at Prospera. And with Prospera, we're inventing a new industry we call governance as a service. Right? So what we do is we partner with host countries to basically provide the services that governments typically provide, but instead we provide it as a company. Right? So it's a full stack governance solution that we provide within our zones. And we are live with our first hub on the island of Roatan, outside of Honduras. And why is governance important, though? Why do we care so much? The brief answer is that the quality of governance essentially determines the wealth of nations. Right? So there are many graphs you can look at, but a simple one is here, where on the y-axis you see the GDP per capita of countries, and on the x-axis you see the governance quality, in this case an approximation, which is the ease of doing business. And what you see is this clear correlation that the better the governance quality, the wealthier the nation. And this is true across geographies, across cultural profiles, across racial profiles. What really matters is the governance quality. And so with Prosper, we're doing two things. Number one, we help the countries in the red leapfrog and become wealthy green countries. But also we think, equally important, the green countries can do much better. They have massive unlocked potential if they had even better governance system, which is what we're working on helping with. And so, to give you guys a little bit of a rundown of how the governance system looks like, right? So, on the base level, we have common law system, which is very easy and predictable to work with. We have a regulatory system, so that if you work in a regulated field like biotech, crypto, fintech, construction, you have regulatory choice and regulatory flexibility. We have a simple tax system, which basically aligns our incentives with the businesses in Prospera, right? The more they are successful, the more we earn, essentially. And then we have a justice system based on private arbitration, which is very, quick and affordable. And I'll give you guys an example of what this already has led to, right? So we have this company, Unlimited Bio. In Prospera, it's basically a group of scientists that repurposed a previous drug and found that this actually had very interesting implications for longevity. People seem to live longer and better with this drug. And so they wanted to go to market with this in the US. But they found out that actually this would cost them $500 million and take them more than a decade just to go to market. So instead they went to Prospera, where they could go to market in a few months and at a fraction of the cost. And they now are live in Prospera, they have their first customers, and just a few weeks ago actually Kardashians used their treatment. And this is part of the jurisdictional innovation we're able to unlock, right? We have, I think, the world's first entity API, which allows you to programmatically create and edit Prospera companies. We have an AI legal chatbot that can answer 95% of your legal questions about Prospera or elsewhere, and much more to come. And we're growing quite well. We recently crossed 300 companies incorporated in Prospera. Tax revenue is up to the right, and we have more than 2,000 paying Prosperians. And it's been a very long journey. It's been more than a decade, right? It starts with scouting different jurisdictions, having MOUs and LOIs with different countries, getting the legislation passed, which is by far the hardest part. In Honduras, the legislation was the SEDE legislation, right? But even once you have that, you need to build on top of that the charter, the laws and regulations. You need to create the master plan to bootstrap the physical instantiation of the place. And we are finally now at the place where we almost have gone from 0 to 1. But not quite. We're almost from 0 to 1, but we're still just a little bit short of critical mass. Right? So one thing that I want to impress on all of you here is the massive ability you have to actually help us as a movement go from 0 to 1, and they help us build the first startup city with this full stack legal autonomy. And we're live with our first hub in Roatan, but we are talking with governments in Eastern Africa, in different parts of Latin America, to expand and have this shared jurisdictional layer all across the world. And it's already happening. We had Infinita. They are building a biotech and crypto district, and they will be having their big tournament in Prosper later next year. We have a Bitcoin district. We have digital nomads, and many more subgroups popping up. So check it out. We have events basically every month, and you really have a massive opportunity to help us go from 0 to 1 by getting involved and see it yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Jean Henson of Ippy City. Please give him a warm welcome.
Oh, wow. Really honored to be on this stage. I'm Jean Hansen. I'm the founder of Ippy City. I'm a Brazilian entrepreneur, a technologist, but above all, I'm an advocate for internet-native institutions and network states as the main engine for social transformation. That's why I'm producing the Network Society documentary to showcase these projects. And the first episode was filmed in Prospera. It features Balaji Srinivasan, Patri, many others, leaders in the space. It's available on X and YouTube already. And I'm really excited to share that finally the second episode is out, the healthcare blind spot. It's only for private screening for now, but you can sign up to be notified about the release. I'm also founder of Ippy City. We are a techno-optimistic community in Latin America. Since 2023, we've been organizing events and experimenting with social and governance technologies. And this year, we hosted Brazil's first pop-up city, Ippy Village Floripa. It was in the island of Florianópolis, southern Brazil. And the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. So here are just a few of the projects that we built. So can we play the video?
One of the most interesting apps is the Smart Door, which automatically opens the door of our main co-working space through the app by signing in with your Passport wallet.
So here we are using the passports to open the door. Open.
We also built a crypto-native marketplace for residents and local merchants to offer their products and services, such as therapy, local acai, ice cream, and meals. Residents also vibe-coded apps using Replay, such as a community dashboard with metrics like the amount transacted on-chain and much more. If you also want to collaborate.
So we attracted over 170 residents and visitors. The community transacts within our platform almost 4K in crypto to buy food, goods, and services, which was really impressive. With many local partners, we signed an MOU to create a special economic zone in Florianópolis. And the Ippy Village became a really powerful product launchpad and a gateway for the 200 million person Brazilian market. So we incubated 2 companies, P2P from India and Yoro from Switzerland, that leveraged the community to beta test their products and almost daily iterate to launch and ship new improvements over the month. And just a few weeks later, they officially launched their product. So that was really good use case for pop-ups. So if you want to help us to open the frontier of governance in Latin America, or if you want to bring your product to be beta tested and launch and tap into a large market in Latin America, join us to the next Ippy Village in March 2026. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, coming up on stage, we have Bradford Cross, the founder of Alpha. Please welcome Bradford to the stage.
All right, hello everyone. I'm going to talk to you today about Alpha, our project we call Ambition's Paradise. So first of all, we're going to talk about 4 different types of city templates that we've designed: AI City, Crypto City, EV City, and Aerospace City. Our approach is very industry first. So we start by selecting countries that have a very specific strategic edge for a particular industry, and then we go and recruit industry partners to come in and develop it with us before we focus on deeper real estate development and community development within each project. It's a repeatable template. The legal framework, the way that we do joint ventures with governments, the concession agreements that we do to acquire land, all of it is repeatable. It's done the exact same way in every single city and country. Progress so far, we've got 8 partner countries underway that all have zone law, J3 framework, and master planning happening at the same time. 3 of these are already signed builds with over 100 square kilometers of land and over $1 billion in value of the land assets alone. So we're moving very fast. First, we'll talk about Crypto City. So Crypto City, it's not just going to be an awesome international financial center for crypto, it's going to be great lifestyle. So the first 2 islands we're working on, we use the Afro-Ibiza and Afro-Bali metaphors. It's going to be a great place to go and live and party and do all kinds of fun stuff, not only to build fintechs and crypto companies. But you basically want to think of it as like a digital first Dubai International Financial Center that's privately managed. That's the way to think about it. So interactions with the regulator will be 100% APIs, apps, etc. And that's why you want to do them on these smaller islands, smaller governments where you can work with the central banks and the government and get things done faster. You can't pull this kind of thing off in a big, complex country, obviously. So if anyone here is interested in this kind of a paradigm and would like to come talk about being an anchor partner in the financial center, we'd love to talk. AI City is the next one. So the thing we're focusing on with AI City is, first of all, cheap energy and building a place that you can create massive scale data centers. In Africa, there's a few places where you can get access to the lowest cost geothermal and hydropower in the world, effectively an unlimited supply for many, many, many decades into the future. And then we're coupling it with an AI university. This will be like completely free tuition, fully based on commercializing tech that's developed at the university and heavily focused on robotic research laboratories in every single STEM field. So it's not only about CS, but automated research in biotech, material science, physics, and so on. So again, if you know people that are into working at the AI labs or working on big cloud compute infrastructure, we'd love to talk to them. EV City. There's some of the most important critical mineral corridors on Earth in Africa. There's a couple of main ports where the offtake occurs and it's exported. We want to turn these areas into basically big industrial hubs where you start doing the processing of the critical minerals on the continent. So this is fully vertically integrated EV stack. So, solid-state battery gigafactories, cathodes, powertrains, everything. Start developing the whole supply chain, and eventually be able to fully build and assemble EVs on the continent. So again, anyone in battery tech or EVs, hit us up. Aerospace City, this one's super cool. There's a couple of very strategic equatorial launch sites in Africa, and both of them have very, very good proximity to extremely low costs liquid natural gas and petrochem industries. So we can build modern methane-powered rockets and do space launch from Africa, which is really cool. They're already doing this in Kenya, so there's some precedent for this if you want to check it out. And again, anyone who's interested in this, come talk to me about it after. Lastly, this is all of our contacts in case anyone wants to take a photo and hit me up. Please follow us on social. We've been very, very stealth these past couple of years when we started. We're going to begin breaking ground and building this stuff in Q1, so we're starting to come out of stealth throughout the rest of this year and into Q1. So please, if you're interested, follow us. we're going to have tons of awesome video content and writing coming out over the next 3 to 6 months. All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I did the reverse one.
Thank you, Bradford. Okay, we've got just a quick logistics thing. So how's everybody feeling this morning? We've got 2 more sessions, and then we're going to take a little lunch break. So we're powering through. It's been a dense morning. And in these sessions, we're going to talk about building societies starting digitally and building societies starting physically. So 2 pairs together that we're excited to show you. And so with that, please welcome to the stage Yat, the founder of Animoca. Welcome, Yat.
Yeah, great. Great. All right, so Yad and I are friends, and actually I came to Animoca's conference, and he said this was reasonably good-looking conference, I think.
This is a great conference.
Yeah,
and
great.
actually, just coming from Token, obviously, it's a totally different, Token was a bit of a bling fest, right? And then you come to this here, it's actually much more zen. Also, I like the fact that everyone's focused on the conversation and everyone can actually have deeper talks, so very much appreciate it.
Well, that's great. Yeah, no, I mean, I like Token. Token's great, and Alex is a friend of mine, but I think we went for somewhat different kind of thing where, like one stage and, all that kind of stuff. So, okay. Animoca, you are this gigantic digital conglomerate. You have, pretty big now at this point. You have billions of dollars worth of holdings and different things. You started in games. You're down a lot of different fingers, a lot of different pies. Why don't you summarize, kind of, for those people who don't know your kind of portfolio?
Maybe the best way to think of this, and since we're talking about network states, right? I think for Animoca, we have today over 628 portfolio companies, which makes us probably one of the largest investors, particularly in the area of crypto and blockchain and, of course, gaming.
I have a gigantic Notion sheet that's just like that. Yes.
Right. And, billions of dollars of assets,
yes,
sure.
Yes.
But where we're different, and I think this is kind of the future of companies/network states as well, is that we're not a fund. We do everything out of prop capital. And when we think about sort of where the world is going right now.
So like Google had Google Ventures.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all Google, Apple, Facebook. But the thing is, they don't think of themselves as having any kind of sort of responsibility or duty to build a network. They're just there to extract, right? Whereas actually, every profit that we make goes back into the ecosystem as we develop it out.
Maybe more Berkshire-ish, except Berkshire didn't network its companies together.
I guess so, but I think also because it's built on blockchain, basically the network effects basically tie together to each other even more seamlessly than they would otherwise.
Maybe the closer analogy would be like the South Korean chaebols or something like that, except for gaming and crypto.
Well, some people describe us as actually almost like an ecosystem fund.
Okay,
think of it that way, even though we're not an ecosystem fund per se, right? And the model that we think about as like building essentially an economy, and we think about crypto terms in terms of blockchain, we actually think in terms of GDP.
So what's interesting about that is actually, my friend Akshay has this concept of connecting across corporate boundaries. And so, one of the things about crypto, so if you go back, further to the 90s, people are working at companies and, then by the 2000s, a lot of people are in Y Combinator, for example. They have the teachings of Paul Graham in common and, various Y Combinator homilies and memes and so on. And then by the 2010s, everybody has a story of Satoshi. And so there's actually a deeper, because we know decentralization is good and self-sovereign keys are good. And so there's a greater degree of commonality across corporate boundaries. There's like a crypto story there and a crypto culture. Maybe you've seen that.
Yeah, and I think, a lot of people focus on the decentralization and the anonymity and the privacy. That's really important. But a lot of people sort of don't appreciate that it is the blockchain that allows this incredibly scaling form of self-organization, right?
Right.
So, just like in...
It's a values thing.
It's a values thing. And actually, if you look at, for instance, physical societies, actually what holds it together is there is a law that we all agree, and if you don't, there's an enforcement mechanism. And essentially with blockchain, that enforcement mechanism is absolute. Whether that is a ruling structure that you like for instance with Bitcoin, if someone steals your Bitcoin, technically speaking, you can't really get it back unless you sort of enforce it in physical ways. However, in the rule structure, that is, it's a certainty. You understand it, so that's why you keep things safer or whatever. Point is that there's a system that you know what the rules are and you can engage. And then if enough people agree on those rules and build on top of it, that's how you build a society. And Bitcoin is a society.
And this is the big thing, is basically everybody who's in crypto has consented to the laws of crypto and to the specific chain. They have basically consented to that jurisdiction and also done so to the level that they decide to do it. Like they've put in 0.1% into the newest experimental system of law and see what happens, right?
And I think there's something quite ingenious about sort of how humans react around when there is a set of laws, and then basically people try to ingeniously figure out ways around the laws. And we saw that basically with blockchain. The first blockchains have certain kind of structures, then you have smart contracts to try to develop new rules and structures on top to basically try to self-organize. And you see this in other countries, right? In a way, there's a law that's set up, let's say, for, I don't know, securities or for crime, and then maybe that particular law wasn't perfect enough, then they try to basically adapt and make that change, but it's a human-designed one that takes over time, whereas with blockchain, essentially you can make it immutable, and you can evolve in that. And I think what's fascinating as well with DAOs is that people can vote them in. I mean, if you think, I don't know how many people might even remember, because even though it wasn't that long ago, when Ethereum was proof of work and went then basically to proof of stake. I mean, that's a monumental shift that took a while. That was entirely
It's amazing, by the way, how there's zero drama around
Seamless,
it.
right?
I'm stunned. It's still just such a miraculous engineering achievement by them that they pulled that off, and they didn't even have the thing about it, the reason that's so complicated is there's so many gnarled DeFi contracts, calling contracts, crazy reentrancy, but all kinds of weird timing attacks on the exact moment that the stake transition happens, and somehow just nothing happened. I was just amazed that there was literally nothing that happened.
I mean, we're old enough to remember Y2K, right?
Yeah,
Y2K was drama.
But it was a lot of work to
exactly.
make sure that Y2K was a non-issue, right?
Yes, exactly.
So like that, but still, it just the merge. I mean, like the transition proof stake defeated many typical intuitions about how software is supposed to work.
Software and also how human organization would work.
And you got to give props to Vitalik. I'll give props to Vitalik later today. He's going to be here, so I'll give him props in person. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think human organization, I take the optimistic view that, when we come together as humans, we ultimately, most of the time, want what's good for everyone. And so we try to build and construct the way that, of course, there is self-interest, but we're actually building in a manner where we want to benefit basically most of society. And then we can self-organize accordingly based on whatever rule structure we have.
Yeah, this is what I call win and help win.
That's
right. Because if you completely are self-abnegant, it's like, what is the saying? It's like, if you are not for yourself, then who is for you? But if you're only for yourself, then who are you? You have to have that balance of, and I think win and help win is that is what crypto with blockchain is at its best, right? So, we've talked about Animoca and kind of the abstract structure of these opt-in contracts that create wealth for everybody involved if you join them. And so you've seen quite a lot of very large digital organizations get born.
Yeah.
And a 1 million person organization is really not that big in the cloud, nowadays, and yet in physical space, it's absolutely gigantic. Like 1 million people, you notice 1 million people in physical space. 1 million people is, it's bigger than 30% of countries in the world, right?
Yeah. So I mean, the lens I take is, because we originally came from the gaming industry, right? And just for those of you who might be not fully familiar, gaming today occupies 3.4 billion people on a regular basis, right? Which is basically, more than half of the sort of digital world. The other thing also about gaming is, and I love this stat, is that if it wasn't for gaming, you wouldn't have NVIDIA. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
And if you didn't, and it's interesting that basically the fundamentals of today's AI technology and frankly Bitcoin mining and everything, and the whole GPU industry actually came from a whimsical experience that we wanted to have better graphics to play games in a better way.
I'll agree with you, and I'll double it, which is say, all the time wasting on social media and all the time wasting on video games birthed a machine superintelligence.
Yes, exactly.
That, right?
And there's a collective intelligence that comes together and self-organization, right? And today, for instance, the biggest game in the world is a game called Roblox. And if you have children, you'll definitely know that they're playing Roblox all the time. 380 million users that are playing Roblox on a regular basis, and they come together, and it's mostly social. So they effectively already network societies. But they're basically under kind of a kingdom structure where you have to follow these rules, right? And
actually with Minecraft, which is the second most popular game, had about 160 to 180 million users.
How big did Pokemon Go get? Because that actually had an offline component, right?
Yeah, so
that got pretty big at one
Pokemon
point,
Go, I think, was like 70 or 80 million, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you know all these numbers, like.
Yeah, but the actual sort of real world aspect was actually another fascinating piece, and again an example how you gamify and bring people together. But
why did that not? I mean, one of the things that's very hard about your space is it's so hard to make a consistent hit game. So you put so much energy and it can flash up and then flash down.
Let's get to that, right?
Yeah.
Because the reason why Pokemon Go or most gaming titles are actually short term and they talk about the hit cycle is because they're treated as content. So it's more like a movie.
You like consume it.
You consume it, you're done, you move over, and everyone in the gaming industry, most of them are talking about content consumption. Is there enough content? How many hours of consumption do you have? But again, the top two games in the world, both Roblox and Minecraft, are actually about user-generated content. And what works with Minecraft is the ability to people run their own servers, right, and actually build and mod communities and then create their own societies within it.
So content production as opposed to content consumption.
Well, ownership.
Ownership.
This idea that I actually have a stake in it. And UGC is that element of ownership. Not you actually own it, but you have a sense of ownership.
Okay, so I have a thesis here. Maybe you have a thought on it, which is, for a long time people have, and you guys have obviously made quite a bit of progress on this, but like what is the Web3 gaming overlap? And my macro thesis, and I may be wrong, is that it's better to gamify work than to workify games.
Well, I think they're just fusing together. So when you think about gaming culture, and the reason why people are gamifying and gamification works is because almost everyone in this room grew up with games. It's the cultural, social interface that you're familiar with. Right?
So gamifying work, I agree. Yeah. But workifying games, what I mean by that is there is a resistance culturally for some gamers, and they're thinking, oh my God, hands off my Vidya, don't make me play micropayments for every new character and DLC thing, and so forth, right?
So I think to me this has more to do with the lens of if it's content, don't charge me too much for content. But if I have ownership, I can, it's an asset, then I have a different relationship. So I would argue that most gamers, particularly in Asia, actually want to own their assets. And also that's because in Asia.
So who has done this right? So I've, I know the concept of you earn a cloak or something like that in a game, and then you can import it into another game and something else.
Yeah, let me just point out, even before crypto and blockchain rails, there are two interesting games in the world that have existed for almost 20 years. Small, but they're perfect examples, I think, of network states and network societies. One of them is Second Life. I don't know how many of you remember Second Life? There we go. Okay. And remember, it was like this virtual world and everything. It's still around, right? How many games can you say is it still around?
Yeah,
right?
it's true,
And why? Because there's an economy, community and ownership, or at least implied ownership. The other one is a game called EVE Online, right?
Yeah,
yes.
I've heard that.
And these two games, they're kind of like island states because blockchain didn't exist, so you couldn't actually create a free market environment. But within the environment,
there's some EVE economy thing, and there's like an inflation thing, and
yes,
like that
basically they run it like a little country.
Right. Actually, there's a great book by this guy Edward Castronova. He's a professor at MIT. Do you know this guy? He on virtual economies.
Yes.
Before crypto. The way because macroeconomics was not an experimental subject. Like basically, the only results we understood in macroeconomics is don't do communism, because like North Korea didn't work and South Korea did, and like East Germany did work, West Germany did, right? So that was kind of the extent of controlled experiments in macroeconomics until virtual economies.
Yes.
When in theory you could take an entire economy, fork it in digital space, and let it run.
And simulate it.
And
I think the whole thing in this one is that, when you think about the inside of NVIDIA, actually they saw what was possible with simulation. And that's actually when sort of the insight came, wait, actually what we're building isn't just for games and entertainment. You can actually simulate life itself because it's human behavior interaction.
This is where, I don't know if they're there yet, because I don't think AI agents are actually good economic actors.
No.
But eventually maybe they can get there.
And part of the reason is because we live in a capitalist world, right? And the closed gaming ecosystems don't simulate capitalism because they're essentially in a feudal system. Right? There's someone who decides whatever, and they manage the economy, and essentially, actually, when you think about QE, I would argue gaming companies are probably the worst in QE because they're basically inflating the entire economy. And then, interesting enough, games die because of inflation.
Interesting. Is that right? Really?
Yeah, because what happens is that
because you won some sword or potion, you worked hard for it, and then it became.
And it costs like 10 times more. And then a new person who comes in and says, actually, I can't afford that. And the person who's already, because then there's no real market.
Because you go from the hardcore to the more casual gamer, and then the expansion, you need inflation.
The hardest thing that games have is that how do I bring new people into a game when there's a core community? And because of the fact that the inflation is so terrible, because game companies make money from selling virtual currency.
This is like, American Airlines. Have you heard that? It's a virtual currency with a small planes business. I mean, a lot of airlines are like this, where the currency business actually makes much more money than the planes.
The mileage systems in airlines is actually a huge liability, and that's why they have to try to expire it. And there's all sorts of accounting things they do to sort of hide it.
It's
but it's actually a huge liability.
Or a Starbucks, like charging your card is like their entire business model. I mean, it's not the entire business model, but it's an enormously high margin part of it.
So in a way, we could say, we've already simulated
games, airlines.
Exactly.
So the
we've already
world.
simulated this already into the physical world, just not maybe one that we can manifest because most people don't have a relationship with money and points or virtual currency because they separate them, but in reality, they mimic very much real life.
Actually, I don't think I thought of that analogy until just now, but basically the airline miles are like a cloud game that subsidizes literal airlines that are valuable things that fly you around over here, right? So the mileage game, in a sense, subsidizes airlines. So if you squint at it right, obviously the mileage game only arose after airlines were invented, but could you go in reverse with that, whether it's Roblox or Minecraft or some other game, and then have some physical kind of thing like that?
That's where tokenization comes in, right?
Go ahead.
Exactly. When you basically tokenize something, you now open up the entire market structure. People talk a lot about RWAs like real estate and that kind of stuff, but actually tokenizing gaming assets, to me, is a form of RWA. It's digital to digital, but you basically create a relationship with something that you already value. Your children already value your digital items. Your children want Roblox items. They don't want, some fancy t-shirt.
So on this, the one that I do think is like, is for lack of a better term, ready for prime time something. And maybe this is just my own predilection, so maybe not general. I do think ENS and SNS IDs are now imported and exported between sites. Absolutely. So that one is there, right? And then that's like a string of characters as opposed to like a coat of armor or something like that. But it is, in a sense, an NFT that is exported and imported.
It is essentially an NFT that's just not
so at least usernames are there,
right?
Yeah.
And also, think about when the things that we purchase in real life, they become part of our identity.
Right.
They're actually something that speaks to our reputation.
So maybe it's just then the username and it has all the NFTs on it, and that's what's imported and exported between things.
Well, also, it's a way for you to export your reputation.
Right.
So right
now,
now,
yes, your Uber star ratings or
exactly.
equivalent,
Right now, in the digital world, you can't export your reputation because it's locked in Apple, it's locked in Facebook, it's locked in Steam, right? And there's no value there because you can transport it. But yeah, with digital IDs, which we think is the next big thing, that can actually become an exportable reputation that you can use everywhere.
Last question. So is Animoca looking at investing in startup societies and network states?
Absolutely. Basically, everything we do from the lens of not just gaming, but blockchain is all about funding network states and network societies and making them grow. We think it's the future.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Yat. Next to the stage, please welcome Jacqueline Poe, the CEO of JTC Corporation, which is Singapore's largest landlord. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So, Jacqueline, thank you for speaking. So, JTC is a gigantic, it's like $40 billion, I think, AUM, something like that. Is that right? Yeah. In that ball, a billion here, a billion there, right? And you build a lot of things in Singapore. Why don't you tell people kind of what JTC does, just to orient them?
Thank you very much, Balaji, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I thought I was going to be here because I'm your token member of the government.
Yeah.
I met Balaji first when I was working on various things in the Economic Development Board, which I was the MD of before this, trying to build the digital industry ecosystems. And also prior to that when I founded the Government Technology Agency of Singapore. So I've spent the last 10 years really very much in a very digital space. And it's been very interesting moving to the physical and to real estate. And the more that you look at it, the more the connections between real estate and the physical realm and how it interacts with the digital realm become relevant. So JTC is Singapore's largest industrial landlord for business. We create mixed-use districts like One North around Fusionopolis, and which is the home to companies like Grab and Razer, as well as the home to Singapore's largest startup ecosystem, which is called Launchpad, where we have over 700 startups. We also have mixed-use districts like the Punggol Digital District, which is in the north that we're building. We have a lot of industrial districts and energy, chemicals, something called Jurong Island, where we're building a massive data center park, as well as airport logistics. We have biomedical facilities and medtech facilities and wafer fab parks in Singapore because electronics and semiconductors really make up 7% of our GDP.
This is the real estate piece of Singapore's industrial policy, roughly.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
And we may be actually opening up a new network school node, perhaps, in one of your locations, if all goes well, right? And you're also, so JTC, like EDB, is bringing businesses into Singapore, and you're looking for not just top talent, but talent that wants to manufacture things, that wants to assemble things, build things in Singapore. Is that right?
That's absolutely right. Singapore's reaching a different part and then maybe an inflection point in its economic strategies. We're having a big economic strategy review going on right now and wondering whether or not these very MNC-led growth is the only path for us going forward in a very, very different world. I think a lot more fragmented, a lot more deglobalized. I think we're looking to be building out a lot of companies from Singapore, which may have founders that are Singaporean who come from Singapore, or maybe their founders are from other parts of the world whom we welcome into Singapore to help us build globally leading companies. I think the main aim is that we would like globally leading companies to be grown out of and headquartered in Singapore in order to provide good jobs, but also to benefit from our innovation ecosystem.
Yes.
Singapore really is the, it's home to 2 of the world's top 20 universities. You've got like NUS in the top 8, and NTU, I think, top 15. And we have a lot of talent that is already available within the ecosystem, and a great ability to bring in talent from outside the ecosystem. We've got things like the Tech Pass, and I just wanted to make this point here because Balaji was the first person whom we gave our Tech Pass to. He's like #1. He's got the #1 card. It's not the Trump card, but it is a really good visa. We literally created a visa to enable tech talent to come to Singapore and bring their founding teams. And we created a program called Tech at SG so that founders could come and bring 10 of their founding teams to Singapore and very easily obtain visas. From there, we actually expanded that scheme to become the One Pass, which is really a 5-year visa with no residency requirements. And the ability for individuals who are founders or VCs or capital holders to bring their spouses in, for their spouses to be able to work on this visa as well, and really to be able to grow a community that has the potential to create globally leading companies out of Singapore.
And I want to give Singapore a lot of props for that because there was a discussion in 2020, and I had some of the ideas, but Singapore executed on it phenomenally well. And the government is far-sighted in a way where it actually understands that global tech talent is a competitive advantage, and it wants that in Singapore, and also wants to balance that across other interests, but in general is very, pro-tech. And that's why it's really been a pleasure working. I mean, like many tech executives will say, wow, I met so-and-so for the Singapore government, and they're like it's like a giant startup. It's like a giant tech company in terms of how well managed it is, right? And how does that happen actually? Like, why is obviously there's Lee Kuan Yew's legacy and so on and so forth. What do you think makes Singapore work as well as it does?
I don't know that we work the best. I think that we have a lot of improvement that we can make, but I think that we're a place that is young. I mean, we are only 60 years old. Singapore celebrated its SG60, our 60th birthday this year, which doesn't make us a very old nation, which also means that we don't have a huge amount of legacy or history to compound with. But we have enough culture and enough history to make sense. We like to say that Singapore is big enough but small enough, and that our government, because it's very joined up, it's very linked together, it's able to provide a really good proposition. I did industrial policy for the last 5 years, and during that time it started off with, a lot of countries and commentators, criticized industrial policy. It's not the way a state should go. And then Singapore stuck to it for a long time, and at the end of the 5 years, everyone else was doing the same thing. But we have a sort of a 30-year head start on this, and I think we found a way to be a number of things. Number one, we have a very pro-business environment. You can come to Singapore and right now, you can go on the ACRA website, ACRA, and register a company. You can set up a company
in a day or so, yeah.
Whilst you're in transit in Changi Airport.
Yeah.
So, and you can get that approved in 1 or 2 days.
Actually, SingPass is also amazing. If anybody here hasn't, SingPass is an app where you can log into banking systems and all this kind of stuff, and it's actually just like a mobile app that is so much better than like a little piece of paper or plastic thing, right?
Oh,
that was
thanks a lot.
It's really very,
yeah, that
very
was
well
a
done.
product for GovTech.
That's really
that was a product for GovTech.
It's just a very well-run country in many ways.
Thank you.
And I think so. The only thing that Singapore doesn't have is a lot of land, which is funny because real estate is one of the national hobbies here in some ways, right? But now you have this new Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, where that's a deal with Malaysia to do at least some development where it makes economic sense and so on and so forth. Maybe do you want to talk about that, or you do? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think that Singapore has a lot of advantages. First, we have a big innovation ecosystem in Singapore. We have a lot of trust, and we think long term. So we tend to plan and think long term. We've accumulated a large amount of innovation resources in Singapore. We have 4,500 startups. We're ranked top 10 in the world in terms of startup ecosystems. We've got roughly 300 to 500 venture capital PE funds here. So there's a lot of capital because we're one of the world's top 5 financial hubs. And we also have some 200 accelerators. But we don't have the amount of land and manpower, and in some cases, the energy resources to be able to fully expand our potential. We do have, however, really nice neighbors.
Yes.
So what's going to be happening is that we've announced the development of the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone together with our neighboring country, Malaysia. Now, the border between Johor and Singapore is the world's most, I think the most busy land crossing in the world. So this is the world's most busy land crossing. And by the end of next year, we will have set up a rapid transit system, a train, that goes from Singapore to Johor and back, carrying roughly 10,000 people an hour. And it will roughly take about 5-10 minutes to get over to Johor. And I think this is a big game changer. JTC is developing what we call the Woodlands Gateway, which is the Singapore side of the rapid transit system. And so when you come out of the train, it is the development that we are going to be, we're building to make it really nice and to provide office space and industrial space and commercial retail for those who want to be on this side of the causeway. And then there'll be partners on the other side with Sunway on the other side.
Right.
So I think this is a very, very big game changer.
And that's on the north part.
And this is the north part, quite near the, quite near the existing causeway, but on the right. Then the wider Johor Special Economic Zone is a piece of area many times the size of Singapore.
Yes.
It covers sort of most of southern Johor, and it includes the entire current radius of what they call Iskandar Malaysia. It includes Pengaran. And it includes, Iskandar Puteri and Senai, Kulai, and all of those areas near Sedenak that will be very, very interesting for development. We think that this is a winning proposition because Singapore has, the financial hub. It has the connectivity through Tuas Port and the Tuas Megaport and the Changi Airport, which is, by the way, expanding. If you don't know, Changi Airport is setting up a Terminal 5. And Terminal 5 is the same size as Terminal 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 put together. So we're literally doubling the size of the airport. So we have the connectivity. We have the trust capital. We have the financial center. We have an ecosystem for innovation. We have the top-class universities. We have the venture capital. And then Malaysia is really complementary in terms of providing manpower and the land. And it's a very, very good complementary resource. And we also do want to provide high value-added jobs there. Right. So that both sides can be doing something called twinning, and we can both prosper together. So we've committed to working together on at least 50 projects, bringing in companies from who never would have otherwise considered either Singapore or Malaysia. Right. But now, because it's Singapore HQ here or innovation here, and then like Malaysia for manufacturing, logistics, and other purposes, it makes a huge amount of sense.
That's right. And you also want to bring, I think, 20,000 talents to the area.
That's right. So we want to create at least 20,000 jobs in Johor.
Right. Great. And I think that there's several areas that you're interested in for JTC technologically. We've talked about AI and biotech. What are the main focus areas for you in terms of what companies you like to see either growing out of Singapore or coming to Singapore?
A lot of the companies that come and work with us in JTC properties actually are very big companies that are in the manufacturing sector. I know many of you may not understand the size and meaning of what manufacturing is to Singapore, but manufacturing is 20% of Singapore's GDP. And by manufacturing, I mean very high-value, high-tech manufacturing, including semiconductors, semiconductor equipment, biopharmaceuticals, medical devices, medtech,
That's
aerospace.
counterintuitive because people wouldn't think Singapore had the space to do that.
That's right.
Yeah.
But we have managed to provide the space for very high-tech manufacturing, highly roboticized, use of digital twins, extremely automated lights-out factories in Singapore. And that has still managed to provide enough value added for a lot of companies, including Micron, including sort of AstraZeneca, to be able to do important things here, together with their innovation ecosystem. We are also a major financial hub, but even though we're top 3, top 4 of the financial hubs in the world, actually the finance sector is only 15% of Singapore's GDP, which kind of indicates to you the sheer variety and complex nature of our economy. So you can actually be in a very, very hot financial sector without the financial sector being the only thing that we do. Right. Which also means that if you're in tech, if you want to build something, there's a lot of opportunity because you're like, I'm in AI, I could be in fintech, I could be in crypto, I could also be using AI for manufacturing, I could be using AI for logistics, I could be thinking about how AI transforms a port or an airport. I could be using, we're doing a lot of autonomous vehicle deployments in Singapore. Those of you who've been in Singapore in the last few months have probably seen the deployments that we just announced in One North, the deployments we announced in Punggol. So we're going to be doing a big push on AVs, so that's also a big possibility.
So was that because many countries or many places find it hard to hang on to both finance and manufacturing jobs, right?
Yep.
So you mentioned high-end manufacturing. Do you think that was a mostly organic result because the higher cost stuff had to go somewhere else, or do you think it was an intentional result, or how should we think about that?
It's a combination. I mean, part of the job of JTC is to make sure that high-end manufacturing finds it cost-effective to be in Singapore. It's not easy to be a financial and business hub because finance and business takes away all your top engineers. You spend all your time grooming an engineer, and then they go into finance because the money's there, right? Right. Or insurance. And then it raises prices because then rich people come. And as you well know, Singapore has become a magnet for billionaires in the last few years.
So that's another thing that people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand. Like Singapore is number 2 for global millionaires.
Yes.
Per capita.
So we've got all these billionaires, but at the same time, we work very hard to make sure that we continue to make things in Singapore. So that takes leaning against a natural tendency. If the market were to work perfectly, I will tell you there will be no manufacturing in Singapore because it's very, very hard to sustain that against a cost base that's being driven by finance. But if you have a government that thinks long-term, that plans long-term, and is very committed to the idea that manufacturing is important in crisis, it's important for resilience, it's important for the diversity of an economy, and anchoring real things in a country, then you will spend a lot of time leaning against that tendency and making sure you have semiconductor talent. Semiconductor, not just design, of which we have a lot. I mean, the semiconductor chip design industry in Singapore contributes almost the same amount of GDP as the entire tourism industry.
Wow.
So you have to think about having those engineers groomed through that process and stay in the industry.
So one question on this is, when I ran large tech platforms or helped run them with tens of millions of users, I actually gained more sympathy for the state's vantage point because that network was like on the scale of the state. And we had all these analytics and dashboards that we'd look at our users and so on and so forth. And so I've seen some of the dashboards and graphs and charts you have and how you've got things mapped to the neighborhood and this, that. So how do you folks manage that? Is it charts? Is it feel? Is it some combination?
We're hoping to use AI.
Okay, great, yeah.
We increasingly use AI for this, actually.
Okay.
But you need all the base information.
The first AI government.
Yeah, you need a deployment that is global.
Yeah.
You need people everywhere around the world to be doing competitive analysis.
Though I think AI is downstream rather than upstream, so it'd be great for a great data analyst, but won't necessarily tell you what data to analyze. There's like a higher level prompt of it. But okay, so using AI, but then even getting to this point, were you looking at graphs and charts of various sectors and seeing, manufacturing is going down, we want to kind of lean against? Okay, you were, okay. That's
we do all of that, and it's a very consciously managed process. But we also do it for the professional services sector.
Right.
We do it for finance, professional services. We do it for logistics and trade. We make sure we groom the right kind of companies. We make sure that companies get all the support they need. But also, we really want to have a very vibrant startup sector. And we've been working on digital and companies in the digital space to ensure that they not only have the space they need, the financing they need, the talent they need. Not many people know this, but we produce 100 AI PhDs a year in Singapore. And we want to make sure we have all of these things in place so that the ecosystem functions. So in Singapore, we are very, very much involved over the years in the job of creating complex ecosystems and the job of creating complex districts and infrastructure to support that. And it's not a simple matter of throwing money or grants or free land or you have to bring demand together.
Yes,
somebody's feedstock has to be somebody else's waste kind of thing.
Right.
So every part of the ecosystem needs to be supporting another part of the ecosystem. It takes years, decades to get to that, and I hope that we will continue to succeed in a lot of the spaces that the network state constituency will find valuable.
Well, amazing. Well, I love Singapore. It's an amazing country, and I hope to help you succeed.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Balaji. So just a quick update on logistics. We are going to take about 55 minutes for lunch. We're going to get back here and start at 1 p.m. Singapore time sharp. And thanks to all of you who are here and the 250,000 folks viewing online, we'll be right back. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Can we get a little bit of noise? Did everybody get something to eat? Fantastic. Well, we've got a great program for you this afternoon. It's jam-packed, and so it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Noah Smith, who is the author of the Substack Noah Opinion. Noah, welcome to the stage.
Howdy, everybody. Today, I will be talking to you about my idea for how to operationalize a network state. This says I only have 5 minutes. I originally scheduled this talk for 10, so I don't know what happened there, but we'll see. Anyway, here we go. Network states have a problem, as originally conceived by my friend Balaji. They have a problem. They need public goods. So they need infrastructure. They need physical security. They need someone to defend them. These are very difficult things to do if you're just a network of sort of independent people living in various host countries that typically provide these public goods. You also need scale for a bunch of other things. A traditional state needs, it needs investment. It needs trade. It needs skilled professionals. These, in a globalized economy like ours, those are becoming more and more important. So I see some possibilities of gains for trade here. So I came up with this idea called network cities. Basically, think about Hong Kong. And there's a number of places like this that serve as entrepôts, semi-autonomous communities, regions, a city that directs investment and trade to a larger host country. And with the internet, these entrepôts can exist all over the world and kind of coordinate with each other. So essentially, my idea is for a network of Hong Kongs, like pre-2019 Hong Kongs. So Hong Kong was very special because they had this one country, two systems arrangement that came out of this agreement between China and the UK. And for many, for about 20 years, it persisted and it was stable. And so Hong Kong had its own law, its own currency. It was autonomous but not independent. If you attacked Hong Kong in 2005, that was an attack on the People's Republic of China, and you would get smacked. But Hong Kong was able to provide its own infrastructure and stuff. So every country could have its own Hong Kong, its own autonomous city, that functions as an entrepot to bring in trade and investment, but which is guarded and has security provided by this host country, and which can provide its own public goods. And so every country could have one. Indonesia could have one, Brazil could have one, Nigeria could have one, the European Union could have two. Technically, China has two. Macau is another one. So the host country here would be incentivized to provide both security and infrastructure. So the city itself could provide infrastructure. You can build your own trains. You can build your own water system, sewage system. You can build your own telecom. The host country can help out with that, connecting it to the mainland, wherever it is. But then in terms of security, the big country will guard you. And so you get public goods provided like that. But there's a big problem, obviously. Hong Kong, so I thought of this idea while on a rooftop in Hong Kong in 2019, hiding from the police, because I'd gone to see the big protests in Hong Kong, which was related to China taking over Hong Kong and sort of absorbing it. And I was thinking, how could we make this not happen? And the idea is, if you had a large global network of these entrepôts that all coordinated with each other, they could reroute trade and finance around any country that absorbed and conquered its network city. So suppose everybody's got a Hong Kong, and if any country absorbs its Hong Kong type of network city and it conquers it and crushes it, as China did to Hong Kong, you lose out. You lose on investment. You lose on trade. You lose on all the things that this entrepot brings to you. The network punishes you. And so that's... so there's an interesting historical model for this called the Hanseatic League, which is this league of German merchants in the 1200s through 1400s that existed in North Europe. And basically, they didn't have real territory. They had these little trading districts called contours that were carved out of various European cities. But it was primarily just this independent network of merchants from various cities that would punish you if you blocked their trade, right? And so that was the Hanseatic League. And so they famously punished the city of Bruges in Belgium for blocking their trade. And a modern day network of network cities would be able to do that. And so the other thing about network cities is they could have free movement of people, capital, and everything like that between them. So you imagine 100 different Hong Kong type of cities around the world where if you live in one, you can just freely move to all the other. But mobility will be restricted, population mobility will be restricted between the city and the mainland. And so I actually don't know if that was just a mistake. Someone put 5 minutes, or I actually have the full 10 minutes that I was supposed to have. But all right, we'll just do 5 more minutes. All right, yay. Okay, so basically, the problem with the network state, as Balaji conceived it, it was an interesting idea. The problem is that you've got all these people, a human network, dispersed throughout the world, and these people, freedom of movement is determined entirely by the host country. But with these network cities, freedom of movement would be determined by the network itself. So you, as a resident of one of these places, would be free to move to any of the other places. And this would be, for all the people in this room, you can immediately see the sort of attractiveness of this. Also, you could have a movement of capital. So you could have, for example, like a large holding company. Imagine a Temasek-like company that operates, maybe it could be headquartered in Singapore, maybe on the blockchain if you really want. Somehow, this company could be somewhere, but it would coordinate, sort of like investment and trade finance between all these cities. And so this provides an enormous benefit to the host country. So if you're a country like, suppose you're Indonesia, all right, and you have one of these, you put an island and you're like, okay, this island is autonomous, it's technically part of Indonesia, but anyone from any of these other cities around the world can move there. They just can't move to the rest of Indonesia unless we give our say-so, okay? So you do that, and then this city can route FDI. It can route, like investment in like manufacturing, real estate, anything, startups, through that city, just as Hong Kong has done to China for many, many years. And then if you live in that city, you have to apply to move to the rest of Indonesia, but you can freely automatically move to any of the other cities in Brazil, in Europe, in anywhere else that they are around the world. And so essentially what this does, this creates a new kind of state, okay? It would be a true network state. Just one network state, I think Balaji originally envisioned multiple network states functioning sort of like these different overlapping communities, but this would be one network state. It would be a network of all these cities around the world, but it would be an incredibly powerful network state, and other human networks of the type that I think Balaji envisioned could exist within this network. They could exist within this network of cities, because altogether, Hong Kong has, I don't remember, 7 million people or something, or 5 million, thereabouts. If you had, say, 30 of these, right, you've got over 100 million people. That's a large-sized state globally. And so lots and lots of different human networks can exist within that state, okay? And so this one network state would then create the space for many other networks to exist inside it, and public goods are provided at the level of the city-state or by the host country in the case of national defense. And so in one fell swoop, you solve all of these thorny questions. You solve all of these problems of how a network state is supposed to work, right? You solve the problem of who's going to build the roads, because the city builds the roads. You solve the problem of who's going to build the telecoms and the sewers. And at the same time, you solve the problem of national defense. Not entirely, because you still have the host country can still try to absorb the city-state, and you have to like punish it if it tries to do that. But in terms of other countries attacking it, just randomly attacking you, or piracy or whatever, the host country will protect you because you're technically part of its country. So it's a symbiotic relationship. And the problem with the original network state concept, was that many states would see network states as parasitical on them, because they rely on these local public goods. But a network state composed of this network of city-states would be completely symbiotic. It would be a win-win situation. And in the age of the internet, I think we have opened a space, we have opened the possibility of a new kind of state coexisting with existing traditional states in a symbiotic fashion. And I think that essentially this is a combination of the idea of network state and charter cities, which is a thing that lots of people affiliated with this community have been interested in and are trying to do in various places around the world. And so I think that essentially this is a way to operationalize the original network state concept in a way that, that sort of solves all the problems at once and creates a win-win situation between network states and traditional states, so you don't have to have this conflict, but sort of everyone can win, and it would create this environment that I think lots of people in this room would find very pleasing to live in, you know, this network of cities. So anyway, that's my talk.
All right. That's it? Yep.
Sorry? If the host countries attack each other, I mean, that's a problem called war, and it's really a problem that exists for all countries at all times. And I don't know how to solve war right off the top of my head, but I will say that Hong Kong is as well protected by China's military as Shanghai now. So that's probably the best we can do. Anyway, all right, thanks everybody.
Thank you to Noah. I appreciate. Great. Next up, I'm really excited to share that we have 3 governments who are going to talk about network state. And so first up, I'd like to welcome Stacy Herbert of El Salvador's Bitcoin policy. Here's Stacy.
Welcome to the Network State Conference. Tell me a little bit about El Salvador and then yourself and your position there.
I am the director of the National Bitcoin Office of El Salvador. And the remarkable thing about El Salvador is everybody knows El Salvador is Bitcoin country, right? Now, before that, if you had Googled El Salvador, all you came up with was El Salvador is homicide capital of the world. After Bitcoin became legal tender, El Salvador is Bitcoin country. This is one of the greatest rebrands in history, if not the greatest, to go from murder capital of the world to Bitcoin country.
It's actually crazy. From murder capital to Bitcoin capital. How's that?
Well, we're building capital markets on Bitcoin. That's what I knew we could do. We already had the brand. So let's build the capital markets, because you can't become a global economic powerhouse without capital. We have a competitive advantage with Bitcoin. Even Wall Street is now piling on it. Remember, when we first adopted Bitcoin as legal tender, there was so much blowback from the global powers. President Bukele had the vision, and he knew we were building something. He stuck with it.
What is El Salvador doing to attract global digital nomads and tech startups?
We are introducing 0% tax for industries that they would build in. We have a very responsive, fast-acting government that can respond to their needs very quickly. We are introducing easy pathways to citizenship.
Are there any other countries that are inspired by what President Bukele is doing?
The Bukele model on security has swept Latin America. The discipline is lacking in so many countries. El Salvador has a disciplined model and a trailblazing, pioneering brand and reputation. Like our regulatory framework, for example, with AI, is super streamlined. The law is simple. The regulations to accompany the law are just 13 pages. So I know for a fact that our tech framework is inspiring other countries.
This is now a place where people who are into startup societies, into network state, should come and visit El Salvador, build in El Salvador. Would you agree with that?
It is so easy to come there. When you arrive, you could stay for 180 days. That's the tourist visa.
Great.
It's like you just show up and you stay for 180 days. The thing about El Salvador is there is a huge sense of optimism, and you can't underestimate how that feels as a builder. If you want to build and everybody around you is depressed and things are getting worse for them, it's not a great environment to build in. But in El Salvador, everybody is happy.
Anything else to know about El Salvador?
In Bitcoin, we have that phrase, don't trust, verify, and you really must come and verify for yourself. You have to come see it for yourself.
Thank you very much, Stacey, for appearing at the Network State Conference.
Next, we have Rashid Mohammed of Dubai's Expo City.
Welcome to the Network State Conference.
Thank you for having me, Balaji.
Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself and about Expo City in Dubai?
My name is Rashid Mohammed. I'm the CTO for Expo City Dubai. Expo City is the site that hosted the Expo 2020. We hosted 192 nations, over 24 million visits. The site was built to purpose, so we retained around 80% of our infrastructure, and then we converted to Expo City Dubai. And Expo City Dubai is an ambitious city. We have a lot to do, but also we are very ambitious in terms of our strategy to move forward, to change cities and to change the way cities live.
The thing about Expo City is it's a special economic zone within the UAE, and so you have some ability to change laws, set your own laws. Can you explain how that works?
We're the newest created free zone in Dubai. So what we want to do is we want to re-look what would a technology in a city or a startup that serves a city look like in terms of an ecosystem. What would they need? Because you can replicate it in the city here at Expo. Now today we have 163 buildings. So it's a huge cluster. And is there a way we can bring startups and innovative companies to come and test? So we are more like an open platform for companies to come and test.
Okay, got it.
Actually, one of the things I wanted to talk about today was there is the physical element of the city, but there's a logical element that is when it comes to the building and the stack of the building and the operation of the city, my opinion, it's outdated.
It's outdated. So there's a lot we could potentially do. We could build a super app for the Expo City potentially.
How about an operating system, Balaji? Imagine that you are a very pure software startup. You have this very interesting idea about facial recognition, pattern recognition, or whatever that case is that is connected to an ERP. You cannot deploy because you don't own the hardware. What if the hardware was like an open source, which supports all protocol, and then all of these mini startups or startups that want to innovate into a city can just deploy into this OS. This is like the simplest example. You can take it all the way through property management to facility management. What is happening today, these stack are built for those people who sit in the office, but not for those people who actually run the city on ground. I think the most expensive piece later on in the coming years is going to be the physical person moving from point A to point B, whether to perform a task or to move an equipment. But the underlying infrastructures in terms of technology, it needs an OS that is open, that is not locked, that has all of the information. There are bits and pieces in different form, but this granular level revamp has never been done. And we aspire really to change that. So we aspire into a human-centric, intuitive service. What is lifestyle 2.0 in a city looks like, or 3.0 in a city looks like? How will that change? Is it still an app, or is it there's no app as well? It's just intuitive.
I'll put some thought into that. I think there's definitely something in terms of the City OS, and maybe network schoolers can come to Expo City and help build it.
We'd love that.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Rashid.
You've just heard from El Salvador, you've heard from Dubai, and now it's my pleasure to introduce to the stage Waylem Kwok from Abu Dhabi Global Markets. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing? Right, trust me, I'm a regulator, but I'm a different regulator that you've seen before, right? So very quickly, I'm from Abu Dhabi Global Market, which is the international financial center of Abu Dhabi, established on English common law. We are a very new financial center by any standards. When we set up in October 2015, the idea was to support the economic diversification strategy of Abu Dhabi. I'm with the regulator, so it's the equivalent of MAS here without the central banking role. I just want to quickly share with you our journey in innovating the space as a regulator over the last 10 years. Right, when we first started off in 2015, we had the amazing opportunity to start from scratch, no legacy issues, building regulations, importing the best practices around the world, building up from scratch. And we recognized that back then, the future of financial services is going to be technology enabled. So very early on, we already had this view that new age TradFi will eventually converge. Take, for example, crypto. Right? We are one of the earliest in the regulatory landscape to regulate the space. June 2018, we issued our framework. And back then, when we were looking around the world, the conversation was very much around money laundering, financial crime. We benchmarked against the regulators around the world back then. It was only New York Department of Financial Services and the Japanese regulators. And we spoke to the various institutional investors. And the conclusion was, I will only come into this space if you can make sure all the risks are addressed. So in the end, we end up launching a framework that essentially extends our traditional financial regulations to carve in crypto asset as just another asset class. Today, we have a young budding ecosystem from broker-dealers to exchanges to custodians to stablecoin issuance to prime brokers, and the list goes on, right? But it's young, new, and thanks to the help of the Abu Dhabi government, where the sovereign wealth also got into the picture, where they invest into the key foundational players to bring them in, form the foundational layer of ecosystem players for the crypto landscape to be built upon, right? So for example, Sovereign Wealth dip their toes into mining, right? Why do they do that? Well, it creates the risk capital for borrowing and lending to take place, right? So 2018 was our journey. We started off back then. Along the way, right, we continue to engage the industry. So one of the pillars is about us anticipating the future, right? So there are three pillars, as I mentioned, right? First one is anticipating the future. So as we develop, we speak to players, we adopt and remain agile, and along the way, come up with new frameworks. So staking, the consultation paper went out yesterday. VA, borrowing and lending, we already have players in there, but we intend to formalize into rules and regulations in the next 2 quarters. The fiat reference tokens, we actually deliberately allow for yield-bearing stablecoins where most other regimes do not allow, purely from a financial inclusion perspective, but realize that along the way, the institutional investors are saying, if I can use yield-bearing stablecoins as a form of collateral, that's even better, right? So some of these things we are learning along the way, right? One of the tools that has been very helpful in us adapting and adjusting along the way is our sandbox. It is the place for us to experiment with policies. Today, we have a firm in there that truly issues on-chain credit without having to tokenize the real-world assets, which is still a paper-based asset, and then you put a token layer with it. But this is really, everything is native, where you have the auction process, borrowing and lending, all through the on-chain environment. Right? Along the way, we evolve. Industry is telling us that you cannot adopt an approval-based regime for crypto assets to be established, but you need to do a bit more reliance on the industry for them to do their due diligence. And we listen to that. Today, we are part of global standard-setting bodies of IOSCO, BCBS, IIS. We do express or exercise thought leadership where possible by bringing global regulators to have the conversation so that we can achieve some regulatory harmony along the way. Right? Right. So I just have 30 seconds more. I just want to perhaps end with letting people know that we, as a regulator, also try to connect with the rest of the world. Every year, we organize this Abu Dhabi Finance Week to bring TradFi, NewFi, sustainable finance people all onto the same platform over 4 days. So, and this typically happens after Formula One Abu Dhabi, which is the last season-ending race. Right? So this year is going to be from the 8th or 11th of December. If you happen to be there, please drop by, see for yourself, and see the meeting of the minds and see how things have evolved in the last 5 to 10 years. Right? Nothing beats being there yourself. So with that, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Wei-Lam. And I'll take that from you. Fantastic. Next up, it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Michelle Bowen, who is the founder of the P2P Foundation, where Satoshi Nakamoto first published the Bitcoin white paper. Welcome, Michelle, to the stage.
Okay, this is very complicated slide, so you won't understand it by just looking at it. But I'd like to introduce a kind of historical vision of Web3 and crypto. I kind of did a study of the macro historians. So if you're familiar with names like Spengler, Toynbee, Sorokin, Quigley, etc. And I came to a hypothesis which I call the pulsation of the commons. So basically, if you look at the history of civilization, you have to know that every civilization failed, everyone. There's no exceptions. Even if you look at China, of course, it's 3,000 years, but actually it's, it's up and downs anyway. And so the idea of the pulsation of the commons is that we've forgotten about the third most important institution in the history of civilization, which is the commons. So we all know about the market and the state. We kind of believe, certainly in modernity, that we're just switching from kind of market-centric to state-centric, and there's this perpetual kind of back and forth between them. But the commons is very important. So if you look at history, let's say the indigenous period, basically the commons, communal shareholding, and the gift are basically the main value exchange. Markets are very, very marginal, almost non-existent, and so is the state. So when we get civilization, defined as market and state, the commons are still a very important part of empires and monarchies and these kinds of pre-capitalist systems. So think about the European Middle Ages. You have, the farmer has his own land, the land of the Lord, where he has to work as well. But there is also common land for basically the village, managed by the village. And it's a very important institutions to balance out the kind of extractive exaggerations of market and states, which are always competing with each other and overusing their land base. Now, if you look at the up and down of the cyclic evolution of civilizations, you will see that when markets and states do well, the commons go down. But when markets and states start functioning less and go down, the commons go up. And most interestingly, when you have a dark age, markets and states almost completely disappear, and that's when commons become hegemonic. So think about the role of monasteries in the revival of Europe after the fall of the Roman Empire. You would have the same in China and Japan with Buddhist monastics. And I was just in Zcash in Turkey, and I was looking at the history there. And so whenever the Ottomans would conquer, militarily of course, a land, they would send basically the working class guilds and the Sufi brotherhoods to restore the abandoned villages. So this is a kind of a classic. All right, and so why is this important? Because we can make a little kind of history of the commons. So first, physical commons. So forest commons, fisheries managed by the village communities. When we get the enclosures of the 16th century, they disappear. They're basically destroyed. And then we get the social commons. So the farmers who are expelled from the cities expelled from the farm, go to the cities, become the working class, and they create the social commons. And so what happens under modernity is like the erasure of the commons. You get, first of all, the privatization of the physical commons, but you get the statification of the social commons, right? The welfare organizations of labor become the welfare state. And this kind of changes when we arrive at the stage we are now. So 1993, the democratization of the digital networks creates vast digital knowledge commons. So this kind of brings back the commons in the consciousness and practice of millions of people. 2008, first of all, we get the financial crash. So loads of young people, we have employment, 30 to 50% in European countries, and they create a massive amount of urban and rural commons. I did a study in the city of Ghent. We went from 50 urban commons to 500 in just 10 years. Whoops. And am I already at the end? Okay, then I have to explain to you very quickly cosmolocalism. So what is cosmolocalism? It's basically the combination of everything that's heavy is relocalized, and everything that's light is global and shared. So I want just to make an argument about social change here. Crypto is an exit strategy. And that's very dangerous. If you just do arbitrage of territory and you can move around with crypto, and you're not seen as basically an ally of local people in a situation of civilizational change, you will get rejection. And so that's basically my proposal, is that we need to create a link between the coordination capacity of code and capital of Web3 with the regenerative, basically, efforts of millions of people locally who are trying to heal their land, the soil, etc., etc. So basically, my vision is the following. We would have some form of fragmented capital, fractal capital, that would allow investment of crypto capital into local regenerative projects that is, let's say, commons compatible. There's much more to say, but I see I'm at the end of my talk, so info@cosmolocal.foundation. You can also go at wiki.p2pfoundation.com if you want to know more about this kind of cosmolocal approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michel. Next to the stage, please give a warm round of applause to Adam Miller, who is the CEO and co-founder of MyDAO. Welcome, Adam.
Hey everybody! So today I'm here to talk to you about states you can DM, how a ping can turn into policy, and how policy can benefit you and your goals. So what happened when we pinged the Republic of the Marshall Islands several years ago? We ended up passing laws and regulations to create the best legal entity in the world made for crypto, Web3, DAOs, AI agents, etc. It allows you to do things like keep all your membership tracking on-chain, launch tokens, have clear securities laws and other regulations, do all your record keeping on-chain, and more. Just even surpass Switzerland and the Cayman Islands in terms of its capability. So in 2020, we DM'd a state. Over the next couple of years, we passed laws and regulations. We formed an official public-private partnership with the government of the Marshall Islands. Last year, we passed 250. They're called DAO LLCs, even though they're not just for DAOs, registered and growing. And you may notice 2025 is not on the slide, but we'll be making a big announcement in the next few months, so keep an eye on the Marshall Islands in the crypto news. So many of the reasons why you may want to consider working with a state are probably fairly obvious to you, like the ones on this slide, and especially the ability to write laws. But have you considered that countries are also allowed to offer products and services to citizens of other countries all over the world? And that when they do so, they usually have different regulatory treatment than products or services offered by private companies. So your private company can partner with a state, a government, to offer a product. And for example, if it's a security, you almost always have different securities laws and regulations that you have to follow if you're a country compared to if you were a private company. So this really all did start with a new message from the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And you may be surprised how easy it is to reach leaders of smaller countries. It's almost like a fast-growing startup. You have a direct line to some of the key decision makers, but when they say yes, they're saying yes with sovereign authority behind them. So how do you find a state to DM and partner with? So consider, of course, smaller countries will be easier. Consider, too, that many countries that are on the ocean, especially island nations, and especially atoll island nations, are seriously threatened by climate change. The Marshall Islands, for example, is predicted by climate scientists to literally be uninhabitable due to sea level rise within 30 years, which means two things. First of all, that they have a strong incentive to innovate digitally, find partners like those of you in this room and watching online to work with, to make money, to pay for land reclamation and build seawalls, or else they could literally be completely underwater. But two, and maybe more interesting to the folks in this room, is that these could end up being the first sovereign network states. Digital-only states forced to be digital-only by the loss of their land that become some of the first sovereign network states. If you're not already following the conversations at the United Nations, search for continuity of statehood as sea levels rise, and you'll see how countries of the world are already talking about what happens when you have a country that's digital only and has no land. So how can you DM a state and partner with a state? Hey, identify good candidates. For us, the Marshall Islands was perfect because of their experience with one of the most popular corporate registries for the shipping industry. Research their needs. Is it climate? Are there geopolitical risks? Are there other perspectives you can take to think about what they need as a country? Literally, DM, maybe email, maybe phone call, parliament members who have digital innovation experience, right? You'll find 1, 2, or 3 senators or parliamentarians in any country that are the ones that are really driving digital innovation, and those are the ones you want to reach out to. Stay in touch and brainstorm together. So the idea for what we're doing at MyDAO and the project we'll be announcing soon came from months and months and months of brainstorming with local senators, local business leaders, my American co-founders and I, and others. Of course, make it easy and beneficial for them. Pay for the services that you use. Split profits 50-50 with the government. Bring jobs to the country, bring training to the country, and look for other ways that crypto can benefit the country you partner with. So, first of all, if you might ever be interested in one of these crypto-native legal entities, go to mydao.org/networkstate or scan the QR code, fill out the form in the next 7 days, and any time in the future, we'll give you $1,000 off any of our products. More importantly, if you want to talk about what you might be able to do if you partner with the sovereign country of the Marshall Islands or sovereign countries elsewhere in the world, fill out the form and let's have a conversation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Adam. Well, folks, how are we feeling? Everybody feeling good? Fantastic. Well, we're excited to continue the show with Maya Paribu, who is the founder of Bitcoin Suriname. So please welcome Maya to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Maya. I'm from a small country on the northern coast of South America called Suriname. Country you've probably never heard of, but it's a new hub for innovation. We're going to be one of the largest producers of oil over the next decade. It's estimated that we have more oil than Qatar. We're 93% forested, so we're a world record holder for the most forested country in the world, actually. So if you want to visit the Amazon, Suriname is the place to be. We have a fairly small population, about 600,000 people, 4.7 billion GDP, so it's a fairly small country. And it's ripe for innovation. It's the perfect location for you to start from basically scratch because there's a lack of financial infrastructure, lack of development. So it's one of the countries where innovation is basically going to happen because you don't have legacy incumbents, you don't have legacy systems similar to what you have in the West or even in other developed nations in Central and Latin America. Because of the development gap, you can build from scratch and pilot with a small population, with a small footprint, and the cost of, actually getting customers in a country as small as ours is actually fairly low. So you can operate with a small budget in a country as Suriname. We just had a change of government, so we have a very open-minded, progressive, hands-off approach to innovation. They're very open-minded, welcome to investors, to innovators moving into the country. We have a lot of expats already moving in from the oil and gas industry. So, yeah, if you're investing into biotech, we have a very biodiverse country as well. So, biotech, oil and gas, blockchain, anything in finance, capital market development, Suriname is the place to be. I've actually been working on lobbying for adoption of Bitcoin as the de facto currency of my country for almost a decade now, and for development of capital markets for the same time. So we have a top-down and a bottom-up approach. I've been working very closely with government for about the last decade to make sure that it's a good environment for companies to come in and innovate. And we also have a grassroots movement in the country, our little circular economy. We have our own little Bitcoin conference that goes on every year. And more Bitcoiners are moving into the country as well. And we have a small community that's working on financial infrastructure. So we have a community that's working on POS systems using Bitcoin, NFC cards. You have people working on a wide range of applications on Nostr, e-commerce, real estate. I'm actually have a particular focus on real estate as well, and innovation using Bitcoin as a storage of value in a diversified portfolio in a REIT, and building an application for that. So there's a lot happening on the ground, more than you would think, or I think have heard about. So it's definitely should be one of the places on your list to visit. And also, if you're thinking about partnering with a local university, local government, building something new as Bitcoin becomes the reserve currency of the world within the next few decades. I'm hoping within the next decade. I think building native applications, building applications with Bitcoin at its core, we focus very much on abstracting the complexity and making just apps that use the advantages of the technology and, of course, the reserve benefit of it, and working towards a world that will be more innovative and, less of a dystopia, as you can see what's happening currently in fiat world, and building a future that is open and shared, with a shared economy, more decentralized, with more wealth distributed fairly and equally. And contrary to what WEF is saying, we firmly believe that you will own everything and you will be happy. So help us build that future. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So we've done a little bit of a tour around the world. And next, we're going to hear from our friend Olaf Carlson-Wee, who's the founder of Polychain and invented the very notion of a crypto hedge fund. And so one of the exciting things, he lives in the future, and we're going to talk a lot about how capital and how investing and how all of these crypto and other economic levers play into the network state. And so we're excited for a chat with Olaf and Balaji. And without further ado, please welcome them to the stage.
My friend, so this is the inventor of the crypto hedge fund. He started off at customer service at Coinbase and leveled all the way up. And Olaf and I have known each other for 12 plus years at this point, right? So let's talk network states. Let's talk startup societies. You've got a thesis. Go.
Yeah. So I'm coming at this particularly from an investment perspective and a cryptocurrency mechanism design perspective. So when I look at network states, startup societies, I think we've been in the pre-Bitcoin era. So if you follow kind of the history of cryptocurrency, before Bitcoin even, there was like eCash, Hashcash, BitGold, Liberty Reserve. There were all these kind of prototype attempts at a system like Bitcoin. They were all directionally correct, but missing those kind of key components that made it happen. I think we're at that tipping point where we're moving from the pre-Bitcoin sort of startup society ecosystem to, really Bitcoin, basically. And I think there's one really key tailwind that's a very dramatic statistic that people sort of miss. That's my main answer to kind of why now. And it's the difference between internet native, sort of internet connected kids from birth from 1995 to 2010. So if you're born in 1995 versus born in 2010, the number of kids that grew up with an internet connection grew in that one generation, 15 years apart, by 150 times. So it's like hard to overstate how dramatically different this kind of new generation is. They grew up connected to the internet.
Genuinely internet first.
Yes.
Right? Like an increase of 100x in 20-something years that's why everything has to be thought of internet first. One of my theses on this is related to this, which is lots of 20th century ideologies were premised implicitly on the fact that people went to work at the assembly line. And outside of China, that actually isn't that common in the English-speaking world, right? And so every ideology today has to start not on the assembly line, but on the smartphone. And if it doesn't start with clicking buttons and so on and so forth, it is some kind of relic of the 20th century that doesn't really extend to the present day.
Yeah, and I think that people, like obviously with so many more people on the internet, people are organizing themselves increasingly via online networks instead of geography. So things like fiat money and fiat money system is a geographic system. Various systems of like regulatory frameworks are all geographic.
They're all nation state
organized
locked.
for online businesses. So it's very odd, obviously, because you're agnostic usually to where your users are logging in from, yet you're sort of beholden to rules that were based on, trading like cows for wheat and things like that. So I think that the shift towards an online native like young population is answering the question for sort of why now. And I think we have like these historical precedents. Everyone here I'm sure has been told a million times these stories of the growth of Dubai and the growth of Singapore.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe tell
yes,
it.
I mean, the short version of this is over the last, not even just maybe 1-2 generations, these two regions have gone from, places that, for lack of a better term, are a bit the middle of nowhere. They did not have access to a lot of natural resources. There was no particular reason that you would expect them to be high-growth economies, but they opened themselves up to globalization, to free trade, and kind of made themselves a good place to live and a good place to do business. And just off of that merit, they've been the highest growth economies over the last few decades. So it's kind of proof that this model has such significant demand that even if you're in a desert without natural resources, you can still be the highest growth economy in the world. The difference is now we have the internet, and we have the kind of ideas of incentive design and mechanism design from cryptocurrency, so we can actually scale this significantly faster. So we're basically speed running the story of Dubai and Singapore, because they didn't have the internet and they didn't have cryptocurrency.
And that was already fast.
Yes,
that was
it was
6
already
years.
fast, exactly.
So maybe we can do it in 10 or 15 years,
yes.
right? And actually, I mean, if you think about it, it's funny because I'll say something like this, which is people sort of understand intellectually the scale of WhatsApp, YouTube, WeChat, TikTok. These are like billion-person apps that were basically developed in the last 20 years. And what a billion people is this mind-crushing number, like 100,000 people packs the stadium. And what if those groups were to organize and materialize physically? That would change the world, right? And that's what is possible over the next 10, 20 years.
Yes, and I think that like it's hard to comprehend, again, these numbers, like the growth going up by 150 times. For example, I think one big generational shift, I still remember one of the early hires I made at Polychain was a Stanford freshman. His name's Karthik. He dropped out to join Polychain. And I remember I was talking to him about how much something cost. And he like looked up and said, oh, so that's like 80 Ether? And it's like he had to convert dollars to like his native currency from a long time ago. And I feel like there's this kind of youth generation today that really views the internet as home, right, and as kind of their native place. And they view cryptocurrency often as sort of their native unit of account, and they have to sort of go translate back to that. And it's something that
I think for sure, you might argue ETH, but for sure Bitcoin is something where CoinMarketCap, people denominate portfolio returns in Bitcoin. That's actually really become the quote, I shouldn't say risk-free rate of return because everything has risk, but the equivalent of that as a benchmark for our space, right, is like Bitcoin return, right? So, internet first is interesting because, as you mentioned, regulations are geo-locked. It's like a locked DVD, It's like region-locked for no reason, or no good reason, arguably. Because as you travel, suddenly the electronics stop functioning, right? Imagine if your Gmail was region-locked.
Yes.
But your postal service is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, So you had one, which is the pre-Bitcoin era. You had two, the 156, and you had a third point.
Yes, and so I think there's a few other just like macro tailwinds to the answer of like why now and why we're shifting from BitGold to Bitcoin in terms of that sort of era. And this is especially pertinent from an investor perspective. Like I think the opportunity is now. It's the ascent of Asia. We're moving towards a less Western denominated world. So if you look at global trade settlements and what currency they're denominated in, we reached like a peak of something 80-90% denominated in USD a very long time ago.
Right.
And it's now declined and it's now under 50%. But I also don't think that means the Chinese yuan is replacing that. It's really just becoming very decentralized and in a sense there's less of a central economy that sort of everyone's responding to. And so in that sort of gap and in that more global patchwork economy, I think there's actually more opportunity for a internet native state to grow very aggressively, relative even to the backdrop we've seen with, say, Dubai and Singapore.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think actually this whole space, I've talked about this with Ben Horowitz and with Brian, but I think of this as the third kind of thing, like internet companies, internet currencies, internet communities. So in our last few minutes, like, Olaf, what kind of community would Olaf found?
Yes, I mean, one thing that I do find when I'm telling people about the network school is, and this makes me very bullish on the concept, is that it's very hard to use comparative metaphors to sort of just say, well, imagine if you had Stanford, but it was just starting, or imagine you had a new cryptocurrency system that was based on geography, or the reality is it's this intersection of a very large Venn diagram of a lot of different concepts. It's kind of this secret third thing, right? And it's in a similar manner that Polychain sort of defined a new category of crypto funds. The network school is like really defining this new category and is sort of the first in the category. Because of that, it's a bit hard to explain because you can't, but this is what makes me excited about it as an investor. So if my system, I think, maybe is more aesthetically based, that's
good. It's vibes. Vibes are multivariate.
Yes, exactly. And I would rather have like a bad hotel room with like a really great soundtrack. You know what I mean? That's me. So if I was designing my kind of network state, I think that's how I would do it.
Yeah, I think editability is more important than luxury, especially at the beginning, because like a startup doesn't have all the perks, but that's why it's not Google. It's a startup. It's a pirate ship, right? And I think we can build not necessarily pirate ships, but certainly startup communities. So, all right, thank you very much, Olaf.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Balaji.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Balaji. Thank you, Olaf. After living a little bit in the future, how's everybody feeling? Temperature check. We got energy? Can we make a little more noise? Excellent, excellent. Well, we're excited to clear the stage, make a little bit of room, and talk about talent into capital. And so our next guests, Michael and Daniel of the 1517 Fund, are going to be here to share some really cool stuff with you all. So please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, hello. Oh, interesting. Well, that's me.
That is the one and only Michael. So what if the world is more like X-Men than we thought? In fact, I see a number of mutants in this audience. I'm Danielle, and this is Michael. And we've been building decentralized schools for the gifted for 15 years.
In 2010, with Peter Thiel, we co-founded the Thiel Fellowship, the world's first grant program for mutants. It was a $100,000 grant awarded to 20 people a year with two conditions. You had to be 19 and under to apply, and you had to drop out of school.
Today, the Teal Fellowship is known as one of the greatest startup accelerators. We worked with people like Vitalik Buterin to start Ethereum, Dylan Field to start Figma, which IPO'd a couple months ago, Laura Deming to launch her longevity funds, and Ritesh to launch Oyo Rooms. And it turns out today that the #1 indicator of becoming a billionaire is having been a Teal Fellow.
But the experts hated us on that last performance slide. Remember that we were operating under constraints. You had to be 19 and under. If you're Y Combinator, you can take anyone in the world. But you know, the haters, they dumped on us right away. My favorite is Larry Summers, president of Harvard, Treasury Secretary, said we were the most misdirected philanthropy of the decade.
Now, sadly, college is still doing what college does, putting people in massive debt. Right now, student debt is at $1.7 trillion.
So while the world sleepwalks into debt servitude, we decided to start a VC fund to short the higher education bubble. We're 1517. That's named after the year Martin Luther nailed his theses to the church door. He was protesting the sale of indulgences. These were pieces of paper that the church was selling and you could get out of hell. Well, we feel like the diploma is the modern indulgence, a piece of paper that the establishment is selling, telling you it's the only way to save yourself from hell. Well, we think it was bullshit then, and it's bullshit now. Our fund to date has invested in many companies. Two that stand out are Loom and Luminar, founded by dropouts. On $18 million invested, we have returned $219 million to our investors. We have a company, Lambda Labs, that will probably go public next year. That'll bring our total somewhere close to $1 billion or more that we will have returned to our investors, pursuing our thesis.
Thank you. With 1517, we sometimes call it Fellowship 2.0. It is our way of scaling that previous work, but we also knew it's time to start going younger and earlier with makers. So even now, as a venture capital fund, we run programs for young people like a teen camp out of San Francisco, which we're actually returning to after this conference and hosting this next week.
So, do you need to spend $400,000 and 4 years of your time to take all these course requirements to get to the frontier of knowledge in science and technology? Our work shows the answer is no.
So, if you're a mutant, we want to hear from you at 1517 if you're a maker or a founder.
And if you're an investor and you want to short the higher education bubble, you know where to find us.
Thank you.
There you go. Thanks to you both. Appreciate you being here. Next to the stage, please welcome one of the OGs of this space, Patri Friedman from Paranomos Capital. Patri, welcome to the stage.
Hey, I'm Patri. In 2001, I proposed the idea of Ephemerile, a pop-up where people interested in creating new societies would get together in international waters for a week and actually try it out in practice. From there, I created the seasteading movement with initial funding from Peter Thiel. And since 2011, I've been focused on charter cities in places like Honduras and the Alpha City work in Africa that you heard earlier. Now, I've been working on this for 25 years, and that may seem like a long time, but my family has been working towards better societies for almost a century. My grandfather's focus was on creating and advocating for better policies. The problem is that legacy states produce an endless stream of bad laws. It's like you're squashing bugs, we need to rewrite the core infrastructure. So my dad dug deeper and created an alternative political system that he felt would consistently produce better laws. Then I come along and see a world with tons of bad systems, but so many ideas about how to make it better. I mean, the 2,000 of you probably have 10,000 ideas. Like hell, I might have 1,000 myself. You know, this is fun stuff. Coming up with the ideas is not hard. It's putting them into practice that's hard and needs to be done. So we could never make Google if you just designed algorithms. We had to write code and stand up servers. You can never build a startup society just by designing governance. You have to build something that people want and then learn from them how to make it better. Now, users are critical, but getting to users with charter cities, I mean, that's hard. You need to partner with national governments who are essentially your first users. You need to pass laws and raise the money to push dirt around. But hard or not, it's the crux. A challenge that I see in this space is that it's so fun and so easy to talk about new societies, right? I mean, we love to do it. That's why you're here. But man, is it actually so fucking hard to build them. And so the temptation is to talk instead of building towards the users. And so I want to ask all of you here to do what I try to do, which is to relentlessly remind yourselves that if what you're working on is not the critical path to getting users, maybe you're just playing around. Seasteading was my V1 of an attempt to do this. We dreamed of building beautiful, huge ocean cities to try out new systems. And 20 years later, we're building beautiful floating homes. Now, kudos to ocean builders. They built a product and not just a PowerPoint. And heck, they risked their lives to do it. They were charged with treason by Thailand and had to make a daring escape by night here to Singapore. So the problem is that creating new societies is really hard. If you also have to face down Poseidon and maybe the Thai Navy, that's just too much. What seasteading accomplished was to get millions of people thinking, why can't we start new countries? I mean, the idea is incredible. The romance, the excitement of it. I mean, people bring up Kraken and pirates. We're talking Snow Crash and BioShock. It truly became a place in popular culture. From getting made fun of on the Colbert Report, being part of Civilization 6, I mean, video games, board games. At home, I have a shelf with at least a dozen seasteading novels. It was incredible as inspiration. But the way forward is charter cities and network states. And that's why in 2018, when I saw that Prosper was getting close to approval, I created Pronomos Capital with funding from Peter Thiel and these other Silicon Valley luminaries who saw that creating startup societies might be a way to fix government. We made 10 investments in 5 years, and my focus now is on helping that portfolio succeed, especially Alpha City, which Bradford and I incubated. Now, we no longer just have dreams and 3D renderings. This data from xyz.city shows that this movement is exploding. People are coming up with new societies, they're gathering in pop-ups, they're writing tools, they're trying new things. For me, it got real when I got gene therapy in Prospera. Services, procedures, and products offered by GARM have not been evaluated, tested, or approved by the United States Food and Drug Administration. That's why I'm here. That's what it's about. So we'll be releasing a ton of content over the coming months. If this sounds exciting, follow along with our great adventure. Thank you.
Fantastic. Next, it's my pleasure to present Ben Horowitz, the co-founder of Andreessen Horowitz. Please welcome Ben.
Awesome. Ben, you've been a mentor and a friend for many years now. In The Hard Thing About Hard Things, in that book, you wrote about your time at Netscape. And Netscape, in many ways, was like the first internet company because it had downloads and it went viral and you guys went public and you had an acquisition. Yeah. And then we worked together on the rise of Bitcoin, which was first internet currency. And now we're building internet communities. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think they're very kind of parallel in the development in that, kind of before Netscape, which was the first thing that kind of brought all of the internet pieces together. There were many pieces. There's FTP and TCP/IP and Gopher and this and that, but you needed something to unify all the technology. So it was a little deceptive in that a lot of people deep in the tech kind of saw it as, well, what's new here? It's just like you're just putting an interface on it. And I think that in network school is very much like that, in that we have all the primitive building blocks of community. We've got, Discord and WhatsApp groups, and we have Bitcoin now, and we have many different currencies, stablecoins, and so forth. But nobody's put the whole package together And that's really when it gets unleashed. I mean, in my experience, that's kind of where you hit the knee in the curve when is at the integration. And in a way, it doesn't seem like a lot because all the pieces were already there. But the pieces as pieces just aren't actually the thing. It's not the product. I think the number of ideas around that is really going to multiply because if you look at the primitive version, it's all kind of, a community around an idea. But what about a community around the intersection of many ideas? You could imagine many, many dimensions if you took the intersection and found all the like-minded people in the world and put them in a community. That would be a kind of very powerful thing.
Have you thought about communities that you'd like to see?
There are so many, I'm part of many primitive communities in the form of WhatsApp groups and so forth. It'd be really nice to see those be much more highly dimensional, maybe have a physical incarnation. It's everything from the LLM community to the various different kinds of things. But they're all so primitive because there's no physical dimension, there's no virtual reality dimension. All you can really do is chat, which is one of the things you'll do in a community. But there are many more ideas that you could have.
I'd like to, at some point, organize a conference of small countries and pro-growth jurisdictions. And that's kind of like one side of a two-sided market. Then we have all the tech founders and venture capitalists as the other side of the two-sided market and put them together. I mean, Network State Conference is like the V1 of that.
I know for sure. I think that goes together. People who want the network state in their territory are probably the exact countries that are interested in kind of pushing forward into the future.
If you're building a startup society, internet community, network state, should you come to Anderson Horowitz and pitch Anderson Horowitz?
For sure. We're very interested in it. We believe in the whole thing from the sovereign individual on up. So we want to be part of it for sure.
Awesome. Thank you for speaking at the Network State Conference.
Next, we present Avlok Kohli, CEO of AngelList.
Everybody, a little bit about yourself and about AngelList.
My background is I've started 3 companies from 2011 to 2019, sold 2 of them, and I've been leading AngelList since 2019. And AngelList, the best way to think about it is we build products that drive more capital to startups, and we really sit at the infrastructure layer. Our customers are early stage venture funds to a lot of the large venture funds, and we also have products for founders to help them raise capital. At this point, we have 171 billion in assets supported.
I actually run a large fund on AngelList at balaji.com. So you and Neville have done an amazing job building it. I want to talk to you about your new AngelList Cafe that caught my eye. So you built a physical space.
We really built a physical space for founders, All Founders Cafe. And the idea really just came from a personal observation. When I was a founder, there weren't a lot of great places to work. You go to a coffee shop and it closes early, Wi-Fi sucks. Honestly, coffee sucks too. So we wanted a space where you have great Wi-Fi, it's open late, so we're open 7 days a week until midnight, and the coffee's great. So the space was meant to be a place where founders can come in, they can lock in, and they can just get great work done. We actually took the first floor of our office, so opened it up to founders, and it's been 2 weeks, and we made it invite only. So founders in the AngelList community, founders within the area, they can request access, we review, and then we open up access. Reception's been great. We're not trying to make money from it. For us, it was really easy to justify, if we build this physical space where founders are coming in, number one, we can bring the founder energy to everyone that works at AngelList, right? What better way to motivate, energize the team constantly where founders are locked in, working away, passionate about their ideas. So just the employee benefit alone and the energy in the office was easy to justify. But second, for us, it was just a way to get our founder community and also founders who started funds to come into the space to connect with each other. And there's a customer benefit now, right? I'm kicking myself for not doing this 3 years ago, 4 years ago. When I first read your book, I should have done it. But anyways, we did it.
So I think it's fair to say startup societies, network states help influence some of this.
So I love what you've done with Network State and all the physical space you've built in Singapore. And I'm just glad we finally did it. Something's definitely changed in the last 2 weeks with even our employees and how they engage and how they empathize and how they understand our customers because it's so close. It's like a physical relationship.
Amazing. Thanks for speaking at the Network State Conference.
So we just heard about capital in the network state, and next we're going to talk a little bit about health and longevity in the network state with Brian Johnson.
Brian, thanks for speaking at the Network State Conference.
Balaji, it's my pleasure. I love being here.
Awesome. Last year, you came by at the opening of Network School on the very first day. Thank you for coming to the grand opening. This year, we've moved very far. You've also come a long way. Blueprint has come very far, become a global movement. What's the summary of the last year, few years?
It was initially a tsunami of hate, and then it went into this quasi-curiosity mode of what is this? Is this real? Is this sketch? And then there's been this gradual acceptance, like actually it's legitimate and it's interesting. The hate has tapered off substantially, and now it's really gone into a movement. The Netflix documentary was out in January. That had a deep global impact. So it's just been interesting to go from what is this to now deeply engaged in the world order.
That's amazing. So my view is that we are finally exiting the FDA era where the focus was on minimizing side effect size and finally re-entering the era of large effect size like Ozempic. And so my thought is, A, we have all of these interventions on this side, and then B, we have all these jurisdictions on this side. And so what I want to do is offer a $1 million longevity prize for the people who take these interventions and carry it all the way through to actually have them legal in these jurisdictions, and now they can do interesting things in bio. Let me know your thoughts.
I agree with you entirely. What you're getting at the heart of it is, what is the system to create larger effect sizes? Yeah. If we can train people's attention to jurisdictions where you can actually move this thing forward, because it's very, very hard to innovate in the United States. Over time, the bureaucracy owns the situation, and it just becomes a paralysis state. So I think it's on point.
Awesome. Let's say we get it to work. Will you come with me and maybe try it out if it's real?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we are looking for safe, efficacious therapies that have large effect sizes, and it's really limiting right now in the field.
Amazing. You know, my first company is in diagnostics. Diagnostics has a lot of advantages. It can't hurt the person, usually. You can move much faster. You can move close to the speed of computer science. And then, most interestingly, the intervention is informed. So arguably, diagnostics creates a room for therapeutics. So perhaps we start with longitudinal diagnostic network state first, then longevity network state.
Balaji, I like this. So basically, we get a cohort of people together. We say, we are going to invest the capital to do high fidelity characterization. And it may not be useful to be this characterized for 5 years, 10 years, like we don't know. But we want this longitudinal characterization so that when we find things to trial, we have this time series longitudinal data. It gives us a better shot identifying what therapies we will be responsive to, what we won't be, and then see the off-target effects. And so probably a much better way. So yeah, then we need to go to these jurisdictions to figure out with that how we leverage fast track, safe, high effect size therapies. I like this as a path because it brings together the things people care about.
All right, so we've got a plan for the longitudinal network state towards the longevity network state. Thank you very much, Brian.
Next, it's our pleasure to have Andrew Huberman.
Hey, Andrew. Welcome to the Network State Conference.
I'm a big Huberman defender, popularizing the work and getting it out there and turning into actionable things like look at the sun before looking at your phone, like all these little hacks and heuristics that distill like a big complicated thing into memorable things is really, really valuable.
Thanks for being a Huberman Lab defender. There are various critiques, as is always the case when you're public facing, but I would say that I'm trying to anchor it in science where possible. I'm trying to give people tools that work very quickly so they can get, hooked by taking good care of themselves and feel the benefits of that. I'm trying to make most of what I promote behavioral tools for change. I do strongly believe in the role of nutrition, which I put under behaviors, but also, honestly, supplements and peptides are very valuable.
All your pods were the top 5 things people should do.
I think there's only one thing that if people knew, they'd be 10 times healthier. And that's to understand that you want your cortisol high in the first hours after waking, and you want your cortisol low in the evening. The higher that morning cortisol peak, the more energy and focus and your ability to learn things and do things you have during the day. Viewing bright light will amplify your morning cortisol, especially in the first hour after waking. Exercise, things like caffeine and cold exposure, surprisingly don't increase cortisol. They just prolong that peak a little bit. When it comes time for your bedtime, you want to do everything to lower your cortisol. Long exhale breathing to lower your heart rate. You want to reduce the amount of bright screen light. I really believe that if you get this cortisol thing right, everything else becomes 10 times, if not 1,000 times easier.
One of the things that we're doing at Network School is we're building startup societies. If Andrew Huberman was to start a new community and you could engineer the environment. What is the ideal human community?
An environment of the sort that you're talking about is an incredible idea because people need to know what to do when in order to set the foundation of alertness and focus that then they can lean into at the right times, to have tools that are constantly providing feedback to the brain so that it's in the right state for those activities. So there's so much room for technology development here. I'd like to see a real-time cortisol sensor. I'd like to see that cortisol sensor have AI-based feedback with one's activities so that it will essentially tell you what to do and when to make things better, including your sleep. In terms of regulations, I think buildings should get either by natural light or by artificial light, should ensure that there's enough bright light early in the day and throughout the day, and it's dimmer and darker at night. I mean, I wish that were a law. If I had a magic wand, I would create light cycles that are collaborative with human health.
That was good. That's like the human health zone for living.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I want to do it.
I would just say you're definitely peering into the future on this, and I love that you're parting the veil on it and inviting people in. I'm totally on board. And I don't say that lightly because a lot of things where people are like, let's build a device, I'm like, it's just like one more piece. It's not the thing that's really going to move everybody forward because you're talking about changing the whole community framework around medicine and healthcare. So I'm totally on board.
Amazing. Great. I'm looking forward to working with you. Thanks for coming.
All right, a quick vibe check. Has anybody in here ever vibe coded? Some hands? Can you make some noise if you gave it a try? All right. Well, with that, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of the original pioneering vibe coding firm, Replit, Amjad Masad and Balaji.
All right. Amjad, I think, is this your first time in Singapore?
First time in Singapore, yes.
Yeah, beautiful country, I think.
Love it.
Yeah, awesome. So, I think as one of the early seed investors in Replit, I think, right?
Yes.
Many years
Yeah,
ago.
seed.
And before that, you did React at Facebook. And really, one of the things that we've shared an interest in for more than 10 years is the developers of the developing world. Right, and helping people level up, who are just getting access to a smartphone and so on and so forth. My father came from, a very poor environment in India. You came up yourself, and I think Replit is really doing that. I mean, you've got some amazing stats now. What are your numbers now like?
We have about 40 million users around the world. We have a lot of developers that are starting to monetize their apps, reaching millions of dollars of ARR in the matter of weeks. We have...
You had this crazy graph that you posted.
Yeah. I mean, it keeps going crazier now.
Yeah, crazier, yes. It's obsolete already.
Yeah, we, in about 10 months, we went revenue from like 2 million to 150 million ARR. And I think it's more impressive. When I think about this, it's like, we're bragging about Replit, how Replit is growing. But what's more impressive is the amount of value that people are getting from the platform. And so when I see, for example, there's a VC in Europe that he's more like a CFO of a VC firm, and he's always been struggling with how to manage his portfolio and the CRM and all the data there. He decided to go on Replit and build something to solve his problem, and then realized that it's actually generalizable, went out to try to sell it. Before he quit his job, he had 5 million euros in ARR. And so just the ability of people to be able to create businesses on the fly, and this is something you and I connected on a long time ago, is how the world is just going to be changing, and startups are just going to be a lot easier, and that changes everything.
I mean, I love Replit. I mean, Replit has created definitely billions of dollars in surplus value for the world. In that sense, you're, the other definition of billionaire, you create billions in value for people. So it's an amazing, amazing thing. I love it for data analysis and for little, these JavaScript-y math things that are really, they're relatively easy to describe. For example, to just approximate pi by taking a circle and then having an inscribed triangle, square, then pentagon, hexagon, and as n increases, that actually becomes a closer and closer approximation. And I can just say that, and it'll cook it up, and it'll be a demo with a slider and so on. It would have taken me like a whole day with coffee to code that before, and now it's just done like that. And I love it so much because I can do that. And you can cook up these amazing demos. And so it's just like a delightful thing that makes your life better.
Yeah, I mean, we spent 10 years. I mean, when you invested, we had started talking about AI, but we weren't sure it was going to be that nearby. But what we did, there's no platform in the world still till today where you can go with nothing but an idea and go all the way to a deployed piece of software that you can scale. And so we're like, okay, what do you need? What kind of components do you need? You need the development environment, the package managers, the file systems, the IDEs. You build that. Then you need the deployment environment. You need the databases. And you build that. Then you need the community and the social angle and the multiplayer. So we spent all this time building that.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the VCs, it's like, hey, why aren't you making money? You have a lot of users. Well, it's like we weren't creating that much surplus at the time because, yeah, you're solving these problems, but still people get stuck. The hardest thing is just like coding the thing and managing the environment. And so at some point last year, we said, okay, our developers are no longer the primary developer. The primary developer is the agent that we're going to build.
Mm-hmm.
And so we took all these components that we built over 10 years, and we created interfaces for AI. And now when you interface with the Replit, you're interfacing primarily with the agent. And like Balaji said, like you don't have to have a grand idea. You can just like go there and, for example, wanting to do some data analysis thing, you could just describe it and watch the agents kind of work through it, and you can work with it collaboratively. So it's really come together in an awesome way.
I mean, there's like 10 different, one of the things that's interesting about Replit is, that saying the overnight success 10 years in the making, almost exactly, because you had to do, all the stuff you did with Nix and all the hard work with package management and so on. And I remember all of that kind of stuff. And that built this like strong frame.
And Balaji was a firm believer the whole time. I called him like last year. We had to do a layoff. We were not doing very well. I told him, hey, there's some people interested in buying the company. He's like, do not sell. Like, well, we're not doing so hot. And I remember you told me this. It's like, look, sometimes the outside view is more important than the inside view. Your view right now, you're laying off people and like maybe revenue is not going so well. But I can look at it from the outside and see the entire ecosystem and see how important it's going to be. And so I'm always very grateful for that.
But you crushed it. I mean, that's a little assist, tiny pass. And I think teamwork. One of the things I want to do at some point. I taught this MOOC, if you remember, in 2013, the Startup Engineering MOOC, which at the time, 12 years ago, had 250,000 students. Should we do one on Replit? Maybe. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, that'd be no. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Great.
That's it.
Yeah, so that'd be pretty good, right? Because you've got millions of devs there, and I think we could have all the coursework optimized for it, and we could have people level up all the way, and I think it'd be a really, really powerful thing. We could also, with AI, translate into all these languages. It'd just be like the ultimate kind of interactive environment. And then they would just come off of that, they'd be 2.0.
Right. Yeah.
And I think like the thing about education of that kind is it's just incredibly positive sum because actually, do you remember, my favorite Replit story actually? You may not even remember this. After ChatGPT came out in late 2022, we put up a Replit bounty for the RoboJourno. To automate the New York Times, and then there's. Do you remember this one?
Yeah.
And there's a guy who had just done 90 days of code or 60 days of code or something, right?
Yeah. Part of our 100-day of code.
100-day of code.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so then he just crushed it in like.
Well, you should describe the backstory of the New York Times.
Oh yeah. So automate the New York Times, no journo, only crypto. I mean, these are all basic things, But basically, so the question was, for many years I thought that sports articles were wrappers around box scores, and financial articles were wrappers around tickers, and lots of political articles were wrappers around tweets in the sense of literally a function of those underlying things would produce the article because it was like very predictable. And I could see there was a company actually before ChatGPT called Narrative Science. Have you ever heard of them? So they actually were kind of a proto version of this where they took a financial report and they turned it into like color commentary, like almost like a sports game, like, Nick's down 3 points, but it's like your Northeastern sales division is down 3% this month. So I could see that kind of thing was coming. And then once ChatGPT came, it was possible. And then probably, now I'm realizing that was like a V0.0 of Replit vibe coding, and this guy just knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. And I think the message there, and I think what's really important, and the moment we're in, and how it relates to network state and crypto, is that when people have the ability to program computers, their reach on the internet just increases massively, right? It doesn't have to be, you don't have to just build startups. It can be activism, it can be freedom of speech type things that you can do, or in that case, he's sort of like making fun of how reporters write stories and showing the absurdity of the tech journalism industry.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the power of, like, the crazy thing is, like, we've had computers for 50, 60 years now, but we really haven't used them to the best of their abilities, right? like computers, I think, are the most powerful tool in the world since reading and writing, and it's going to create changes across society and civilization
and education,
on politics and education.
Yeah. So,
but it hasn't happened yet because programming computers is hard and full of like random IT side quests that you have to do. Like, if your Python environment breaks, the best thing you could do is throw your laptop in the garbage and go back to the Apple.
This is the one thing. This is the one thing we may. I'm sure if you still hold the strong view, right? But I still think that it's worth knowing how this thing works under the hood and being able to build it on your machine. And I think a few years ago you said, do you actually have to know that? Remember, do you still think that, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you reductio ad absurdum kind of thing here, but like
assembly code, yeah.
But see, when Grace Hopper, who's a computer scientist in the United States Army, invented the compiler, she said, she's the original vibe coder, she said, people would never want to program in machine code. We want to make it so that you can program in English. So he invented the C programming language and the compiler, and all these languages came after that. And everyone was up in arms against her. It's like, no, you need to understand machine code and whatnot. And then it's like, well, yeah, maybe some specialists need to understand machine code, but others just need to program. And obviously she was right. And then, Guido and the inventor of Ruby came along, and Brendan Eich, and said, well, maybe you don't need to understand how to manage memory, and maybe we can build a garbage collector, and you don't have to manage types. It's like, no, you have to understand. So every
step was fought.
Every step in abstraction in computing, there's pitchforks involved.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to receive the pitchforks right now.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying you bring up pitchforks, but
so there's a thesis. I think there's a synthesis of our views, which is as follows. So my counterargument to that is DeepSeek, which actually did need to go all the way down to the very low level of bit twiddling type stuff to make its advances in it. So my view is everything you're doing is amazing because it increases the top of the funnel, and it makes it, and many people just stop there, which is fine, right? And it's great.
The cool thing about a Replit, you can peel the layers.
Exactly, that's right. So you can keep going one more step.
I think that's the most important part.
Yeah.
Like
you don't have to, but you
Replit
can.
always generates open source code, always uses open standards, SH, Postgres, all of that. You don't like Replit, download your code, go somewhere else, and host it. And I think that's the important sort of principle there, is that as long as we're not obscuring how the thing works and you can peel the layer, I think it's still healthy for people to be able to make something without having to learn how to code.
That's right. I absolutely agree with that. And the fact that you can peel it and lets you go. So one other thing actually is related to this, education, right? AI is both destroying traditional education in many ways, because you have like teachers using AI to create problems that students use AI to complete, the teachers use AI to grade, and it's all just AI talking to AI kind of thing, right? Yeah. And so the entire kind of 20th century model is kind of melting right now. At the same time, a completely new style where the kids love Replit. They can just type to it, talk to it, iterate on it. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, what does AI taketh away and it giveth?
Yeah. How many people here know Bloom's two sigma problem? Yeah, maybe 2-3 people. Probably
the tutoring concept.
Yeah. So probably people who work in education.
Yeah.
But basically, there's a researcher that wanted to find out what kind of educational interventions we can make, because the government, every day has an idea for like how to increase, education attainment and things like that. But they fail. They always fail, and sometimes they actually make education worse for the top performers. And so he did a research and studied every available method of pedagogy and things like that, and found that the only thing that actually has an impact is one-on-one tutoring. And not only a marginal impact, a 2 standard deviation impact from the norm, from the standard lecture style education. And so that's been replicated. That's the most replicated study in a lot of the soft sciences, right? And so, okay, what does that tell you? You know, you can be nihilistic about it, right? It's just like nothing works, let's go home.
Personal brainer.
What's that?
Like a personal trainer, you need a personal brainer for your brain.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other thing that tells you is that AI is the ultimate solve for 2 reasons.
Right.
One, the obvious one is you can do one-on-one tutoring for everyone. ChatGPT can be a tutor for everyone. 2, you can train new educators with AI. So there's a startup that started on Replit called Magic School, and doing EdTech in the US is kind of the worst business ever. You know, I've tried it, and usually it takes you 10, 20 years to get to 10 million ARR. This company got to 10 million ARR in months.
What's the worst business? Doing what?
So what they do is they help teachers increase their kind of impact and reach and, and velocity and being able to generate assignments and homework.
But teachers are a very tough market because they don't have any discretionary budget.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, right.
But he created so much value for these teachers because you know U.S. teachers are so overworked and under-supported, and so now you can go to the like Magic School and prepare your assignments and do all of that stuff. So you can massively lever teachers. That's one approach. Another approach. Government of Jordan wanted to create like an AI tutor for kids, and they went to Scale AI. They gave them $10 million price point for it. Someone there, an entrepreneur, decided to build it on Replit, doesn't know how to code. 4 days, got all the material from the country's curriculum, put it in AI, did RAG, and now students, they did it with a pilot of 1,500 students, and it was really impactful. And now they're scaling it to 2 million people. And this is like one person built an app that is changing how the school system is working in a country.
One of the things also about Replit, which I love so much, is it really does allow anybody to be, if they want to, they can be a CEO. Because actually, like using Replit agents is a lot like working with an engineering team or being an engineering manager.
Right. It's as frustrating as well.
I didn't say that part, but yes. Sometimes, sure. No, but I love my engineers. I love our engineers. But the part about expressing yourself very clearly about what you want to actually see built and your vocabulary to be like, okay, this div should be here and so on and so forth, and to be very precise about that. And to keep editing it and so on and so forth, and the patient to kind of do that.
Right.
It's really interesting to see that, because most people cannot afford to hire an engineer.
Right.
But anybody can afford to hire a Replit.
Right, that's right.
And so you've hyper-deflated managerial training as well, managerial education.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it has bearing on how we teach people. Like, I think the education system was built for the industrial world.
Right.
It was built for like the drone worker. Everything about education is actually mirroring the factory model, the way we go through grades and all of that. And now everyone is a manager, right? Like, so how do you change the education system so that you put a lot more emphasis on how to communicate very clearly, how to manage, how to be patient, how to break down ideas, complex ideas into different components, how to keep someone or an agent or an AI on track. It's a very different model than how we used to teach. And I don't think that many people are working on it. So if you're interested in education, that's one area of research, potentially a startup you can work on, which is how do you actually teach people how to manage AI agents?
Yeah, so I have a thesis on this, and I like your thought, which is the market is greater. Meaning, like, for example, at Harvard, grade inflation has gone like just through the roof like this, and everybody just gets an A. Why? Because they're basically like expensive customers of Harvard and so on. But ultimately, they're not all guaranteed to get a job. The market is the greater. So what if you pull that concept much, much earlier, and you have kids start doing bounties and stuff much earlier? And that's kind of back to the future. There's this great book called The Craft Apprentice, which is about the apprentice model in the 1700s, 1800s. That's what we had before the Bismarck, Prussian, 20th century school system, right?
Yeah.
So now, I mean, the reason that that system got deprecated is because kids were working in factories and it was unhealthy and so on and so forth. So that's why the child labor laws and stuff happened. But just hitting keys on a keyboard, that's completely safe. They can be doing it parental supervised. So you kind of come back to the future of like apprenticeship on the computer.
Yeah, and I think it teaches kids the true game of life, right? Like, I used to be a gamer, love video games, and I'm like very pro kids kind of gaming. But what is the ultimate game is creating and earning.
Yes.
And I think that is teaches kids a lesson about how money works, how to save, how to run a business, but also just a life lesson and how.
The ikigai thing.
What's that?
Ikigai. The four. It's like, do you like it? Are you good at it? Is it good for the world? Can you make money doing it? It has to be like all four. Because a lot of things that you can like, but it's not good for the world, or doesn't make, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And this teaches them very early on to provide value, right? Yeah. So go ahead.
And also it teaches them freedom, responsibility. Like I remember when I bought my first Xbox, because I had did some programming work, and it's incredibly empowering. And it also just creates more free people, because you realize that that you have economic power in your hands, whereas most kids kind of go all the way to being 25 years old before they actually experience making any sort of money, and makes them a lot more conformist, because that your living is dependent on your parents, then your school teachers, then your boss, and instead by just tasting that freedom of free market commerce, I think just changes how people think.
That's right. And I think Replit could be, it's almost like a universal seed funding check, because if you've reduced the cost of, quote, hiring an engineer by 1,000x or some number, right, then that went from $100,000 to $100 to try whatever cool app or product you wanted to build.
100%.
And you can almost quantify that with your billing numbers, and the models are going to keep getting better, and the usage is going to keep going up. So related to that, slightly switching gears. So you've got this huge user base, huge Replit user base, and we started to experiment with materializing Replit into the physical world. And so we started to do some things. You've done, obviously, hackathons, meetups, and so on. So we started to do this at Network School, right? Matt came over. I think that went pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's so many things that the internet has empowered individuals in, but you still need a community. And we ran the experiment with COVID where people went online and tried to start businesses and communities and all of that. And I think in many ways it taught us a lot. I mean, there's really big businesses. Coinbase is, I think, probably the biggest business that is fully remote. And just like the idea itself, if you told someone in the 90s about it, it's just insane. Except the book Sovereign Individual talked about telecommuting in the 90s, but that was a really great experiment. But it also taught us how important community and a physical space is. And I would also say that one thing I would really like to happen, you and I discussed, is being able to program the physical world.
Yes.
Because I think we're headed to a period where robotics are becoming real. You can buy a Unitree dog or Unitree robot. You should be able to vibe code it. Otherwise, we're going back to the regime of buying devices, but being dependent on third party to make the software for it.
So on that, did anybody here play with the chess robots out there? Yeah? It's pretty cool, right? So we actually have a bunch of chess robots out there.
Yeah, you can play. Cool.
So I think the embodiment, like a Replit robotics, the embodiment of AI is going to be very interesting, because then the sort of managerial concept becomes real, because you can type instructions to them, they can kind of do things.
And I've been seeing this on Twitter, and you and I think our line on this is that there's this idea right now that we want to bring reindustrialization to the U.S., which is noble thought, but you're trying to build the world of yesterday. Why not build the world of tomorrow? What is the world of tomorrow? Is training people in robotics. We're going to have a lot of people that are going to be programming robotics to be able to create factories, like the physical world is starting to become more programmable with work that you're doing with the network state, being able to spin up communities very
Internet
easily.
first. Yep,
So,
exactly.
so programmable spaces, programmable robots, and I think I wouldn't say we're going to be focused on it in the next year or so, but definitely by 2027, I would really want to, have Replit be your portal to your physical space as well.
So this point about like programmability or editability, as I call it, this was something that struck me where, in your, I've mentioned this before, but like you can build $1 billion business from your computer, but in some places you need 1 billion permits to build a shed in your backyard, right? And so the physical world is like read only.
Is what?
Read only.
Read only, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can't move a stop sign, for example, right? Lots of physical world is like fixed. And making it programmable in some way, well, that has to be like a test zone because you can't have too many people there. But if you can make the drones whiz around and the robots whiz around, and you can tell the robots pick something up, puts it over there. Like, to your point, there's really cool videos and things now starting to emerge with like drone and robot construction.
Yeah.
Where they're actually like assembling something for you, you know? And I'm thinking obviously there's smart homes and stuff like that. What were you thinking when you talk about making the space programmable? What was in your mind?
I think we would start with fun things. We'd start with like robots for kids. Like there's MIT Media Lab used to be this very great institution at MIT. Seymour Papert, huge innovator in education technology and things like that. He created the turtle. I'm sure you've some of you programmed with Logo, where you can like move a turtle on the screen. The original turtle was actually a physical turtle. And he had this idea, like, to truly teach people programming, you need a physical embodiment of programming.
Yeah.
And he found that, when children, what they do is they start thinking like a turtle, like the turtle. It's like, I'm standing here, I want to do a circle, so therefore I need to move, steps like that, I need to do a loop like that, and then they're able to learn programming better because of that. And so I think just fun things, home automation things is where I'd start. But I think ultimately, I think the next generation of startups, AI is this bootstrapping of it, but the next generation of startups after that is making things that were hard to start startups around being able to do it. Like SpaceX creating a platform for space.
I mean, so many space companies now. It's amazing. Elon created that whole category.
I think we need a platform for factories, platform for science. Like you should be able to spin up science experiments from your Replit agent, and so I think really the sky is the limit there. But we'll start probably small.
That's cool. Awesome. So, any questions for me?
Yeah. Questions for you. How do you think programming will play into the network state? I heard one of your employees say like they think about the network state as like a Docker image for new communities.
Yeah. Great question. So, like we think of what we're doing with Network School as like a template for other startup societies, and ideally, ultimately, I'd love to hit enter and take the bill of materials and have robots lay out the modulars, set up the solar panels, charge it from there, go from there, and so on.
How possible do you think that is?
It's getting much more achievable, much more achievable. So like solar in particular has crossed a certain cost threshold where it's like really cheap. And I was never a big solar guy because I thought, I was a big nuclear guy. But I've come around to thinking of them both. And actually a guy who convinced me on this is a guy named Matt Green, who's one of the co-founders of Zcash, actually, which we'll hear from later today. And his point was, he granted all my points about nuclear and base load and solar would be wavy like this. But he said, but solar has one huge advantage, which is you can just rack and stack it. It's just really simple, and nuclear is complicated, and it requires permits and so on. And just that alone is like
worse is better concept.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. So there's a truth to that, right? It doesn't mean you don't do nuclear. You still do nuclear because nuclear does scale, but it's a little bit like sandals versus shoes. Right. This has a higher fixed cost and then a higher payoff. This one you just get started with right away. It's interesting, right? So
like the concept of a house that could run out of battery but is completely off-grid means you could rack and stack it horizontally in sunny environments. And there's so much that comes out of that that means you can just kind of start gridless. And people have talked about this forever, but I feel it's technologically suddenly become feasible. Like Pakistan, African countries have just racked and stacked Chinese solar over the last year. This is an area I'm tracking a lot. We talk about programming the physical world.
It's interesting how we're starting to use some of the same concepts from software in the physical world. Like, I don't know if you can talk about the modular stuff that you guys are doing.
Yeah, so we are doing what we want to do. I'll give a quick summary and then we'll talk more later. So every cloud entity, imagine it takes physical form in a different way. Okay, so like maybe Coinbase becomes a bank and Replit becomes a hacker house, and so like each thing takes a physical form in a different way. And if we could put that spirit into a modular or a set of modulars, you could start replicating Replit and coining Coinbases all over the place, right? So stay tuned. Maybe we'll do something like that. All right.
Cool. Yeah, I think just to put a final note in this. I really want to be able to drop a vibe coding lounge anywhere on the world. Almost like from the press a button, I was like, oh, there's an event happening there. I want to have presence, but I don't want to coordinate with organizers, whatever.
But for modulars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you imagine Davos, just saying, don't go to these boring politician talks. Just go vibe code something and drop a module there and
I love it.
People. Yeah.
It's very doable, and maybe we'll do it.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks
everyone.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
All right. Next item.
All right, everyone. We've got a very brief coffee break. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes. And we'll start promptly on the hour. See you shortly. All right, everybody, how's everybody feeling? All right, can you do me a quick favor? Can you raise your hand if you've got seats next to you? Because we've got a bunch of people, I think, that are still looking to get settled in. Can you just put hands up so people know where to come in a little bit? All right. Can you give me just a little bit of noise? Woo! So it's my pleasure to bring on stage Balaji and Vitalik Buterin. Welcome to the stage.
All right, everybody's caffeinated. This is going to be high tech. All right.
Yay, high
So,
tech.
All right, so Ethereum, the Ethereum network states, Zuzulu, the sons and daughters of Zuzulu. You've been working on that for a few years now. Where is the status of that? There's Zoo Georgia, Zoo Thailand, all these zoos.
Yeah, so after the first one in Montenegro and then a smaller one in Istanbul, we made this decision to decentralize it, right? So we basically said there isn't going to be like one big Zuzulu meta org that tries to coordinate everything that happens, and so everyone go do your own. And we tried a couple of different mechanisms to like coordinate some technology and coordinate some funding for them, but otherwise just kind of left them to go and pursue their own visions, right?
And so, do they all use ZooPass, or is it like there's a stack? Is it like
think,
how does that work exactly?
A lot of them do, but not all. It's like I don't think there's like any single thing that they all agree on, right? It's much more of a constellation. And so, we saw Edge City kind of go in one direction and do its thing. Then, we saw some of the newer ones this year, Switzerland, Zoograma, Zcash. Some interesting kind of adjacent things. I mean, Crecimiento in Buenos Aires, like Four Seas in Chiang Mai, another one. It's like a bunch of different projects that are going in a lot of different directions.
And there's some common themes. So there's longevity and biotech.
Yeah.
That's a shared interest that we have. And then I think another thing that popped out to me about what a lot of the Zuzulu projects work on is public goods of various kinds. Various voting mechanisms, government mechanisms. Is that fair? Like passports, registries, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, also, what I've called the DIAC philosophy, right?
Right. So explain that for people.
Yeah. So it's the acronym stands for like a lot of things, but mainly defensive decentralized acceleration. So accelerating technology that is open, open source, that is decentralizing, like both architecturally and designs to not concentrate power, and like that at the same time is positive sum, right? And that is like actually trying to basically do defense rather than offense, and keep everything cohesive.
Would you agree that, let's say there's EA, effective altruism, effective accelerationism, which started as a parody of EA but then became its own thing, and which I'm sympathetic to. Then DIAC is sort of somewhere in the middle-ish, like a
right. I mean, I would call it sort of the middle of a triangle, but yeah.
Middle of a triangle. What's the other point?
Yeah, actually, the three that I often talk about is one is kind of European-style decel or degrowth. The other is like basically EAC. And the third is what I call National Security Act. So this is kind of safety-oriented, like centralized big government and like big corporate sort of stuff.
I'd only quibble with one word there, which is usually the safety argument is made because, versus security argument. So national security will be the security argument, and the EU types will be the safety argument. But it's like slightly, I mean, it's the same thing, but it's just differently coded.
Right, yeah. And like to me, the idea of DIAC is basically technologies that do very well on things like safety and security, and I think there, Ethereum is a great example, right? Because it is a blockchain that's keeping a $500 billion economy, like safe and quite stable, and increasingly not even just the layer one, increasingly the application layer, right? Like the hacks in DeFi as a percentage of TVL have just been dropping like a rock over the past 5 years. Yeah,
that's a good graph.
That graph exists. It's in my I think my second most recent post. Like I put the graph. It like dropped from like 5% to I think like 0.02% or something this year.
Why do you think it is? Because smart contracts are becoming more audited and people have more experience with them.
Basically, yeah. More audits, more experience, better understanding of best practices, more reuse of components. I mean, obviously, there's always the frontier of people doing the crazy things, but the safe bubble like keeps getting safer. It keeps growing.
It's funny. You might be able to derive some kind of aging function now that you've got almost 10 years of smart contracts, some sort of almost actuarial function, which says what is that's an interesting machine learning problem. Someone wants to do that.
Right.
It's like, what is the risk of this contract based on its age, and how many rec news reports are there? If it's like it's like the biggest hack.
We've thought about this. Like I think Justin Drake had this idea that you could I think he called it like the Lindy index, and the index is it's the integral of logarithm of TVL over time, and so basically you accumulate.
Why log TVL?
Obviously, you accumulate lindiness over time. You accumulate more lindiness the bigger something is, because if something's bigger, then it has actual real opponents, like it has to face real threats. And I think like it has to be less than linear, basically, because like the number of new threats that you get going up from 1 million and 10 million, like it's kind of similar to the number of new threats that you get going from like 1 billion to 10 billion, right? It's not like you get the same number from like 1 million to 10 as you do from like 1 billion to 1.009.
So meaning once it gets on people's radar, they start trying to hack it, and so the extra amount doesn't matter that much. Is that why that functions?
Right. Like basically, it's like every new order of magnitude. Like it gives you a fairly similar number of like new issues that you have to deal with. I don't know. If you're like looking just like Ethereum's own history, it feels pretty intuitive.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's very interesting about smart contracts is, as you know, like historically, formal verification was always computationally infeasible, and it was like breaking what's it saying, like a butterfly on a wheel. And then suddenly with smart contracts, the programs were small enough that it was feasible, and they were valuable enough that it was worth doing. And so now you have Certora, and you have all these tools that try to do formal verification. Do you feel that has been working, or I mean, is that a contributing factor as well in your view?
I think so.
Yeah. So okay, so Ethereum network states. So you've got the longevity parts, you've got the governance parts. So coming back to that, what did you learn for the last 2-ish years of social experiments?
So I think this whole network state movement, and then the free cities movement, and all of these things that came before it, they started from a particular set of ideas, and then when a set of ideas kind of collides with reality, there's like the question of what is the portion that really sticks, right? And the thing that I've found is it feels like there are individual zoo nodes that are turning into like persistent product market fit. Like I believe Edge is already basically break even at least. And to me, some of the Frontier Towers, getting there already, as I understand, and the others make sense from that perspective. But then, the questions that are always in the back of my mind, right, is one is there's always been this long-running emphasis on getting some kind of government autonomy, and a lot of the time, getting that product market fit, at least in the short term, it feels like that's a thing that's hard to ask for. And it has a lower immediate value, and so we're seeing people just not ask for it so far.
Well,
right?
So there is, I think the new Solana economic zones and so on are one step towards that, because they've got a deal with Kazakhstan and whatnot. So I think we're finally starting to see some, and then obviously Prospera got the mini circle jurisdiction. So I think there are some fruitful moves. There's Palau has the RNS.id, which actually you've got, I think, right? So there's some fruitful moves towards getting jurisdictions to do novel things. Would you?
Right. Yeah, I mean, what would you say out of all of those is like a type of jurisdictional property that's like both really meaningful and at the same time is like actually pragmatically valuable for people?
Definitely mini circle, or rather, here's why. So the Prospera story was they changed the law. They got a biotech-free zone. They somebody set up mini circle. Various people invested. Then there was a treatment that Patrick Friedman, who spoke, has used, and he really. I'm only talking about their self-report, right? So Patrick's self-report was really good. Farb Nevy's self-report was really good. I'm not making any medical claims, just saying that. And then actually Bezos saw Farb Nevy's tweet and interacted with it and so on, because he is on the lookout for the things that money can't buy, right? And so this thing that radically, so that's what I consider going all the way, right? From change the law, start the company, make the treatment, give the treatment, have it bubble up to the levels, right? Like that is something that I consider a success. It's like a needle where it's only like N of 1 or N of 2 that's gone all the way through, but it's a little clue as to what could happen if we could increase that. That's my, I think, best case study right now.
I mean, I can actually give an answer from a totally different area. Immigration and visas. So, like, there's a lot of this economic research that says that, like, specifically immigration restriction is the like the one type of government regulation that like actually prevents the most economic activity. And
this is a Brian Kaplan style argument.
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree with that, but I'll explain. But go give.
Yeah, but the usual counter argument is basically like there's all of these people coming from all these places around the world, and like we don't know who they are and we don't trust them, right? And the synthesis to me is basically that like the idea that governments could like regulate groups rather than individuals, right? Basically that if you have a group, and we could call it a network state, we could call it something else, and then that group acquires a reputation for doing a good job of containing people who are high-quality contributors, who are not likely to go commit crimes, who are not likely to go run off into the forest and so on, then like from the perspective of a government's own interests, it's pragmatic for them to just let people from that group come, because they're at the like if you already offer visa-free to like people from like some low-income European country, like realistically you're already at least as low risk as that, right? So I think especially in the age of like things like the whole like H-1B situation, like we need to figure out like new solutions to that kind of problem. And I think like the something group level is like intuitively really feels right. And
yes. So I think let me give a quick argument against open borders and then tentatively in the digital way. So the argument against is just you don't have open borders for your house, for your wallet, for anything that you really care about. You don't just allow anybody to come in there. So if there's a bunch of people trampling through your living room, you'd say this, and that extends your apartment and this, that, the other out. And so that's the argument for controlling some degree of in-migration. With that said, in the digital world, like Facebook, Reddit or what have you, all these platforms, all the crypto platforms want everybody to become a user eventually, right?
Yeah.
So the difference, why is there a difference? And I'd say in the digital realm, state capacity can scale almost independently of the number of people who are coming through, right? I mean, yes, there's blockchain scalability and so on and so forth, but it's not like the ability of Facebook to deal with malware, spam, scams, people attacking each other. That only very slowly scales with the population, right? So they can actually admit enormous millions, billions of people and govern them on the software side. And the interesting question is how much that scales. And I think until that scales outside of software, you couldn't do that in the physical world. Maybe one wouldn't want to.
Yeah, and I think there has to be some kind of synthesis, right? And I think the whole point of this kind of online to offline thing that to me is at the core of this movement, right, is that if like if your function is basically, you know, like you want to accept some number of people and you have some risk function, then there are far better ways of making the decision of who than just basically discriminating based on which country someone comes from, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's like a very low bandwidth signal, right?
It's like during COVID, they were trying to block borders in the US based on like Rhode Island versus New York or something like that, which is very, very, very poor as a signal.
Yeah, and I think in general, right, like there's going to be a lot of these situations where like individuals wants to do various things, companies wants to do various things, and then governments are like both interested, but then you know, they have their own risk calculation. And if you have some kind of entity in the middle that's like basically able to acquire a reputation for saying, you know, like these are people that we think are reasonably low risk, right? Like it feels like something that's actually pragmatic from both sides.
Yeah, so I do agree. It's funny because on the one hand, I'd say I think like what mini circle is something humans have never done before, whereas immigrations, visas are something people have done. On the other hand, I think B might be a prerequisite for A because being able to set up an area where you can bring smart people from all over is becoming more and more and more valuable as a lot of places become more and more nationalist and what have you, right? So I'd agree with you there.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of countries doing digital nomad visas though. And a lot of these small countries, have you observed this? You know, I was talking about this with a few other folks. Small countries are more pro-crypto and more pro in general. Have you found that?
I think so.
Do you have a thesis? I mean, I have a thesis on why, but I'd love to hear if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a large country, then you're big enough to where you think that you stand a chance of controlling the stack. If you're a small country, you don't, right? And so I think the open stack is like that is the alternative that makes sense for you.
That's right, and that's why I think network states, startup societies can work with small states and actually strengthen them. You can bring talent, you bring capital there. I mean, then whenever you go, like all the zoos probably bring quite a lot of investment money to their local thing, or they could eventually over time. At least DevCon did it not? Yeah?
It did, yeah.
So that shows like this cloud entities bring a lot of capital locally. So there's a positive sum trade to be had potentially.
Exactly. Yeah, so one other thing that's like always interested me about the network state concept is it's not just about innovation in jurisdictional properties, it's also about innovation in culture, right? And to me, that's also at the core of the, like I think the response to like, are we just inventing co-working spaces and accelerators?
I have a one-liner, I have two one-liners on that. Okay, that's not one-liner, it's a two-liner, but fine. Okay, so first is, why is like a startup site network state, why is it not just co-working? Because community is about connectivity. And the thing that differentiates a startup society from a Starbucks is if you put on your augmented reality glasses, everybody in a startup society would have edges between them because that's a community of friends. And all the people at the Starbucks would be a community of strangers. It might be friendly, cordial strangers, but strangers nonetheless, right? So that, I think, is the difference. Community means connectivity, and a lot of people use the word community to mean like oak benches, and go ahead.
It's interesting you say that, because that's like exactly a response I gave when someone asked me about the Estonia e-residency thing, right? Because like I think there are a lot of these beautiful kind of idealistic ideals there of like, hey, we are going to become a digital nation.
I was actually one of the first 3 Estonian e-residents along with
and it's like,
it's cool.
It's a cool thing, and it's even a useful thing, right? There's a lot of like, for example, like Chinese people for whom it's an excellent way of getting like European e-banking.
Right.
But then, like to me, ultimately, a company is it's a hub and spoke thing. It's a single entity with relationships to each person.
Exactly.
And a community is people who all do things for each other.
And choose to. Exactly. That's right. So that was my first. And then on the second one, because you said, how do you know it's just not just co-working and so on? So, like cultural innovation is there's usually there's something you're doing where you're thinking it's good and the rest of the world thinks it's bad, right? And that, so like, I'm not saying to be controversial for the sake of it, minimum necessary controversy, but minimum necessary controversy if you need to do something good, then, so like a co-working space isn't, quote, controversial in that sense, right? So I think those would be the two answers, connectivity and some small degree of controversy.
Right. Yeah. Or sometimes, like something where you think that it's good, but then like other people just kind of don't care or not interested. Right.
Yeah.
It's
Scissor statement as a service.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, even like I think like Brian Johnson is a good example of this, right? And like he has a lot of these like longevity ideas, and like sometimes like you can't just go one step forward and like show like you can't just make what you want happen through a single isolated product that makes sense in the context of everyone's pre-existing lifestyles. And like to his credit, he has made versions of that, and like his powders are good, right? But like sometimes like you also have to go deep, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and actually, yeah, like I think this is also kind of my thinking in the context of like some of these zoo nodes. It's like something that a lot of them wants to do as well, right? They want to go deep on what I call DAC technologies, which includes cryptography. Yeah, it includes blockchain things. It also includes a lot of health. Actually, yeah. So this thing I have over here, this is a fun gadget. Actually, yeah, a group that we give grants to out of Balvi funds it. It's a clean air Tamagotchi. So it's basically a kind of Tamagotchi-style game where, but it's attached to air quality monitors. And so here, you have the CO2 meter, you have PM 2.5, and so this is basically, a way of measuring, like how good this room is in terms of, like how healthy the air is, people not getting sick, and so on. And so, like effectively, we're like actually bringing the dream of, the decentralized FDA thing.
Exactly. I was going to get there. That's
exactly.
right. Like basically these sensors, because ultimately regulation is information. Like I say, they're giving star ratings on the quality of an actor, and they're banning bad actors. And if you had really great sensors that were impartial and that fed data, and you had chain of custody in both the chain of custody and blockchain of custody sense, and you could, crypto cameras, for example, or crypto sensors where they hash it as they're uploading it.
Yeah.
Then you could come up with reports that were actually more trustworthy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan. Basically hook up some sensors together with cryptography and
And interesting, most of the time, FDA might be too sensitive, but sometimes they're actually not enough. For example, like the body scanners in the U.S. airports, like TSA ran them through, even though some people objected to FDA because there's a fellow government agency who's able to ram them through. So sometimes you can audit them and actually find they're more risky than FDA would approve, and you might not want that risk, right?
Yeah, and like I think you can go around saying words about the clean air topic, but then you can also just like go and create a demonstration and show people like, look, this is an entire community where everything is. And
that's a great example of something for a community because there's so much economy of scale in having those things everywhere rather than, I mean, you can wear them around yourself, but then you decentralize and you re-centralize to have like some industrial strength thing, and it's hooked to sensors and it tracks everything and so on and so forth, right? The
exactly.
AQI sensors, Cool. Okay, so you've seen, you got Zulu going. Switching gears for a second, what other kinds of communities would you like to see, or are you just happy to sit back and watch the Zuzulus, or are there things that holes, startup societies you'd like to see?
Yeah, I mean, I think out of the different Zuzulus, I think there's two categories that, at least of these like very small scale nodes that I think are interesting. There's sort of what I would call embassies and monasteries, right? And embassies are basically
that's a good term. I immediately get it. It's like, are you receiving lots of people versus you're cloistered? In
exactly.
Your own,
Like Frontier Tower is, like one in SF, and like I would call it an embassy, right? They actually they're pretty smart. They bought up this apartment building that's like actually in the area that's historically known as being the crime den, and then they bought it up like basically just before it started getting cleaned up, and so it's actually a very
good timing.
A very good deal. But they have 16 floors, and then there's a floor for Ethereum, there's a floor for biotech, a floor for AI, and just creating this environment that just really makes all of these technologies available at a high density. And like I think you could go even further in terms of like focusing on specific philosophies. Like I would say, there should be one of these that's like purely open source. And then, and for monasteries, like, basically a monastery is just something that's like further away, and it's more about this kind of holistic lifestyle. But then, like historically speaking, like actual monasteries, like they weren't just, like monks kind of praying and doing things themselves, right? They did things.
The tricky part about a monastery is it's hard to imagine, I mean, almost by definition, that growing.
Right.
Because since it's closer from the world, it's not recruiting, it's not scaling advertising, and so the embassies would seem to grow much more than the monasteries, unless there's something, and that would just have a natural selective.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would actually categorize network school as being more like a monastery.
More monastery. Interesting. I think there's aspects of both, because Stanford has aspects of both.
Right.
So the thing is, we do receive lots of people, but by having it somewhat air-gapped, then it's its own community. Whereas if it's right in the middle of the city, then it doesn't have its own community. So I think there's some combination, but a pure monastery wouldn't work. At least
I mean, that sounds right. I think, I mean, what I have in mind by the word is definitely something that's like at least reachable for people.
Actually, though, you're right. Though there's a trade-off of two terms, which is accessibility goes up as you're closer to the city center. But community goes up as you're further from the city center, or connectivity, very roughly, right?
Yeah, and it's all about the graph structure, right? Community is people who do things for each other, and then if that community is like right beside a much bigger thing, like the graph is just going to naturally look like that, right? And
yeah, so maybe the ideal would be it was very accessible, but it was a road that nobody ever wanted to travel down.
Yeah.
Then it's got the combination of high accessibility and high, that's interesting. I could maybe think about mentioning that. Okay, so anything else on your mind? I think you want audience to know. I should know.
I mean, the other thing I would want to see is like experimentation more on the culture side, right?
Yes.
And I think culture is something that's really important, right? And
the One Commandment stuff I was writing about, like the keto kosher and stuff like that. Offline in particular.
Exactly. The whole thing that you guys are doing in terms of having explicitly offline spaces, I think that's great, right? I think there's a valuable role that culture plays in just creating and creating local consensus and standardizing answers on just big important questions of how to live life, and I think that needs to be really updated for the 21st century.
I think so. In particular on the so on the offline thing, so this is something you and I have talked about, maybe worth, right? So with cars, we are advancing cars still with self-driving cars, electric cars, even flying cars. We can also subtract cars and build totally walkable spaces, right? And so we can advance tech with AI and crypto and all this stuff. We can also subtract tech, and this is what we're doing at Network School, as we were talking about, where totally offline offices, pencil and paper, install phone lockers in half the building so that you have to lock your phone when you walk into the building and you're just present and you're offline and so on and so forth, and just start to have offline spaces as walkable spaces where it's almost like not getting hit by a car as you're walking along. You don't get hit by a push notification in an offline space,
Yeah, I mean, as someone who has who almost feels PTSD from just peacefully living my life and then randomly having minute-long clips of me doing things pop up on Xiaohongshu, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's funny. I realize that some people don't turn on Do Not Disturb all the time on their computer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, they must get barraged with notifications all day. I couldn't imagine even thinking like that, right?
Yeah.
And so the way these things are set up by the defaults, we have to change the defaults on this stuff and make it more friendly.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's, I'm just excited to see, where this movement goes, and just the first, 10 of these things turn into something that I would feel really excited, not just to visit, but to live in.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much for talking.
Thank you too, Balaji.
Thanks.
Thank you both. The same conversation was going on backstage while they were getting ready to come on stage. So endlessly sources of learning and lots to learn and think about from Balaji and Vitalik. So with that in mind, we're going to shift gears, and we're going to talk a little bit about the history of token distributions and how these sorts of new structures of ownership and new structures of engagement and new forms really can play a role in the network state. And to do that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Hasib, a managing partner at Dragonfly. Welcome, Hasib.
Hello, everybody. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about how to distribute a token. This is one of the things that in the crypto industry we've learned through experience, what works and what does not work, and how you distribute ownership of something new to a lot of people. So I'm a crypto VC at a fund called Dragonfly, and I've seen how all of this is played out firsthand, so let's walk through it. All of this began with Satoshi Nakamoto and the creation of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was distributed through proof of work. The idea of proof of work was that everybody has their own computer, and if everyone has their own computer, their computer can mine and get ownership in Bitcoin. That's the idea. Now, it turned out that he was a little bit naive about how all of this would play out over time, because it turns out dedicated compute, specialized compute, is actually better at mining Bitcoin than your computer is. Today, if you try to mine Bitcoin with your own computer, you're not going to mine a single Bitcoin in your entire life. It's just way too difficult to do with a normal CPU, and so proof of work turned out to be rewarding specialization. It rewards professionalized miners who have special equipment, special data centers, which is really not what the original spirit of Bitcoin was supposed to be. So that moved a lot of people gradually away from proof of work toward what became known as proof of stake. Proof of stake is this idea that was really championed by Vitalik, who was just on stage, and Ethereum. And the idea of proof of stake is, okay, proof of work didn't quite go where we wanted, it has these environmental externalities, but what if we imagined that everybody kind of had like a virtual computer, but a virtual computer costs money? So what if we just say, okay, you have money, and everyone has some amount of money, and using that money, you can help secure the network, and if you have some money and you vote, you get some more money. That's kind of a very garbled version of how proof of stake fundamentally works. But everybody who has stake can ultimately vote to secure the network and behave accordingly. If you behave badly, we take away your money. So that's proof of stake, and that's how Ethereum, basically, Ethereum and networks after it, eventually got distributed. And that requires you, if you're doing proof of stake, you have to answer a fundamental question that you didn't have to answer in proof of work, which is how do you originally distribute the tokens that end up people use to secure the network? So the first answer to this was ICOs. So Ethereum was one of the very first ICOs, and of course, if you bought Ethereum in the initial ICO, you were up $1 kajillion, I don't know, whatever it is, some massive percent. And of course, there was a big boom of ICOs that took place in 2017, but ICOs eventually fell out of favor because of the fact that there was a lot of regulatory surface area, a lot of scams, a lot of people got defrauded, and so people moved away from ICOs, and they decided that instead of just saying who spends the most money gets the initial tokens and gets the ownership of this asset, instead we moved to what are called airdrops. And airdrops, kind of imagine them like helicopter money. So you use my asset, you're part of my network, you're part of my community. I'm going to just give you tokens for free because you used my thing early, you supported me in the early days. And so the rise of these airdrop tokens led to, the first generation of people were like, wow, that's so great, I got free tokens. Now I'm a part owner of this network. Well, after that very first generation, Uniswap was the most famous, that did this massive airdrop that distributed the initial supply of tokens. You got the rise of what's called airdrop farming. And airdrop farming are people who realize, like, hey, if I use this thing early, I might get their tokens when they do an airdrop, so I should just use everything early. I should just use a kajillion things early. And in fact, I should maybe make up fake people that also use their thing so they can get tokens. And so this has now become this almost like professionalized thing where you have these, I don't want to call them scammers, but people who are taking advantage of the rules and using that to get access to a bunch of different communities, a bunch of different products when they launch their own tokens. So you can see there's all these farming guides that people use all over the world to try to get access to all these token distributions. So farming itself makes it a lot harder to do these. We give some tokens to everyone in our community because there's people who can take advantage of it. So that moved us away from these vanilla airdrops to what are now called points. So points are this mechanism where, okay, instead of saying I'm going to give you tokens in exchange for using my product, I'm going to give you points, and someday those points will convert to an airdrop, but I retain the right to decide how those points are allocated. And if you start doing things that look fishy to me or that I don't like or that I don't want, I'm going to change the way that future points get earned. So maybe in the beginning, everyone who uses my product gets some points, but later I realized, hey, actually it's not so good for people to get points for just using my product. But people use it for 10 seconds and throw it away. So instead I'll say, I'm going to reward people now with points who are using my product every day, or who are using these features, or who are depositing money, or whatever. So points give you the flexibility to say, I'm going to reward this, not that, and I adapt over time, seeing what people are doing and what's actually valuable to my product. And so that's most of where we ended up today in crypto, but there's a lot of talk now about the future of distributions, of maybe even looking at not just how you're using my application, but how you use previous applications, right? Because at the end of the day, what I really want to know is, are you a good user? And a good user was probably a good user in the past, too. You didn't just suddenly become an asshole when you started using my product. If you're an asshole, you're probably an asshole to many people before. Something almost like credit scores, I think you can see starting to develop within the crypto world. Lastly, I want to just leave you with this quote, is that we're seeing a lot of experimentation. There was a great quote by Louis Brandeis, the Supreme Court Justice, who said, "A single courageous state may, if its citizens choose, serve as a laboratory and try novel social and economic experiments without risk to the rest of the country." This is known as the laboratories of democracy. Every state, in the same way in crypto, every crypto project has the ability to experiment with different ways of distributing tokens and ownership, and ultimately seeding what will ultimately become the state corresponding to that project. That's all from me. Thank you, everybody. See you all.
Thank you, Hasib. All right, next, please join me in welcoming to the stage Veronica, the CEO of TON Strategy Company. Welcome, Veronica.
Hello, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here. My name is Veronica, and I'm the CEO of TON Strategy Company. 8 weeks ago, we launched the first digital asset treasury company that is focused on investing in TON, the native token of the open network, which as of earlier this year has an exclusive partnership with Telegram to power their mini-app ecosystem. I'm sure Telegram, to this audience, doesn't really need an introduction, but we may need a reminder of how many users Telegram has. Currently, over 1 billion people use Telegram on a monthly basis. That number is projected to grow to 1.5 billion in just under 3 years. About 140 million of those have tried TON, either through enabling the wallet, which is native within Telegram, activating it, and using it to send crypto as easily as it would be to send a text, or maybe purchasing something in one of the mini apps. Within a few years, that number is projected to grow to 500 million. If every single user today within Telegram buys an iPhone, that's $1 trillion economy. The backbone of this economy is powered by Telegram mini apps, which were launched just under 3 years ago. There's also Telegram native assets, such as stickers and NFTs around usernames and phone numbers, and of course, the wallet within Telegram. The ecosystem is vast, and what's incredible about Telegram is that it's not the first super app, but it's the first global, truly global super app. And we have developers and creators participating from all corners of the globe to contribute into this exciting ecosystem. But what can you do within Telegram with TON? Well, you can live your entire financial life in Telegram. Telegram wallet gives you access to stablecoins, which you can save, earn, and remit with without leaving your favorite messenger. You can live your entire social life. You can own your social identity within Telegram. You can own your username for the first time as an actual physical physical and digital in the terms of this conference, digital asset as an NFT. You can own a phone number, and you can participate in the creator economy, either by collecting stickers, sending gifts to friends, or as an actual creator. And Telegram treats creators incredibly fairly. If you're a third-party developer and you decide to launch a channel within Telegram, not only do you not need to wrestle with the guilt of generating advertising revenue in the way it's normally generated by extractive user data being collected. Within Telegram, all of advertising is contextual. You also get a pretty sweet split with the platform. It's a clean 50-50. So how do you build? Yeah, it's pretty incredible, right? So how do you build how do you create a platform? How do you attract 1 billion people? How do you create a community of 1 billion people? And more importantly, how do you do that without spending a single dollar on marketing or raising any external equity? Well, it starts with user experience. People come because they want to experience something. They want to have a shared feeling around something. But they stay because the values of the platform they're interacting with resonate with them. And I think it's really hard to find anyone for whom the values of openness, privacy, and most importantly, freedom wouldn't resonate. And those are the values that this platform stands for. How do you finance all of this? Well, Telegram were very early in recognizing that the only way you can really build payment rails and an infrastructure around financing for a morphing group of individuals across the world that's borderless, the only technology that can support that is the blockchain. And here we are today. It's the first social app that's integrated the blockchain, and it's creating the first early, arguably potential future network state. We at Ton Strategy Company are very excited to be, and very proud to be investing in an ecosystem that supports these kind of values. And we believe that the future of financing for network economies, network ecosystems, lies at the intersection of public market financing, traditional finance, and crypto. We're proud to be able to give access to public market investors who may not otherwise be able to hold crypto, who may want to participate in this ecosystem. And we believe that the future of digital asset treasuries like ours is in being important infrastructure providers within a variety of blockchain technologies. The last thing I'm going to leave you with, sorry, I realize I'm out of time, but the last thing I'm going to leave you with is just a quick highlight on one project that launched last week in this incredible ecosystem. So the Space Exploration and Research Agency chose to partner with Ton to send 6 people into space on a space mission in 2026. And you can all participate in this. You can vote for the people to go. You can volunteer yourself. The mission of this agency is to democratize access to space. And why is Ton and Telegram excited about this? Well, there's an enormous leapfrog effect in all of this. Over 150 existing countries in the world don't have a space program and have never sent anyone into space. Meanwhile, with the power of community and incredible technology, Telegram and Ton are quite literally putting freedom into orbit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you to Veronica. Next, it's my pleasure, while we're talking about ecosystems, to welcome to the stage Zen from the Global Head of Growth at Base. Please give Zen a warm welcome to the stage.
All right. Hello. Hi, I'm Zen. I lead global growth at Base. And Base exists to power a new financial system because we're not satisfied with the current one. It's unfair, it's inefficient, and it works for some people, but not everyone. So we're here to build something better, an open stack for a new global economy, one that increases innovation, creativity, and freedom. And it starts with the Base chain, the leading layer 2 on Ethereum, enabling fast, cheap, and secure transactions at scale. Next, we have the Base app, which brings together a social network with app discovery and chat payments and trading all in one place. And then we have Base Build, a suite of tools for developers, enabling them to go from idea to app to startup. And this is just the beginning, because Base is becoming a network state. Let me explain. So my personal mission at Base is to grow the Builder Network. The Builder Network is a community of people who are dedicated to building and supporting on-chain apps and startups. And the Builder Network is decentralized. Anyone from anywhere can contribute, but it's also organized with a leadership structure so we can scale and get stuff done. As you can see from the map, we have leaders and active communities in countries all around the world. And the Builder Network is made up of many different types of builders, from founders to creators to traders and other sorts of contributors. And each builder needs the other, and they work together. Founders contribute to Base by building apps which serve users, provide utility, and provide fees to the network. And founders build on Base because they can get users. And by serving these users, a founder can build a business. Creators come to Base to provide distribution to founders, to apps, and to tokens. And in return, these creators can earn more than they can on Web 2 platforms. And then we have traders. Traders contribute to Base by providing capital, which funds the founders and the creators. And in return, the traders get upside. And sustained upside comes from the quality of the founders and the creators that the traders are backing. And so in this network, each type of builder needs the other one. And together, they form a powerful growth engine which propels forward this on-chain economy. And it's working. The Base economy now has 12 billion in assets on platform, 4 billion in stablecoins, 3 billion in transactions to date, and thousands of apps. It's clear that we now have the ability to supercharge networks. And that's why I believe that on-chain networks like Base are in the early stages of becoming network states. What is a network state? Well, a network state is a decentralized country, as many of you know. That's why we're here. And up here is the definition from Balaji of a network state. We're going to go through each of these individually with respect to Base to see how we come out. And it starts with a network state is a social network. Is Base a social network? Yes, absolutely. Base is a social network. Just open up the Base app and you'll see what I mean. A moral innovation. Yes, Base has a distinct set of core beliefs. Open beats closed. Ownership unlocks creativity, and global is the default. A sense of national consciousness. Yes, the Base community is a real community. We feel part of something bigger than ourselves. A recognized founder. Yep, this is Jesse Pollock, the founder of Base. A capacity for collective action. If there's one thing we can do as a network, it's build. It's come together and build stuff. So yes, we can. An in-person level of civility. Yes, we're very civil. Absolutely. An integrated cryptocurrency. Well, Base is beginning to explore a network token. So we're not there yet, but we are on the way. A consensual government limited by social smart contract. Base has achieved stage 1 decentralization, and we are working on our smart contracts. So on the way. An archipelago of crowd-funded physical territories. Well, Base has boots on the ground in over 25 countries all around the world. So again, we are well on the way to building our archipelago of crowd-funded physical territories. And then a virtual capital. Yes, this is being built. It's the Base app. This is our network's gathering point. It's our town hall. So absolutely, yes. And then finally, an on-chain census that proves a large enough population, income, and real estate footprint to obtain a measure of diplomatic recognition. Well, there are millions of users on Base, and apps on Base have earned over $1 billion in revenue to date. So that's a huge amount of income that can fund a pretty significant real estate footprint when the time comes. But no, we have not yet got diplomatic recognition. But a few years ago, governments thought that crypto was a joke. And now they're adding it to their national reserves. So with enough time and growth, I believe it's possible. So there you have it. Base is on its way to becoming a network state. And this matters because it means that Base is more than just crypto. Base is about building a platform for a better future. Thank you very much.
There we go. Thank you, Zen. Now it's my pleasure to make a little noise. We're going to be joined by the CEO of Coinbase, Brian Armstrong. Here's Brian.
Thanks for speaking at the Network State Conference.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it, Balaji.
So we've been talking about this stuff for years and being friends and colleagues since I think you and in Bluxom 12 years ago with just two guys. Been a long journey since then.
Oh, we appreciate you being along for the ride and helping contribute as CTO while you were there. And you had incredible foresight on this and really believed in us before we maybe even knew ourselves what the real potential of it was.
I knew that basically this space was going to be huge. And I actually think that this next space is also going to be big. That is to say, after cryptocurrencies comes crypto communities. And we're actually right now hosting Base at Network State.
Base is a really early sign here of these communities coming into real world formations. And at this most recent Base camp, it's like people got married, people got tattoos. It started to feel like a real sense of community coming together. Pretty interesting vibes, kind of felt like the early Bitcoin meetups. So yeah, Base is an exciting manifestation of that, and the network school itself is an exciting manifestation of that. So we're happy to participate, and we'll keep trying to do what we can to help grow network school as well.
What do you want to build Base into if you want to build it into a startup society or Base network state?
I think the version of it I would like to see is unapologetically pro-freedom. Like have rule of law, have courts, have police officers to enforce contracts and prevent crime, but otherwise allow society to try anything as long as you don't hurt anybody else. Like people should be building nuclear power plants, there should be drones delivering stuff, there should be all kinds of crypto innovation for fundraising and capital and new businesses being formed. We should have accelerated biotech trials. The idea would be to carve out some pieces of federal land and actually create some zones like this. This is a policy effort that we would love to help contribute to if we can in some way, shape, or form.
Actually, Coinbase invested in Prospera. Any other sharp societies, network state-like things that you've been interested in?
What I'd really love to see next, actually, is an application kind of in the vision of what you put forward in the network state book. I mean, you had that great kind of wireframe mock-up of like a leaderboard of different cities or zones, right, by population, how many citizens they had and their GDP and things. And I actually would love to see somebody create an app on top of Base that is like a tool to spin up a new community like that, make it very simple to do that, and then track the stats and the tax revenue and the membership. And it's kind of like your community management tools on top of Base. If anybody out there is building that, send us an email, ventures@coinbase.com. That would be the next step to really start to get more of these and then track in a competitive environment which ones are doing the best, which ones have been able to accumulate actual physical territory. And we can kind of go around and build some of these and get the next Wakanda or Dubai or Shenzhen built out in various places around the world.
So if people are building startup societies, network states, they should build on Base, come to Coinbase.
Yeah, and thank you for your vision on this, Balaji. I always feel like you see the future 10 years out, and you're the galaxy brain thinker.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. It's very kind, and proud to build everything from Coinbase to USDC with you, and hopefully 10 more years of crushing it together.
Yeah, let's go build the frontier.
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
Next, it's our pleasure to present Jesse Powell, co-founder of Kraken. Here's Jesse.
Jesse, thanks for being at the Network State Conference.
All right, thanks for having me.
So you and I have been colleagues for about 10 plus years, since 2013 when Bitcoin was just really getting going in the venture world. So you've had a long lens on the space. When did you get started?
Well, I had a company from 2001 to 2011 selling virtual items and currencies for online games. So Bitcoin was sort of like the logical next step in virtual currencies. As soon as I read about it, it immediately clicked, and I was like, okay, this is like the future of online payments for the world.
When did you boot up Kraken as a digital currency exchange?
We started work in July of 2011, got pretty far, and then we started hearing about all these compliance requirements. And so it sort of delayed launch a little bit. We eventually launched to the public in September of 2013.
Got it. One thing that's interesting is this giant multi-trillion-dollar space of cryptocurrency, the closest adjacent market to it that existed when Bitcoin came out was video game items. Now we're working on startup societies. The thing that is adjacent to that are like hotels and lodges and things like that. And some people, if they look at it with the wrong eyes, will say, oh, it's just like a venue or something like that. It's just a meetup, right? Just like if they looked at Bitcoin with the wrong eyes at the beginning, they think, oh, it's just a video game item, but it was way, way more than that. Like if you're starting a new society, if you only pick one thing, what is the thing that you are going to improve on? What is the ideal Jesse society? What does that look like?
I think putting crypto at the core of the society as sort of the base operating system of the society is really the one core differentiator. And once you have that base layer where everything kind of plugs into the chain. Everything supports cryptographic signatures. Everything supports zero knowledge proofs. You basically build a whole society around that structure.
Do you want to open a Kraken network state or Sharp Society at some point?
I'm very interested in it. Yeah, the network state. It's almost like a new frontier and a new form of homesteading. Sort of get out there and build and benefit from the growth. And I think there could be exponential growth, like crypto style gains to be had from being the first to develop this type of a new society. We have a lot of speculators in the crypto space, and I think that building out a new territory or new network state, bringing the digital world into the physical world and trying out this experiment of like a crypto first society, I think there'd be a lot of people willing to invest in that. I think the Krakens of the world can design interesting financial products around that. Obviously we have all the tools already to manage risk and liquidity and margin and financing and ICOs and things like that. So yeah, the markets component of that is there. And you can do a lot of this in DeFi as well, but it's nice to have a bridge to the legacy world to bring those funds in to do it. So yeah, I would love to work with you. And maybe we can have a little Kraken zone.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Jesse.
All right, we heard from Brian, we heard from Jesse, and now we're going to have Sean Neville, the co-founder of Circle Inc. Here's Sean.
Introduce people.
Yeah, so Jeremy and I started Circle in 2013. We were just obsessed with this idea about democratizing and sort of decentralizing global finance. We've tried to execute on the vision. Probably should have been obvious in 2013 that we needed something like a stablecoin, but it was actually 2017 when we figured out that that's what we needed in order to build everything else that we were interested in.
What was the number one thing that you guys were thinking about at the time you started work on USDC?
In order to enable global payments that didn't pause at borders and that were almost free, we needed some representation that was stable and capable of moving over internet rails. So the idea was multiple chains, not to be religious about any one particular chain, but to rely on blockchains to deliver value. That in itself was really a building block so that we can enable these other use cases.
So why don't you talk about your new thing, Katina?
One of the nice things about machine native money is that it's very reliable for machines to use it. When we have these orchestrated workflows with LLM intelligence involved in making decisions, then as those workflows become economic actors, they need to be able to transact. But simply tacking AI intelligence onto the edges of, say, a credit card flow, it is not reliable. It's really difficult to make those, even just the simple tool calls, very reliable. And so when you take a 5 to 7 to 9 party system and you add a couple more parties on the edges of it, then it's different than taking a stablecoin point-to-point transaction. And agentic workflows are very good at signing cryptographic messages. And then all of a sudden you sort of unlock the capability of transacting in fractional amounts, in like streaming payments in real time, all these things we've been talking about for 20 years, but have really never been economically possible or technically possible until we have the combination of machines becoming economic actors and stablecoins. My thesis is that in the future, the only actors that we will trust with our money and our assets, and the only actors that will be capable of generating competitive returns will be agentic.
What do you think about startup societies, network states? Where's Sean on that? Have you given any thought to that?
Many of the things that even 20 years ago were done in a confined sort of geo space, they're online now. We're already in these multiple online societies much more than we participate in the physical space that we're in. So the next step beyond that is, well, if we're already in these other spaces, then transforming that to the physical space that we actually want to be, and forming actual real world corollaries to where we're already spending our mental time online today.
What would be your ideal community if you could fork Sean and clone yourself and build something?
For me, it's about hyper-personalization, transparency, and trust that doesn't require relying on other human beings. If you can code those things cryptographically, and so trust enforced by software is just a fundamental theme. I mean, it was inconceivable 6-7 years ago that Stripe would create a payment chain, but it has flipped over the last few months where now people have a lot of interest in hearing about various forms of usage of stablecoins, not even just as a currency, but as programmable money and as sort of a platform to build on. There's the CryptoX AI piece, which I think has been maybe a little overhyped, but there's reality there in combining these two technologies at the same time.
In a sense, this is another kind of parallel financial system, which is it's the machine economy that is booting up right now.
The web was an amazing sort of culmination of many partnerships and technologies and so on, but it also steered in certain direction that was not the healthiest, like 5 companies that matter in terms of controlling identity. So the next version of this, when we are using agentic interfaces, it ought to be much more broadly distributed.
Awesome. Great. All right. Thank you very much, Sean.
All right, we have just one more remote talk. It's my pleasure to bring Dan Romero, who's also going to talk about building blocks. He is the co-founder of Farcaster. Here's Dan.
Welcome to Network State Conference.
Thanks for having me.
Introduce yourself and talk about Farcaster and what you built.
I'm the co-founder of Farcaster. Previously, I worked with biology at Coinbase. And Farcaster is a decentralized social network and protocol. Think of it as Legos for building social networks, and it's tightly coupled with crypto. It's permissionless, it's decentralized, everything is programmable. So the parts of Farcaster you want to use for your application, whether you're building a full-fledged social network or Twitter, or you're building a different type of application, but you permissionlessly want to bring in a social graph to enhance the functionality, you can do that. So whatever your creativity can come up with, you can use the pieces of Farcaster that make sense for you.
What are some of the most interesting things people have built on the platform?
I'll give you a couple of examples. So the first is Coinbase, with their Coinbase wallet, which is now called Base, has been able to permissionlessly integrate with their millions of existing users Farcaster as core social graph for their app. And they've actually used a bunch of different protocols and permissionlessly started to build a totally new experience. Usually big companies only want to do something that they've built in-house, but because the network is actually permissionless and decentralized and those Legos work, it was a natural fit for them to just kind of pull it off the shelf when they're building kind of this new experience. A second app is Noise, permissionlessly built a tipping system. People have always talked about, hey, if you integrate tips, microtransactions on X, that could be really interesting. This team just built it on top of Farcaster and didn't need any permission from the core team, nor did they have to even build it into the primary client. They were able to kind of use the network of wallets and build an application that anytime you like or reply to someone on the network, it's automatically debiting a small amount of cryptocurrency in whatever token you're most excited about on the back end, and then sending it to the recipient. Farcaster has a mini app ecosystem as well. It supports a variety of other blockchains. We're kind of the only mini app platform or standard that supports both Ethereum chains, so Ethereum, Base, Arbitrum, but also Solana, Hyper EVM, so Hyperliquid's chain.
Because you've got the portability, because you've got the sovereignty, I think of Farcaster as a powerful social protocol for startup societies, for network states, because it's the social piece that complements the monetary piece.
Yeah, I think of Farcaster as a proto-network society. It's a group of people that, for the most part, did not know each other well before the creation of the kind of protocol and the social network. And obviously, this is something you've been talking about for a long time, but I think for Farcaster, that's a really important characteristic, is that anyone, anywhere in the world can join this network, and based on the merits of what they're building, what they're posting, can actually develop status.
Awesome, Dan. Thank you very much.
All right, that's Dan. We are back to some folks coming up on stage. So could you please give a warm round of applause for Sriram, founder of EigenLayer. Here's Sriram.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sriram, founder of EigenCloud. Really excited to be here at the Network State Conference, talk about Verifiable AI. Just a quick sense of numbers. We've raised $250 million with more than $170 million from Andreessen Horowitz. We have the #1 US protocol by TVL, $20 billion staked, hundreds of operators running this network. We have a very thriving developer ecosystem, the #1 fastest growing developer ecosystem in crypto 2024. The #1 data availability protocol. And finally, the ecosystem is thriving. We have $500 million plus of startups built on top of Eigen, and several billion dollars of valuation. So what are we doing? And we recently rebranded to EigenCloud. In a quick jiffy, the idea is, as you go from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Solana, what you're really scaling is the underlying verifiable compute underneath it. Bitcoin can run on a $5 computer. Ethereum can run on a $500 laptop. Solana runs on a $10,000 server. But to actually build the things we want to build social media, to build Uber, to build the next OpenAI, we need billion-dollar compute. That's the goal of EigenCloud, to enable you to build all of these things. The most important thing that we think you can build on top of this is the agentic era. You cannot even build a single AI agent today on the existing chains. OK, so what does Eigen do? It lets you run any compute you want off-chain, but bring the results verifiably on-chain. So that's what Eigen lets you do. So there is this trade-off of how verifiable your compute can be. If you put it on-chain, that's always the best. If you run it on cloud, it's not at all verifiable. All kinds of technologies in the middle, trusted execution environment, zero-knowledge cryptography, cryptoeconomic security. EigenCloud lets you choose your trade-off. You can choose any operating point along the stack and actually go and deploy it to get that level of verifiability. To place a mental model here, if you look at a cloud, why are we calling this EigenCloud? If you look at a cloud, the base layer of a cloud is a data center, a physical, centralized store of servers that actually do the computation. We are in decentralized land. So in EigenCloud, the base layer is EigenLayer. It has, anybody can stake and run computation on top of it. So that's why we have $20 billion staked. On top of it, nobody just goes and builds on top of a data center. There are services like storage, compute, AI that are built on top of a cloud. That's what most people use. In EigenCloud, we have exactly these services, EigenDA for data, EigenCompute for off-chain computation, bringing it verifiably on-chain, and EigenAI for inference. These services together let you build really, really powerful applications that are simply impossible today. What are these applications? Eigen is the category leader in some of these existing ones like Layer DA and AVSs, and we are now launched EigenCompute and AI on mainnet. OK, so what are some applications? Number one, agentic finance. If you want to give money to an agent, you better know that it's constrained and verifiable. That's exactly what you can do on Eigen. You can actually take your agent, and when you're giving money to an agent, you can be guaranteed that that's the specific agent that's actually trading your money. So exactly the kind of guarantee that Ethereum gave for smart contracts. When you put your money into the EigenLayer contract, you know exactly that this is the code that can deal with it. That's the same thing you can do with a bunch of really interesting partnerships, most recently with Google Cloud, but many more coming up. What else can you do? You can actually build games. Run your game instead of fitting it into the constraints of your virtual machine. You can take a massively multiplayer game, maybe GTA 6, throw it on top of EigenCloud, let it execute, and you can pay out who won the game, or have assets on chain which are completely respected on the game because the games now run verifiably and in a decentralized manner. So we have some new examples coming up of these kinds of games. What else can you do? Social media. You want to actually have, in social media, one of the biggest trust problems is the recommendation algorithm. You can actually run verifiable recommendation algorithms. Here you see Sam Altman and Elon going at it on whether Twitter is manipulated or the App Store is manipulated. You can solve these problems today with EigenCloud to have verifiable recommendation algorithms. You can have agentic governance. You can have, if you want your token, your smart contract to be governed by AI agents, you can actually do this on EigenCloud. And finally, the most interesting thing you can do, we talk a lot about AGI and the era of sovereign agents. The idea is you can actually have fully sovereign agents that hold their own money and do their own things on top of EigenCloud. We invite you all to come build the coolest technology that you can build on top of EigenCloud. Thank you so much.
Now I'm going to take the clicker from you. Thank you, Sriram. Now, could you please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Josh Swihart, the CEO of the Electric Coin Company. Welcome, Josh.
All right. Look at me. That's like a photo from 15 years ago. I have far less hair. So I'm Josh Swihart, the CEO of Electric Coin Company. We work on Zcash, and Zcash is unstoppable private money. We also developed a product called Zashi, which is a world-class user experience for storing and spending your shielded Zcash. I'm not Zuko. This is the same company that Zuko founded. Zuko is actually up next, but really honored to have taken this role about 1.5 years ago. I'm going to cheat a little bit with some of my slides because I changed my presentation. So I was going to tell you about Zcash and how Zcash works, but I'm not going to. I'm going to tell you about the heart behind it and what we're actually trying to accomplish. So I want to ask you a question. I want you to think, what if everything you did was observed? Every action you took, the book that you bought that maybe you didn't want anybody to know about, the piece of sexy lingerie, the medical procedure that was unapproved. What if everybody knew everything? What would that mean? And how would that change your behavior? Does that change your behavior? So this last weekend, my son got married, my oldest boy. Thank you. It was awesome. And in celebrating, I wanted to take my daughter, my baby girl, out on the dance floor, and she wouldn't come. And I pulled and I prodded, and she didn't want to get out there. And she didn't want to get out there because everybody was watching, and she didn't want anybody to see how she moved. That's not who she normally is. My little girl will dance with me in the living room, and she always has, and sing songs and laugh in our living room with the curtains closed. We act differently when people are watching. So this is why we built Zcash. We built Zcash actually for the kingdom of the sovereigns, for people to be able to make decisions without everybody else being able to see what they do, so that you can live freely and be true to who you are, your own self. I saw this quote, or this tweet actually from Paulo on Twitter this week, and I've been thinking about it. Money is a mesh social network, and it is. But this is not enough. We need the ability to be able to transact with selective disclosure, to be able to choose what people are going to see and what people won't see. Because if we put all of our money and all of our financial transactions on a public database, on a public blockchain, for everybody to see for all time, it will change your behavior. It will change people's behavior. We're likely not to act the way that we would normally act and do the things that we would normally do, because people are watching, and they will be watching for all time. This is super important. When we talk about privacy, often we think about it in terms of, like, people talk about privacy as only like if you have something to hide. But privacy is about a freedom of expression, to be able to live fully to who I am and to engage the way that I want. It's about liberty, my ability to choose, my agency, to be able to do the things that, that I want. Because if it's not private, I will self-censor. And I won't do those things. And I will not be truly who I am. And it's about security. If somebody can see your balance, they can see your transaction history, and guess what? They're aggregating that data with data that's spread all around the web. I just disclosed that I have a son who's now married, and I have a daughter. That information is now out there. We do that all the time with social media. We post our pictures, all the metadata associated with them. We don't even think about it. And all of that data is being aggregated along with your financial graph on public blockchains. It's a security problem. So that's why we built Zcash. We built Zcash to be unstoppable private money, fully decentralized, fully private, encrypted, to protect your liberty, to protect your agency, to protect your security. We have a wide tent. Zcash itself is apolitical. Sometimes privacy gets politically charged, but anybody is welcome into this tent. The things that are sacrosanct are self-sovereignty and agency. It's decentralized, it's open source, and we're working on building and making it more accessible to more people. So this is a product called Zashi. Zashi is a world-class user experience, again, for storing and using shielded money. this application, that we just launched a feature called CrossPay. What CrossPay allows you to do is to pay anybody in the currency that they want out of your shielded Zcash. So you want Bitcoin, you want USDC, you want Solana, great, I'll pay you, but you won't be able to see my transaction history and you won't be able to see my Zcash balance. So try it out, let me know what you think. If you put your address out on X, Zcashers from all over the world will send you private encrypted messages directly into your Zashi app. Super fun. I hope you do take a look. So again, the Zcash network is the network state is the kingdom of the sovereigns, and this is what we're building, a privacy-preserving Zcash network state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Josh. Now it's my pleasure to bring on stage Zuko, the co-founder of Zcash. Please give Zuko a warm welcome.
Hello, thank you all for coming and being here, and listening to this. So I don't have any slides. I haven't really prepared a talk, and we only have 5 minutes. So I'm just going to say whatever comes to mind. How does that sound? Thanks, thanks. Okay, so I want to talk about Zcash, Zcash. Some people might have noticed that the price of Zcash has skyrocketed in the last 3 days. Like, yeah, well, about 3 days ago, it was worth about $40 per Zcash coin, and then today it was worth something like $140 per Zcash coin. So that's cool, but why? Well, I'll tell you why it's cool, but first, people keep asking me a thing I don't know, which is why is it going up? And I have two ideas. One is simple math, which is that the Zcash network cloned the Bitcoin supply schedule, where you get a whole bunch of new coins issued for the first 4 years, and then fewer issued for the next 4 years, and so on. So that eventually there's only 21 million ever, just like Bitcoin. There's only 21 million Zcash coins ever, just like there's only 21 million Bitcoin coins ever. And Zcash is 9 years old. So that's my first answer, is that there's not as many Zcash coins being created nowadays as there used to be. So if you wanted to buy one, where could you buy them from? You could either buy them from a miner, but those are the people who are getting fewer and fewer 9 years in, right? Or you could buy them from a Zec coin holder. And let me tell you, those people are insane. They are, like, people in crypto often talk about, like, community, and I kind of think a lot of times that's a bit of a sham. Like, people could get bonded together by a shared pump, right? But these Zcashers have been bonded together by 9 years of a shared slump, and they refuse to quit because of the values that it means to them. And like Josh Swihart just said, it's simple. The values are just human agency, human dignity, and the consequence of that for society, and which is good. Like, some people think or talk as though there's a trade-off between, like, safety and freedom. Like, do you want stability, or do you want chaos or whatever? And I think that's totally backwards. And apparently the Zcashers think so too. A safe and prosperous and stable society comes from the people. A whole bunch of people who each have their own individual dignity, just because that's right and because that's what's best for humans to live together. So I was throwing my mind back to, like, early days, because I think it shows you how 9 years is nothing for us Zcashers. Oh, geez, wow, I only have 1 minute and 40 seconds left. This is awesome. It's almost over. Okay, real quick, I want to tell you a story about my friend Hal Finney. Hal Finney, as you might know, was one of the first contributors to Bitcoin, and he was a very inspirational guy. And a lot of people think that he was Satoshi, and I really don't like Satoshi hunting. I really don't like, whenever people ask me questions about Satoshi's possible identity, I just don't answer out of respect for Satoshi, right? But I want to tell one story because of Hal, which is he died 11 years ago. Or maybe he didn't die. He was kind of frozen in carbonite like Han Solo. But anyway, 11 years ago, he left us, and I miss him. He was a mentor to me. He was older, he was more experienced, he was a lot smarter, and Hal was super patient. He would teach me things even if it took a long time. The story is, I asked him as he was dying, I said, "Are you Satoshi?" And he said, "No. And I have no reason to lie to you because I am literally on my deathbed." So let's take his word at that and leave his family alone and stop Satoshi hunting, but carry on his work, because Hal said something really important. He said many years before Bitcoin, like a decade or something, before Bitcoin was invented, Hal said, if you see a proposal for an electronic money system, check to see whether it has the ability to preserve the privacy of financial transactions the way paper money does today. If not, realize that the proposal is designed to harm, not help, individual privacy. Hal was the first Zcasher. And I'm out of time, but I have to make it plain. Bitcoin has failed at that. Use the Hal-Finney test, apply it to Bitcoin. Maybe it's useful for nation states to trade with each other or whatever, but it is not a payment system that can empower individuals the way the Zcashers and Hal would have wanted. Thank you for listening. Zcash, Zcash, Zcash.
All right, thank you, Zuko. And we've got a couple more seats here, so if there are folks in the back who want to pack in, there's some seats up here in the front. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. And please welcome to the stage Akshay BD. Here's Akshay.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akshay BD. I do a bunch of stuff at the Solana Foundation. Balaji asked me to give a talk on how we sort of scale these physical communities that Solana has around the world in such a short period of time. So I thought I'll talk to you today about organizational design. Hopefully what you go back with is if you run a startup or you run a community, this is a way for you to accelerate the growth if you've found product market fit for whatever you're looking to do. So I used to work at Uber, joined the company back in 2013, helped sort of in the expansion of Uber into Asia. So the playbook we applied, we brought over to crypto. But let's talk about crypto for a second. You know, you have all these words which are like a crude description of what a crypto community is. The fundamental insight here is your folks who are in your blockchain community are not consumers, but they're producers. They are people who actually contribute to the network because they can buy, you know, a token, or they can contribute with code or capital and be a peer to the organization that birthed the community or the network. That's a fundamental difference. So you call it bagwork, CTO. These are all sort of like internet native memes of describing that core idea. With that, you know, so this is kind of like how Uber expanded, right? First, it was in San Francisco of 2010. A year later, it was in New York. And then it just went vertical. And how did Uber accomplish this? It's through an organizational design principle that I like to call organizational mitosis. We're going to get to what that is. This also happened with Solana, right? You have the early launch of the network meant that you had validators around the world, bootstrap, you know, these validators, and validate blocks on the network. And this was around the world. And this gives you a map of the Solana validators today. You have 1,000 validators spread across the world. Validating blocks, you have, you know, tens of thousands of developers. You have hundreds of founders. So how do you scale to this level? It's what I like to call organizational mitosis. What this is the idea that you incubate the mothership, the birthing organization of this. And then when you have the opportunity to spin, where one of two things happens, you know, when startups are growing really fast, they tend to have a lot of bureaucracy and politics as you grow the headcount. And our core insight was to keep the headcount as small as humanly possible. And when there is a need for specialization that occurs, you spin out the organization outside of the Solana Foundation. We did the same thing at Uber, where every city was its own business. There was a GM and a supply side and a demand side lead, and those three people were the CEOs of the business of that city, and they were peer organizations. They did not report into this massive pyramid structure where you had lawyers and comms people in the US deciding what happens in Lagos, Nigeria. And that was a core insight for us to do, so drive this massive expansion. And so when you get big enough and you need to go and start a new initiative, you spin that out as a separate company. We did this within the Solana ecosystem. We had the most successful sort of online crypto hackathon that turned into Coliseum today, which was birthed out of the Solana Foundation under common, it was run by a guy called Maddie who ran growth at the foundation, and then he raised the fund, and now that organization just focuses on finding new founders. Similarly, Solana Labs, which contributes to the network, now spun out into Anza, which contributes to making the network faster and cheaper, and that's their core focus. And for all the developer sort of expansion geographically around the world, we spun it out into something called Super Team. So, there's this organizational principle called disagree and commit, which, in Amazon, it's like you debate what to do, and if you can't agree on something, you just commit to doing the thing. And I'd like to propose that there's an alternative in crypto where you can disagree and commit. You can disagree and fork, where if you, when there's an opportunity for disagreement, let's say, should we go to Asia first or Europe first, you can, because of the way crypto works, where you can fund both the forks and spin them out into their individual independent sort of initiatives and let them fight it out. Because crypto is capital abundant, but it's talent scarce. So what you need is execution, and the fact that tokens allow you to align interests means it's always going to be capital abundant, whether you're in a bear market or a bull market. So that's what it's a networked organizational structure, and I'm running up towards the end of this, so I'm going to wrap up quick here. The hiring process is you want to find founder adjacent people who, like I consider myself founder adjacent. I don't think I have the stamina to run a 10-year sprint like a founder, but I'm also not like an employee seeking the comfort and safety of a job. And so you can find these sort of the spectrum of people between these things and give them resources to go start a company. And the relationship you have with them, with the foundation and this entity, is that of a board and a founder, where you check in with them on milestones every quarter, depending on what you're seeking to achieve. You have dashboards that are a source of truth, and then that decides whether they get an extension to do more of what they're purported to do or not. And so the core sort of expansion philosophy we've used is when you find talented people, help them spin off into their own company, give them the resources they need, and check back in a year later versus trying to hire them as employees. So thank you very much for being here and having me on stage.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. With those ideas in mind, we're going to shift gears and we're going to talk a little bit about media. We're going to talk a little bit about the decentralization of history. We're going to talk a little bit about how AI plays into a lot of these things. And so our next two guests to the stage from nothing have built tremendous media presences with over 10 million followers. And you can kind of think of them as media conglomerates in a person. And so these are some really interesting things we can bring to bear in thinking about the network state. And so with that, please welcome to the stage Nasir, who you may know better as Nas Daily. Welcome, Nasir.
Guys.
Nasir.
All right.
Awesome.
Let's
Welcome.
have fun.
Let's have fun.
Hey,
Awesome.
everybody.
Okay, so we actually have a lot of shared interest. Nasir is Nas Daily. For those who don't know, 10 million plus followers, world famous creator, built it from nothing over, what, like 10 years? Less?
9 years.
9 years, right? And you started basically just posting like a video a day, and the first like 100 videos, nobody cared.
First 271 videos, nobody cared.
And you just got better and better. It was just like a Rocky style, Eye of the Tiger, hitting the heavy bag.
Yeah.
You just got better at edits and so on, and then something took off.
Day 271 took off, but over my span of my career, I made 2,500 videos, 80% failure rate, 20% success rate.
See, this is why content is so hard, because it's like, it's a lottery kind of thing, and it's actually, the good thing is with videos, the cost is relatively down, whereas Hollywood videos, the cost has been very high, so there have been a lot of flops. But now with AI, we're decentralizing Hollywood, right? And so one of the things that we're both very interested in is history. And the reason is that the way that history is taught in school is this boring collection of dates and names and so
one-sided.
Exactly, that's right. And actually, history is all kinds of crazy stories that you really wouldn't have the imagination to make up, and they don't have the same like very linear plot arcs or like single arc, predictable plot arcs of Hollywood movies. They have all these curly cues and twists and what have you. And so one of the things you've been doing, and I want you to show your videos, but on your channel, you've been taking past episodes from history, bringing them to life with AI, and then showing what can be done. So why don't you
Well, so hi, everybody. The reason I'm here is because 9 years ago, it used to cost 15 hours to make a 1-minute video. 5 hours to get the idea, 5 hours to shoot, 5 hours to edit, and I died. But today, I've pivoted the entire company to be like 100% AI, which is a very sensitive thing to do because the top comment is always, why AI? I hate AI. AI slop. But AI is not a slop if you tell a good story. So the idea was, let's make 100 videos about history in 100 days. That's 100% AI. What happens? So that's an example of what happens. The summary of it is it got 400 million views. 80% of the videos failed. 20% of the videos succeeded. The videos were created using 1, 2, 3, 4 different pieces of software. Kling, Runway, Higgsfield, and View 3. View 3 is the ChatGPT moment for video. Do you use View 3?
It's a little expensive per invocation.
Super.
Yeah.
But it's gone down significantly. Right. And so I'll show you an example of video. Let's see if we can play it.
The game of chess.
See, so you can actually, I'll play it again. You can actually insert yourself into the video using a couple of these softwares.
Even to the thing on your chest.
Like a complete mimic. Now, you can tell this is AI, but watch again.
The game of chess. He showed it to his king, and the king loved it. I love this game.
You can,
I want to buy it from you.
You can create characters.
Sure. I just want a grain of wheat.
This is about the power of exponentials.
On the first square.
You know the story?
Yes.
But this story is in everybody's math book, history book, but it's so boring because there's so many numbers. What happens when you make it into a video for $500 only? This got 15 million views because of these visuals that were impossible to do a year ago. Look at this.
On the 20th square, 1 billion. 30th, 1 billion. 40th, 1 trillion. By the 64th square, 18 quintillion grains of wheat. That's more than the wheat in the whole world. And because the king had promised, he was forced to give him every grain in the kingdom. And checkmate. This story is not about wheat or chess, it's about exponential growth. Our brains don't understand the power of exponentials. If you just become 1% better every day, you can become a billionaire. That's 1 minute.
Insane! The storytelling capabilities, thank you. You know, View 3 launched 170 days ago. So this was a 100-day series, but 171 days ago, this was impossible. If you're not excited by this and jumping off the roof and going and making 1 million AI videos, I don't know what the hell you're doing, because storytelling now, we can recreate everything. And as of, sorry, I get carried out. This is now Sora. Sora is 2 days old, and it is better than View 3. It is 10 times more realistic. This took 5 seconds to make. It's probably the most realistic piece of technology we've ever had.
I just woke up on the beach, and I have big news. We're launching the NAS.io.
You can make ads. You can make paid ads. You can actually monetize and build your business by creating ads that used to take. You can talk to God.
Because it brings people closer to me.
call this AI slop, but this can build companies. This can recreate history. And can I tell you one more thing?
Go.
This, 30 years ago, this happened in Singapore, and everybody forgot about it in the history books that are one-sided and boring because it's text. But what happens when you talk about the fastest rescue in history by Singapore Air Force?
To kill all terrorists.
When a Singapore Airlines
1991, a Singapore
flight was hijacked.
Airbus was hijacked. 4 armed Pakistani men took 118 passengers.
This is
hostage.
real.
They
This is not
landed the
fake
plane
news.
in Singapore and demanded to free Pakistani prisoners in Pakistan. But this plane had nothing to do with Pakistan. This was terrorism. We will start killing passengers.
Okay, this is a bit too AI.
They thought Singapore would be weak, and they were wrong. At 6 a.m., Singapore sent its best commandos.
So now, what are we doing? We're recreating history, and when you send the same message and you package it in a text, you get 100 views. If you put it in an image, you get 1,000 views. If you put it in a video, you get 10 million views. That's the idea.
Very, very interesting. So the reason I'm very interested in this is that, you know, this actually connects to what my discussion with Vitalik was about, which was the culture of various network states and so on and so forth, and startup societies. And that comes from the lessons that we learn from history. And because culture doesn't arise de novo, culture is inspired by something. For example, why would people choose a particular diet? Why would they speak a particular language? There is culture that's communicated to them by other people and which comes via history, right? And so morality is also informed by history. And so all kinds of moral codes and stuff come from these stories we tell each other.
Yes.
And we've had only a very thin, do you know the term of bottlenecks from genetics, right? We had a very bottlenecked history that everybody's being taught, which is not actually all the stuff that you can find.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So you can go back and almost like Jurassic Park, take all these stories, and then reanimate them. And so you've got a Stegosaurus there, you've got a Tyrannosaurus there. I mean, that's the best analogy. I hope they won't eat us, but you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
So things from the history books, reanimate them.
And religious books too.
And religious
books, You can create an Instagram channel called Watch the Bible.
So actually, there is actually one which on TikTok called like AI Bible or something like that, which is very popular.
Okay, somebody did it.
It's actually very well done, and I saw that, and actually, something that people used to say that I understood intellectually, but I only really understood. They used to say that the Bible used to be TV.
That is so true.
Okay, because before TV, it was actually, in a sense, also entertainment.
Yes.
It was all the stories, the common knowledge everybody had, right?
Yeah.
And then you kind of see what this is illustrated. You're like, oh, I understand why this was like gripping to people.
Yes.
Entertainment is not exactly the right word, but let's call it, I don't know. It was the Marvel stories of its time, the moral stories, the fables, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And the purchase it had, you can actually understand that by looking at some of the really good illustrations of it. So anyway, so I want you to. So what are you doing, like in terms of history? Where's your focus on that right now?
So when it comes to this AI revolution, I think there's 4 applications that I'm kind of interested in for this. One is there's business applications. You can create marketing ads within 5 seconds these days. 2 is there's political aspirations to this as well. You can recreate history in any political lens, which is very interesting. There's religious aspirations to this. You can bring religious stories back to life. And of course, there's entertainment aspirations, not so interested in this. And there's educational aspirations. For now, I'm interested in the historical educational aspirations, but also primarily I'm interested in how do you take this new technology and enable solopreneurship? We're all entering a world where it's like a one-person unicorn. But let's say we don't want to build a unicorn. You can build a one-person, $100,000 a month business. Solopreneurship can only exist because of technology, right? You no longer need labor, and labor is terrible. The real bottleneck is not the history books, it's labor. Finding a good marketer, finding a good designer, finding a good copywriter is borderline impossible.
So this is a big thing. I think AI doesn't take your job. AI lets you do any job.
Yes.
Reasonably well.
Yes.
Not as good as a specialist, but okay, right?
Yeah.
And
so instead of managing 4 people, we see a future where you can manage 4 AI agents to create your solopreneurship journey. I think that's the best application because it relates to money, right? Because you can make money from it. With this AI history thing, I lost $100,000. Okay, I made $0 from it. But you can prove the concept. You think Singapore paid us for this? 0. I lost $1,500 on this. So in a way, I don't see the monetization from media or religion or history or politics.
But it doesn't have to be direct. You can, like lots of things, you can do things where there isn't, I mean, it depends on how long a game you're playing.
How long? Yeah, most people can only play 5-month-long
No,
games.
that's true,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
But what I mean by that is, if you wanted to, for example, take like there's many cultures that are simply not considered by Hollywood, right? Let's say you're the Catalonians or you want to put the Upanishads into video or something like that, right? Like there's many different kinds of cultures where this is almost a consumption good, not a production good.
Yes.
They're not building it to resell, they're building it as a way of kind of communicating their culture and what have you.
Yes. Yeah, somebody has to pay for it. I think most of the time it'll be governments. Catalonia, Spanish government should pay for a recreation of the Spanish history. And I do not know why most governments are not jumping on this to recreate their history, or even religious organizations. So I think that's a big opportunity. The one thing I think about a lot about is basically enabling solopreneurship. So that's really where 80% of my attention is now, which is, can we build people for AI agents, marketing? So can I create you the world's best ad just from a prompt to sell your product? If I can do that, then you can enable everybody to quit their goddamn jobs and just basically
but here's my question on this, which is, I'm not sure the ad-based, I mean, okay, there will be a period where this works, right, for sure. But the ad-based internet, when there's all of these bots and so on and so forth, it kind of devours itself after a while, right? I'm not saying that there isn't an interval where this can work, right? But maybe you have some thoughts on that, because I've got some thoughts.
Do you want my controversial opinion on this?
Yeah.
Social media pulled the rug on every single content creator.
Yeah.
Because of the TikTok algorithm. So there was a world where if you had 100,000 followers, you could reliably reach 50% of them. As of 2 years ago, this is impossible on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Therefore, you never own your audience. If you no longer own your audience, you must pay social media to reach any audience.
Substack is the one exception on this.
Yeah, but you get email open rates, and email is for everybody. It's not targeted.
That's also gated, yes.
So now social media has basically captured all monetization. Instead of a brand giving an influencer money because they can reliably reach their audience, a brand is now giving the money to Facebook to find the audience. And so all content creators were screwed over the last 2 years secretly. There is no anger about this, but there should be because of the TikTokification. So this is why I say paid ads is the only reliable way for solopreneurs to reach customers, because social media will not allow you otherwise.
So it's interesting because on the one hand, it's like the best of times for creators as creators. I mean, this is a discussion we were having the other day where is the TikTokification actually, like it allows small creators
to be discovered.
You
get your 15 seconds of fame.
Yes.
But that's it.
But then the thing is that large creators, your followers, almost, they mean less than they did. It's a signal in the algorithm, but it's no longer as much of a signal as it was, right?
It's almost zero.
It depends on which platform.
I would say it also just reached Twitter as well.
I think maybe that's right. I don't know. I think it's hard for me to notice that because I don't graph it, but maybe there's something. Maybe I should look at the analytics on it.
You did something incredible with it. I'm so impressed by you because you got this entire thing without any paid ads, right?
Yeah.
You did it from...
Oh, actually, I did. I most of it without any... Actually, 95% without any paid ads. I did run one campaign towards the end of it. Yeah, good.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, well, by the way, the fifth network state is going to be 90% paid ads.
Yeah.
And I'm telling this because I threw 18 summits. The first 3 summits, all organic. The last 15 summits, 0 organic.
Why is that?
All my summits are filled through paid ads.
Why?
Because of the TikTokification of the algorithm.
I see. So what happens is the platform takes away your organic reach and
That's
forces
it.
you to do paid
Yeah.
ads.
You try to sell something to your 20 million followers, the algorithm throttles it immediately.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of knew this, but I don't sell that many things, so that's why I don't...
Yeah, if you do this like 10 in a year, you need paid ads.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the thing is that I think in the medium run, we're going to need, I mean, so blockchain-based messaging, like XMTP and stuff like that, is finally getting going. And that is yet a third or fourth channel, which in theory, at least, everybody owns their own addresses. You can send messages back and forth. They're not intermediated.
But blockchain is not a discovery network.
Yet.
It's an ownership network.
But you can pull the entire blockchain. You can find every ENS address. You can make lists of them. You can index them based on who owns what NFT. There's something there that can be done and is getting to a level of maturity now. I'm not saying it's all the way there, but I think it's something. I don't know if you.
When that day comes, I'll be the first to adopt it.
So get on
Unfortunately,
Farcaster.
not there yet.
Try Farcaster.
Farcaster.
Yes, that's probably the best one right now. Yeah.
Bro, yeah, it's not Farcaster. Did you start it?
Well, well, here's why I like Farcaster. I think.
But you're still on Twitter.
I'm on Farcaster too.
What's your percentage of Farcaster Twitter?
Why do I use Farcaster over Twitter?
Like, what percentage of the time are you in Farcaster versus Twitter?
I'm on Farcaster for one reason, two reasons. The first reason is mini apps. So you can actually write. So like tweets aren't programmable, but mini apps are. Okay. So that is a 10x reason to be on Farcaster, because you can actually write apps, and that's a complicated thing to get right because there's the viewer, there's the security model, there's a wallet, all that kind of stuff. So that alone is like a differentiating thing. It's not to say, people are watching the stream on X. I love X. It's great. Okay, so X is great, but Farcaster does something different. A, and the second reason I'm on it is oh yeah, there you go. That's right. So the second reason is that Farcaster is programmable, so you can write a script and you can see everybody who interacted with a given post. You can see who interacted with your post most. All this kind of data analysis type stuff, just making charts and graphs in a way that you could never understand on X.
Yeah.
So because what I call it is there's open source, open state, open execution. With crypto, you get open state and open execution, meaning the backend is open also, the database. And you can even see every opcode as it's integrated. So there's some, put it like this, nerd energy is there on Farcaster, okay? And that often has a logic over the medium run.
Yeah. And look, I think that'll be great, I think, in a couple of months, a couple of years.
A couple of years,
The immediate opportunity now
is right.
for a 15-year-old kid in India or a 15-year-old kid or a 65-year-old guy in Wisconsin to create AI slop. And you must own it. All these people on Twitter making fun of AI. No, AI slop is the future.
Okay, so here's what I would say to you on that. I'd say what is today AI slop is going to get really good.
Is tomorrow's political party.
Yeah. So the thing is, I think the quality is going to keep increasing. So people who like the jump to Sora 2 was a big jump, and the models are going to keep getting better and better. So that unless you're doing quote slop today, you won't be AI skill tomorrow, probably. Right?
I agree with that.
So, all right, why don't we leave it there? Great, thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Balaji.
Thanks.
Let's take a picture.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course.
Smile.
Great. Awesome. Good. Boom.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Nas.
Next person.
Next up, it's my pleasure to have Ranveer, better known as Beer Biceps. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hello.
Sir, great.
How are you, Balaji?
Awesome. All right.
How's it going,
so,
guys?
back-to-back, two creators, world famous with 10 million plus followers each.
Yeah.
So, you grew up quite indigent in India. You're not like a famous person or anything like that. You built this gigantic channel. You're now very well known. How'd you do that?
Yeah, let me begin by saying that most creators who survive for 10 years eventually reach a point where we want to stop.
Yeah.
So I've reached that point just now. The context for non-Indians here is that earlier this year I got cancelled nationally, and that was after like a 10-year-long career. The Indians in the audience know what I'm talking about, but I was literally banned from uploading content for 3 months. And that was my first break I got since college. And that gave me 3 months to reflect, and I had some calls with Balaji as well. So I'm building now for the next 20 years off of the community that I've built for the last 10.
Right.
So I want to begin there.
Great. And I think this is something, just like the history component is important to Network State, the community component is important. And, like you in some ways, I'm actually a reluctant content creator. You know, my first public. Did I tell you this?
Go on.
The first public talk I ever gave was at age 33 years old, and it was instantly denounced by the New York Times and Wall Street Journal. And of course, you know, 5 shots couldn't stop me. I took it and smiled. But so the point being that basically, I was a very private person for a long time, and only became a quote creator, you know, in almost like a self-defense mode, right?
Yeah.
And then just posted tweets and stuff over time. You had a different kind of path, right? You did the workout thing and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way to sustain on the internet in the world of content is to constantly reinvent. That's the basic rule when it comes to media careers. So went from creating fitness content initially to, you guys have seen Hitch, the movie with Will Smith, where he coaches men on how to be better dates and have better relationships. Went into that, then eventually went into podcasting. And now we've podcasted with more than 900 people from all over the world, almost every Indian celebrity. And I'm honestly a little bored of it now. So
Basically, you've hit everything there is to do in that sphere. That's right.
Also, you know, the advent of AI in our world has changed user behavior very heavily.
What happened?
Honestly, so AI has reached the masses, especially in India now. And if someone wants to learn something, they open their ChatGPT. 2 years ago, they'd search for it on YouTube. So that makes it a huge challenge for YouTubers. And loosely speaking, what's happening in India, and that represents a large mass of the world, is that people want really raw content. So raw conversations like this. And currently, I'm just documenting my whole life. How many of you guys have heard of someone called iShowSpeed?
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest content creators in the world, and I highly recommend everyone check him out. He puts up 10-hour-long documentaries on just a normal day in his life, but he does interesting things. That's where content is going, unfortunately.
So I mean, he does a 10-hour documentary. I know his channel. He actually did a flying car thing in China and so on and so forth. But a 10-hour documentary on his normal day?
Yeah, I mean, just someone who's high personality, someone who's very watchable, that's what's working right now. So that's what every content creator is trying to like wire themselves into as well. Or you go down the other route where you go highly researched and create some kind of a video essay. But content has become really extreme, and it's become more and more difficult to grow in this world. So I think that, again, this is after 10 years of doing this, the goal is to grow a really strong community like you guys have here, and then build something in the real world off of this community.
I mean, this is sort of where my head has been at, because physical communities are less, or one would think, less fickle, less flaky. You know, the thing is, with the internet, there's 1,000 things that are nearby. In the physical world, there's one person in front of you, you know, for the most part. And so I think we may be at, I shouldn't say at the end of a cloud cycle. That's not exactly right. But there's like, so, you know, actually, my friend Noah Smith, who was on stage a little bit, had a good one-liner, which is the internet used to be a refuge from the real world. Now the real world is sort of a break from the internet.
Yes.
Right? And so there's something to that with the rebundling into the physical world. So what's a Ranveer community going to be like? What's a Ranveer village going to be like? If you're thinking about
it's definitely going to be based on like what people know India for. So lots of yoga, lots of meditation.
That's cool.
Yeah, lots of fitness.
Yeah.
The, content creation as a career is kind of like a sport. You've got to know your own strengths, and you've got to play to those strengths. That's the only way you survive. So I know that, I mean, there's more to my personality than just yoga and meditation, but because I'm Indian, it's always going to be a part of it.
Sure.
People associate tech and yoga and meditation with Indians.
Sure. Yeah,
so
man,
that's what the village is going to look
yeah,
like.
sure. Yeah.
Even if I'm a much cooler guy than that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, yoga and meditation are great, and actually, so Ranveer Network State is yoga, meditation, Ranveer Startup Society, yoga, meditation.
Okay, you know, a bit of
healthy diet. Actually, do you have the traditional Indian diet, or do you have a? I really want to see someone do a modern, healthy Indian diet that kind of tastes like the Indian diet, but is healthy, and it's not all, you know, idlis and vadas.
Yeah, I think that kind of knowledge is going to make it to the world stage. Bit of a history lesson, but one of the narratives we get in India about Indian history is that over the last 1,000 years, the country was invaded a lot. But before that, we used to be a bit of a knowledge capital for the world. for the rest of Asia as well. It was Indian culture and Chinese culture which really kind of hoarded knowledge, preserved it, and grew from it. I think we're going back there eventually. So I know that the Indian government wants to welcome the whole world to India for spiritual studies, for ancient Indian studies. And we have people like Dr. Andrew Huberman, Brian Johnson, talking about things like yoga. So I think that there's a lot that Indian culture will give the world, but they need a young, cute face to like sell. So
yeah, yeah. So I think the Ranveer village or the Ranveer Sharp site would be very interesting, and I think I'd love to come by. I mean, there's actually quite a few now of these private cities type things within India itself, right? Like Andor and a few others. Have you been to any of these? You know what I'm talking about?
It's just starting out.
Just starting, yeah.
Just starting out, but there's this one particular city called Auroville.
Auroville, right. Akshay went there, yeah.
Yeah, so it's got expats from all over the world, and that city was originally built with this exact idea. It hasn't sustained because the mistake that
what was the theme? Tell people what the theme was. What was it? It was around yoga and meditation, but didn't sustain? No.
So honestly, the goal was to carry out scientific research on all these spiritual concepts that you read about, like all these mystical concepts. And they have their own currency, and it's a self-sustaining government. So if you're a citizen of Auroville, the government takes care of you. But the place that they made a mistake was that they didn't encourage a culture of startups and of hard work. So the newer generations have everything paid for, and they have nothing to work towards.
How did Auroville become rich enough that the newer generations have something to be paid for?
Sorry?
How did Auroville become, like, if the newer generations are lazy, perhaps, but how did it actually have enough money if no one was working hard to even make the... Usually there's at least one hardworking person and the third or fourth generation spends it down.
I know that they have really high taxes if you're running your business from Auroville. The quality of life is through the roof. Lots of nature, good weather, very clean, all that. But there's only a few people who've built businesses out of there, and those businesses are taxed very heavily, and they pay for the rest of the community.
I see.
So they want more businesses to come up, but no one's been able to really scale too much.
So I see. Public goods.
I think there's a lot to learn from that. Like if, this dream of actually creating new cities in new countries is the goal, you need to see the places that have failed in the last 100 years as well, and why they failed.
Yeah, no, there's a whole graveyard. I mean, the thing is, there's a whole graveyard of failed attempts and actually successful attempts, because you can look at, for example, Oneida in northern New York, or actually really much of the US was basically successful startup sites. Go ahead.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, please. Yeah, of course.
How do you visualize your old age? Like
My
when
old
you're
age?
really old, like, and I think this is something a lot of people in the audience are thinking about as well.
Me? My old age?
Like you, like what do you want your 70s and 80s to be like? When
well, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I think maybe we'll get Ozempic for aging by then. I mean, it's 30 years, 40 years. Things are moving fast. So that's one answer. That's a serious answer, right?
Go on.
The second answer is to hopefully contribute towards getting competitive governance and so on out there. So I think if we can get a diplomatically recognized network state, if we can kind of get some of these concepts like techno-democracy that I've thought out there, then I'll feel like I spiked the football and at least I handed the torch down, and maybe the next person, my Twitter bio for a long time used to be, and it still kind of is, at least in my head, infinite frontier, immutable money, eternal life. And that can be, that can be understood, I don't know, okay, great, thanks, yeah, sure. So what does that mean? That means like both literally and metaphorically, infinite frontier is like getting to space, getting to Mars, expanding into the galaxy, but it's also like the mathematical frontier, the scientific frontier. Immutable money is, obvious like Bitcoin, and then eternal life is actually understanding ourselves, longevity, the cell, and so on and so forth. Because there's clearly something regenerative in us, where you have a child, or if someone bears a child, then that is young again, right? So clearly there's some regenerative aspect. That's what stem cells are all about. So those are kind of two paths, like escape velocity, and okay, if I don't make it, then baton handoff. That's what I was kind of thinking about others.
Are you getting happier with time?
The thing is, if you get too happy, you get content, right? I'm not unhappy. You see the big difference in you and me. You love all this like spiritual blah 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 stuff, and it was just great. It works.
I ask you these questions because you're by far the most fascinating mind I've had on my show.
Okay, well I appreciate that, and I appreciate you too.
And every time I ask him something about himself, he'll talk about a larger idea about the world.
Well, but that's true because I don't think that. I mean, like this whole thing is actually it's meant to be minimum necessary biology. Okay. I just want to kind of, like, one big part of me just wants to, there's this book called The Princeton Companion to Mathematics, right? Which is like, just about, there's also the applied math version of it. I love this book. It's such a great book. You can just kind of flip through it, do it. And the significant piece of me just wants to sit and do, just like you want to kind of hang up the cleats and so on and so forth, take a break. I just want to kind of sit and do math. That's what I did for the first 30-some years of life, right? But I am kind of a reluctant, whatever you might call it, right? Scientist, founder, blah, blah, blah. Because I think it has to be done. It's kind of like the someone is wrong on the internet phenomenon. You know, like you see that there's a wrong statement in a comment thread and you hope someone else will correct it and no one is coming to correct it. So you're like, it falls to me, and you just have to go and type the correct. So in like the same, I'm like, okay, who else is going to do competitive governance? Come on, is someone going to do it? Okay, all right, we got it. Once more into the breach, math. You'll have to wait till tomorrow, right? And that's kind of that's how I feel. So anyway,
that's great. It's just always great hearing your voice, hearing your thoughts. That's why all of us are here.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad I'm entertaining, and but anyway, so keep going. Go. It's your interview if you want. If you want a few more thoughts, yeah.
My thoughts?
Yeah.
About anything.
Yeah, sure. Go
about
ahead.
anything. I'll probably throw the ball back at you, but
okay, fine.
What I will share. I think we have about like 5 or 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
I think. Long-term media career is very similar to VC. Got to work with agility. We get very quick feedback because we got to release so much content. You got to study your comment sections inside out. And effectively, after a point, I think you're paid to just predict where human society is going over the next 1 year. It used to be over the next 3 or 4 year period. Like we were able to predict where things are going over the next 3 or 4 years. But honestly, AI's made it really difficult. And now we're only able to kind of predict what's going to happen over the next 6 months. I think by this time next year, there's going to be some fantastic agentic AI softwares that Nas was talking so much about it. I think that's going to become a commonality for every content creator. And I strongly believe that the world of fiction in media, so movies, television shows, OTT, Netflix, etc., that's going to get democratized. I think that students, teenagers are going to be creating films, and I genuinely believe that the film world, all over the world, is going to get shaken up. That's going to be the next shake-up, and that's what we're all working towards. So I know a bunch of content creators in India, and Indian content creators are extremely intelligent. They're just not exposed to the world yet. I think that's also changing, but everyone's working on creating these fiction studios that will eventually compete with Warner Brothers and.
So here's my view on that. I think that, it is both possible, maybe even likely, but it's possible that there's some breakthrough in AI that allows for longer context. And people will argue with me on this all the time, but my view is because they'll post benchmarks and show AI is crushing benchmarks, but my view is that over the last year to 2 years, we've seen a sigmoiding of the model quality. It hasn't been the same leaps and bounds improvement. And there's hedonic adjustments very quickly. You get used to something amazing very quickly and you take it for granted, right? But I think that I don't know if we're going to get long-form Hollywood movies from a prompt kind of thing. I think they'll feel very generic. There's sort of a necessary complexity that seems to have to come in through the prompt. And that's why the screenwriter was actually, this was the most non-obvious thing I learned, by the way, when doing content. I once had something which I wanted filmed, and I hired a cinematographer and a crew and what have you. And the shots they produced looked amazing. They turned like a normal room into like almost like a spaceship kind of thing with lighting, and their vocabulary around lighting, hard lighting, soft lighting, this, that. They're very, very sophisticated. Bokeh, all these kinds of words I didn't know at the time. But then I looked at the final cut, and it was all gibberish. And I realized, oh, I can't delegate the screenwriting part. Actually, the part I thought was hard, which was making it look very professional, is actually relatively easy. And the part I thought was easy, which is writing the screenplay, is the part that's actually relatively hard.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that is actually still the bottleneck for a lot of these stories, as opposed to the special effects and so on. Let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, writing is one thing that can never be replaced because, again, great writing always reflects where human society is at. Great cinema, great fiction is always a reflection of what's happening in the world right now.
Paul Graham has this good line, which is writing is thinking. And if you haven't really got it crisp in your head, then you find it hard to write. And it's not about making it sound flowery. Sometimes you can do that with a second pass. But the first pass of just getting the bullets out and organizing the thinking. This is why, I think a very interesting kind of person is a person who writes a long fiction book. They have to, those like mysteries where a detective puts all these faces up on the person who's writing a mystery novel has to do the same thing because they have to track this very complicated timeline at various levels of resolution all the way down to the sentence, but up to the 500-word thing, right? That type of thing feels like the type of thing AI doesn't do that well right now, at least.
Yeah, maybe animated AI?
Well, I think the shorter it is, the better AI will do with it, because I think the longer the context, the more it kind of drops off. Even the transformer can't get that far. This is my view as of right now. It's who knows, things could change in a year. I think if gun to my head though, right now, I would say, I think AI is going to actually really take off in the physical world with what the Chinese robots and drones and so on are doing. I think that's going to be actually really phenomenal because those tasks are conceptually simple. They're software hard. They're mechanical engineering hard. But thanks. But that's where I think we might see something really big. I think with creation, it's going to turn out to be more prompting limited than we expected. Rather than the part, production. As I put it, AI does it middle to middle, not end to end.
Yeah.
You still have to prompt and verify it.
Yeah.
So that's my thing on it. Go ahead, give me your counter argument.
Yeah. It's a great thought. We have like 30 seconds left.
Okay, good. Well, we don't have to take the whole thing, but this is awesome. So that's how to get to 10 million followers, or at least part of it. And part of what you're saying is it's very hard to even do that today. So doing what you did didn't work.
I do believe it's going to get slightly easier next year.
Why?
AI models getting better.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I see. So you've got ARB. You've got the AI.
It's really hard right now.
Okay.
Next year, it's going to get a little easier.
So right now, the opportunity is AI ARB.
Sorry?
The AI arbitrage. Meaning, right now, the opportunity is the thing that's underpriced relative to followers is AI.
Yeah.
Okay, which is not serious.
I mean, if content is the goal, as it is for so many of us, if personal brands are the goal, start writing right now. And a great practice is to just write 50 to 100 pieces of content that you really want to tell the world. Collect it in a diary and gradually keep cooking it up. Doesn't have to be a minute long, there doesn't have to be a time limit. Just get 50 great ideas and begin writing today to execute on it next year.
And this is a big thing that both you and Nasir had in common, which is you set a bounded but real duration to do a bunch of reps of content before you quit.
Before you?
Before you quit.
Yes.
Right. That's actually, I think, a very important and you don't just do one or two and it doesn't get results. You say, I'm going to budget for 50 reps or 100 reps. I'm going to do a bunch of these videos before I quit.
Yeah, the only way you improve in this game is through iterations and through agility.
The thing is, if you don't preset that number for yourself, you will get discouraged at rep 12.
Yeah.
And then you might have actually gotten good at rep 37 or something like that. But then if you haven't gotten good at rep 50, you're like, okay, that was how much effort I decided to pre-allocate towards this, right?
Exactly what it is.
Awesome.
I mean, the romantic way of putting it is that everyone should be a content creator and all that. I think everyone should be a writer right now. Everyone needs to work on the writing skills.
The mathematical way of putting it is flip the coin 50 times, that's hard work. Having it come up heads, that's luck, right? Yeah, all right, great, good.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'm just going to take your mic off.
All right. Oh, yeah, okay. We'll do it over there. Right.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. So we covered a little bit about parallel media and the new ways to do it. And next, there's something that was already touched on a little bit, and Balaji kind of mentioned of an element of the media, and what were the things of old that might have held that role. And so we're going to talk a little bit about religion and the network state. And so to do that, please welcome Pascal to the stage. Here's Pascal.
Yeah, so basically the first network state was monotheism. So I've got some books up here. This is about me, but nobody cares about that. You should follow me on Twitter, though. The Ancient City by this French historian basically talks about how we had polytheism because the gods were the gods of the household and the gods of the city. And when you won a battle, that was because your god defeated the other tribe's god. But then monotheism happened, and by definition, if there's one god who created the universe, then you don't need to be a member of a particular tribe to follow that god, right? And so it led to the first transnational networks. And so there's many we can talk about. We can talk about Judaism, we can talk about Islam, but I don't have time. So I'm just going to talk about my favorite, which is the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church really was a network state. It was more than a network state. That's what I'm going to argue. And it basically built the West. So this one book down by the left, sort of famous, basically argues that Catholic marriage law sort of led to the creation of the West by making cousin marriage illegal. And that's what ended clannishness, and that's why Western people were sort of more rule oriented and so on and so forth. This other one, is it here? Yeah, Victory of Reason. Rodney Stark basically argues, again, this is a very long argument, that Catholic philosophy sort of led to rationalism and science. But it was more practical. So, for example, transnational banking, international banking, was sort of sponsored by the Catholic Church. The first real bank was the Knights Templar, because basically if you wanted to go to crusade, you had to fund it. And so what would you do? You would go to the Templars and you would say, okay, I'm going to give you like a piece of my property, and in exchange you're going to fund my passage, and when I get there, you're going to give me money. Well, that's basically like tokenizing assets. That's basically international banking. And then, the Venetians did it, the Italians did it, but that's where it comes from. The limited liability company, which was really what made capitalism possible. That's also Catholic. Also helped the foundation of the state. So this book, Sacred Foundation. Usually they tell you, oh, it was against the church that the modern state was founded. Not really, she argues. But the key thing is the Catholic Church never tried to become a superstate, unlike, for example, the Islamic Caliphate. So what I would argue is the Catholic Church is a network of network states, or at least it was. And why is this important? Because your network state needs an OS. It needs asibia. That's in Khandun in the 14th century. It's a word you can't really translate, but it means, sense of social solidarity, sense of group cohesion, sense of purpose, sense of the French Foreign Legion has asibia, Does your network state have asibia? How do you create it? I would argue religion and traditional religion is a big one. There are others. You can try nationalism, but if we're here, we probably think nationalism has failed in some way. You can try ideology. We did that in the 20th century. That didn't really work. You can try cult. That's like a popular Silicon Valley idea. Oh, your startup should be a cult. Okay, that's fine. But, some cults go wrong, in Silicon Valley. You have rationalist cults that sort of do murder-suicides. It's kind of like, oh. But actually it makes sense because extreme rationalism is actually insane. So rationalism, pure rationalism leads to insanity. And that's why you had dark network states that we don't talk about. The Bolsheviks, they were a group of people, international, sort of organizing, shared purpose, and they founded a state. Did that go well? I'm not sure. Another one, ISIS. ISIS was a network state. It's a bunch of people online with shared purpose. Let's do a caliphate. So what's left? Basically, my argument is traditional religion has been refined over time. It's like Linux, It's like, oh, this code is super hairy. Well, actually, your hairy code is like thousands upon thousands of weird edge cases that have been found and fixed over time, and that's why it works. So I talked about ISIS. We're right next door to Malaysia, which is a very tolerant Muslim country. Why? Because they just do traditional Islam. So which great religion should you pick? Islam's already been done. Judaism's already been done. I would argue Catholicism. It's the platform for the network state. It's the network of network states. It did England. It did the Knights of Malta. It's pretty good. OK, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you to Pascal. All right, next. Normally we don't have much in the way of journalists here, but we have Murtaza of Dropsite and Substack. Here's Murtaza.
Thank you for speaking at the Network State Conference.
Yeah, my pleasure, Balaji.
You are a pro-Bitcoin journalist. You're a pro-Substack journalist. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm an independent journalist. I have a Substack and I write for Dropsite, which is also on Substack. The Bitcoin blockchain, the motivation of the anonymous creator of it was in retribution for the bad action, the bailouts of the banks and the bad actions of the financial institution. That message resonated with me a lot because I see myself as kind of like an outsider and countercultural. So I kind of like identify with it. I liked it a lot.
Interesting. So what do you think about startup societies, about network states, about what we're trying to do in terms of opt-in communities that are trying to exit the political fighting into new kind of free zones?
I kind of see this almost happening as like a inevitability. And the reason I say that is because we went through multiple phases of disaggregation. First aggregation, then disaggregation of societies. Like obviously went from like tribes to larger political units, kingdoms, then empires and so forth. Like 100 years ago, there were many empires. Those were undermined and ultimately replaced by a smaller, more nimble form of social aggregation, which technology was enabling at the time, which was the nation state. The nation state was like really agile, really superior at marshaling force and resources than the empires, which are very lumbering and were knocked over. Now the nation state itself is clearly seen as that. It's seen as an ineffective, inefficient, lumbering sort of form of social organization. So, what you have in response to that is these emergence of networks around the world. And there are different types of networks, financial networks, political networks, and so forth, which because of the new technological environment can communicate with each other, can create a sense of mutual identity. They could theoretically act in concert with one another. And, America is like in the situation where the state, so much concentration over the nature of the state, they could start denaturalizing people, like nationalizing businesses, confiscating them and so forth. That's not improbable or impossible.
And we can use networks to guarantee people inalienable rights, even if that happens.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the world that's emerging now.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Murtaza. Thanks for speaking at the Network State Conference.
And next we have Alex Grinsvag of Fractal NYC, a community that has already spread to Boston. Here's Alexander.
Thanks for speaking at Network State 2025. Tell us about Fractal.
So Fractal was started in New York City by Priya and Andrew. They wanted to create a community of their friends living near each other, working together, ultimately a very college campus kind of feel, but for people who are post-college. They eventually grew it to a co-working space, a co-living situation with hundreds of people living near each other, a coding boot camp. They're launching startups out of it. They're teaching each other classes. And I was very inspired by this. And I was like, Boston should have one. I live in Boston. I wasn't planning to move to New York, though I love New York. And I'd like to make one here.
That's great. And so how many fractals are there?
I would say there's maybe 5 or 6 at this point. And there's one in Vancouver. There's one in Porto. There's one in Geneva. A few other ones.
Great. And how many people do you have total?
So in New York, there's maybe 1,000 people who would say they're part of Fractal in different capacities. For us, it's maybe 60, 70 The other fractals are also kind of smaller. They range from several hundred to maybe several dozen people.
Is it a paid membership? How does that work?
No, I think of Fractal as a social fabric. So anyone can come and participate. But within that social fabric, there are paid things like classes. For example, in New York, Daniel Gollier teaches Maximum New York or Foundations of New York, and that's a paid class. It's $2,000 a person.
Got it. And what kinds of things do Fractal members learn and teach?
So for us, for example, we ran a semester this summer. It was a dozen classes. They ranged from AI vibe coding to yoga to how Somerville government works. I taught a class on great scenes throughout history. The way that these started was a couple people wanted to watch Andrej Karpathy's like 0 to Hero AI courses, which are a fantastic series of YouTube videos. But it's, if you just sit down and do them on your own, most people don't finish them or they fall off. And so they're like, well, we'll do them together as a class. And so he was kind of virtually the teacher for this class. And that's like maybe in the middle towards the more rigorous end. I would say Foundations of New York is very rigorous. You're required to go to city council meetings. You're required to give testimony. You're required to like participate in government. If you miss more than 2 classes, you're kicked out. That's on one end. On the other end, you have something like pencil portraiture, where we're just like practicing drawing. There's homework. You have to draw. But if you don't do the homework, it's mostly just you're missing out.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Bye, Alex.
Now, could we please give a warm welcome to Paul McNeil, Near of the Wagon Box. Here's Paul.
Well, it's a real honor to be here from the Wagon Box, which is in Story, Wyoming. My name is Paul McNeil, and they handed me this on the way up here. I thought it was a taser, but apparently it's just like a TV remote. Story of my life. But anyway, my name is Paul McNeil. I am a combat veteran, a Christian, an American, and a real estate investor, and also been interested in communities, intentional communities, human organization, politics for all of my life, and studying different, ways of people organizing. And I'm just going to pop through these slides as we go through to kind of give you a vibe of the Wagon Box. But anyway, so when I first heard Balaji talk about the network state concept, it really resonated with me in many ways. And so I've kept up with the project, but when I was listening to him talk, different podcasts and stuff, I thought, this is something I want to do. I want to start a country or something like it, start up society, something moving in that direction. It seemed like a very American thing to do. So I bought 20-acre property in the mountains of Wyoming. He had mentioned Wyoming several times for their crypto legislation, and also has very much of a kind of live and let live libertarian background. So bought the property and started having events, started having people up there. The Wagon Box is a beautiful property. First of all, it's 20 acres in the mountains of Wyoming. It's got streams, trout streams. We've got a restaurant with a tavern. We've got a library in there. We've got a grand piano. We've got instruments. We've got cabins and a lodge and a sauna. But more importantly, we've got a community of people who've been there, who've met other people there, who identify as part of the Wagon Box project. We also have an actual men's club for literary outdoorsmen that is sort of based there. But this community of people, something Nassim Taleb says that if you know why you're friends with somebody, you're not. And so you can't really put your finger on exactly, what makes somebody interested in the Wagon Box. It's hard to describe. We're kind of developing our own culture. It's very much an American culture, and in some ways a Christian culture. We're very big on culture, and our project is very much sort of steeped in both the Christian and the classical tradition. Which sometimes are actually obviously at odds. The one thing that they have in common and kind of has come to mind, a lot of people talk about longevity here. Longevity really not a big concept for the Christian or classical world, and for the Wagon Box. Our version of longevity is eternal life and a good death, and that usually doesn't redound to dying in your old age. But who knows? We hope for that. We want, more importantly, to live in a way that is not afraid of risk. Culture is somewhat based on character, and character is a very important part of the Wagon Box. We're trying to meet up with and attract and connect with people and communities who value a certain character. And character is, you know, it's something that's developed despite all of us, you know, we're interested in health hacks, and we're interested in how to live comfortably and how to make money and how to live well. And yet the irony is that character is often developed under suffering, under sacrifice. And so that's one of the things that the Wagon Box community is exploring, is in this world where everybody's trying to make money and live well and be healthy, which is fine, which is good, how do we find ways to seek challenge and be unafraid of risk and sacrifice and danger? So I'd encourage you guys in your projects to remember that for all the good of all those things, making money and comfort and beautiful areas, you know, the Wagon Box is a challenging area. Oh, I got to go through these slides so you guys can get the vibes. That's what I'm talking about by challenge, and that's our cold plunge. Often we have to break the ice for the cold plunge. But we also have fireplace. Also, I wanted to mention children. If this were an event where the Wagon Box would just be hordes of kids running around all over the place. Very family friendly, very much music oriented. Sometimes we slonk goose eggs. We have horses, we have a corral on the property. But what I wanted to say was that nations and networks need to be formed by people who are willing to make sacrifice and who are willing to suffer. So that's the message of the Wagon Box. You should come check it out. Go to thewagonbox.net and sign up there, and we'll send you more information. Come out to Wyoming and visit. It's a beautiful place.
Thank you, Paul. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Aaron Wren from Substack. Here's Aaron.
Hi, it's Aaron. I'm a writer on Christianity and culture in America. Balaji likes to talk about the descending world, and Christianity has been descending in America since the 1960s. Church attendance down, personal adherence down. Now, there's some indications that there may be a tick up in religion, especially among young people today, but I think it's really too early to say if that trend will persist. I have a framework that divides this period of decline into three eras or worlds that I call the positive, the neutral, and the negative world. The positive world lasts from 1964 to 1994, and here Christianity is descending, but still viewed positively, basically, by society. The neutral world lasted from 1994 to 2014. Christianity wasn't seen positively anymore, but not really seen negatively yet either. And then since 2014, we've entered the negative world, where official elite culture now views Christianity negatively, or certainly at least skeptically. That might be a better way to put it. Christians have responded to this period of decline by starting to create proto-network state startup societies. Some of these have gotten large. The evangelical Protestant community in Moscow, Idaho has 4,000 people in it. St. Mary's, Kansas is a Catholic community with 6,000 people. There are a number of different models. Ave Maria, Florida is basically a Catholic real estate development. Hyattsville, Maryland is a community that emerged around a church. Some are founder-led, like Gainesboro, Tennessee. Others more organic, like Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. What these are missing are really two things that prevent them from being true startup societies, true network state initiatives. One is there's no network. These are quintessentially localist communities. They're based on face-to-face interactions in a particular place. They need to get connected virtually across all of these different centers. Then they also lack an integrated cryptocurrency, which helps instantiate the network they need to build and also makes these investable, which they aren't currently. They're mostly all bootstrapped. If you wanted to check one of these out, the one in Moscow, Idaho is probably the most impressive to visit. They have 4,000 people there. They've built a slew of institutions, a church, a school, a college, a media company. They own a ton of other businesses. And notably, they've acquired a lot of real estate in the town center. Moscow is the liberal dot in the conservative state. It's the home of the state's flagship university. And it's incredible that this group of conservative Christians bought so much land in the major commercial area. I've actually written a detailed review of Balaji's definition of a network state and compared it to Christianity in an article called Blockchain Benedict Adoption New Institutions. I argue that the Christian church, particularly in the West, was the original network state. It had a founder in Jesus Christ, a moral innovation in the gospel, all the way down to achieving sovereignty with the Catholic Church, not just Vatican City, but the church recognized as a sovereign entity under international law. And since we were essentially the original network state, I do think Christians need to start embracing and implementing concepts around network state and network state communities and startup societies. If you're interested in that, look me up. I'm at aaronren.com. Sign up for my Substack. Thank you.
Thank you to Aaron. And up next, it's my pleasure to introduce Punk6529. Here's Punk6529.
Since time is short, 3 quick ideas. First idea, what's the proper metric of success for a network state? My view is, if we're being serious, the proper metric is GDP. That's how states measure themselves, and that's how we should measure ourselves. How much GDP is a network state coordinating in an appropriate goal, not today, but in 5, 10, 20 years, is the economy of Spain, the economy of South Korea, the economy of New York City. Second idea, we have to solve how to make subjective decisions in a decentralized manner. Most important decisions in a state, whether it's the head of state, whether it's a CEO, whether it's an individual, are subjective. So states have built a vast social infrastructure focused on alignment, reputation, identity, to get the right groups of people making the right decisions at the right time. We're going to need to extend our deterministic crypto systems to be able to make these non-deterministic decisions. Third idea, if decisions, alignment, reputation, and identity are what are going to drive a network state, these are ideas better expressed through NFTs than fungible tokens. And I know here I am almost certainly the most bullish person in the world on NFTs, but I believe most decentralized crypto activity at some point in the future will be intermediated through NFTs versus through fungible tokens. I've known a lot of you for a long time, 10, 11, 12 years. I think the first phase of crypto, the deterministic phase, is over. It's proven. We've shown it can be done. We now need to take the next step into non-deterministic decisions. Most of you know how to reach me. The rest can find the conference organizers. Would love to work with you on any of these topics.
All right. Can I get a little bit of energy? This is our last speaker. And then Balaji, and we're done. So please welcome James of ARC. Here's James.
Hey, cheers, buddy. Appreciate it. Incredible to be here, guys. I'm James of ARC. I'm building the first permanent layer 2 at the Network School, and I'm here to give you even more reasons to come and even more reasons to stay. I want to take you back to the beginning, though. I'm actually a chartered accountant. I started my career at Ernst & Young, and my day-to-day job was helping the world's largest companies and richest families negotiate with governments to get them better treatment and to relocate to where they're going to be treated best. I'm now building this layer 2 at Network School as a step towards building a new charter city where all of these companies are going to choose to relocate to. ARC started a year ago in Lisbon with an incredibly fun pop-up city. We then ran another one in Austin, each of these having 50 long-term residents, a few hundred people coming to our hackathons or our demo days. And whilst these were really fun, these temporary experiences felt, I don't know, maybe a little bit pointless, or at least that we were maybe solving problems that wouldn't be the real problems we'd need to solve to succeed building somewhere permanently. So I came to Network School in April, thinking that I would leave in April. And now here I am, having spent the whole of this year basically building alongside the Network School team. It's the longest I've been anywhere in 10 years, so there's clearly something special about Network School. It's also patently obvious that there's nothing in the frontier. You know, it was a ghost city a year ago, unless there is extraordinary effort
of individuals that can build something from nothing, that can take Temasek to Singapore, that can turn sand into neon, and that can create order out of chaos. And if ARC has any purpose at Network School, it's to make it even easier for those that are trying to create something out of nothing, do that at Network School in the frontier. It's for those founders that realize it's not just what you're building, but where you are building that truly matters. And I genuinely think that you should all come to Network School and build it there. Together, ARC and Network School, I think, represent the best place in the world right now to build and start a company. Who here knows On Deck? Some hands. I can see some people that have been in. I used to run On Deck with David Booth in London, and I'd stand up at some of the community events like this, and I'd go, you know, On Deck is the first place the best people go before they start their next venture. But I genuinely believe now that ARC at Network School is the best place for you to go and start your next venture. And so I'm really pleased to announce that ARC is going to be launching our next cohort, 1st of January, for a new year, a new you. Come and lock in and change the world at Network School with us. We're going to be running a deliberate program focused on giving you the outcomes that matter, whether that's finding a co-founder, your idea, getting your first customer, your first hire, your first check, focusing on just these things that matter and nothing else. That's the beauty of Network School. Everything is taken care of. You can just drive yourself forwards and level up. You're not going to be a guinea pig. We've run 100 events now since I've been with Network School this year. We have a cohort of 50 amazing founders and individuals running through a structured month-long program right now. And it's part of why I'm so confident that there is already an incredible amount of talent in the frontier and at Network School. You know, I'm lucky to have worked with several funds over the last 12 years of venture building. And the beauty of that is that I've been able to see these individuals at the beginning of their journeys go on to create the unicorns that we all talk about and change the world. And there are founders that are at the beginning of their journey that are at Network School right now that are going to go on and change the world. And that's why we're also launching the ARC Syndicate, to invest into these incredible frontier founders. We are a network after all, and I think the more that we can leverage the power of this network to help accelerate those that are truly building the frontier, the better. Together, these programs of support for frontier founders and investment are building a model that allows ARC to create something from nothing, whether that's at Network School's next node from day one, whether it's at your layer one on day one, and most importantly, for when ARC starts building its city itself. A city that I hope that not just those companies and families that I mentioned in the beginning will choose to relocate to, but actually somewhere where you will all join me and build home with me together. Thank you so much for being here. Please come visit us, all right? I'll take that. Thank you, James. All right. Balaji is going to close us out here. So, welcome, Balaji.
All right. So, Network State 2025. Let me give some closing remarks, and we'll do Q&A. So I think that was pretty amazing. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We had CEO of Coinbase, CEO of Binance, founder of Ethereum. We had Solana. We had Ben Horowitz. We had Polychain. We had Dragonfly. We had Telegram. We had Replit. We had Huberman. We had Brian Johnson. We had Ranveer. We had Nasir. I mean, pretty good group of people that are all behind startup societies and network states and interested in either doing them or funding them. And so now the question is, what next, right? We did all this great content, great stuff. So I think there's at least 2 steps for you folks. For some of you, for some small fraction if you want, you can found your ideal society, and there is a maybe a partial playbook in the network state. And this is provisional. It's 2022, so think of it as a version 1.0, and I want to write another version. So you can found your own, or you can find your ideal society. And we're building, whether that be an existing society. So there's things like CitizenX or Businessship or Henley Global. Some of these are by friends of mine, and so on. There's a bunch of things like this. So you can find your ideal society, or you can go and an existing one, or you can go and join and help build a new one, like one of the ones listed at our Network States Internet dashboard. And in particular, if you want to, that's what we're all about. So you can come and join Network School, because we're about the consent of the government, choice, freedom, and liberty. We're about also cooperation, equality of opportunity, techno-democracy. I've given talks on that before, but I didn't want to give another 30-minute talk at the end. Wanted to wrap it up. But I'll send it to you guys in Luma, extra credit, okay? And so I think what we just talked about today was the third kind of thing. So internet company, internet currency, internet community, right? If you come away with one takeaway, it's that this is the third kind of thing. And the first two are pretty big. And so this is just a new way of thinking, which is not what company would I start, or what currency would you start, but what community would you start. It's a different kind of founder, different kind of person, different kind of quote user, because it's more like a citizen than a holder or a customer, right? And we're going to find out if we can start new communities. If you're interested in working with us, you can apply to ns.com, help build the next society. It's right across the causeway in the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone in Far City. And that's our first node. We're going to do more around the world. This is Network School. And so that's it for now. Thank you very much, and I'll take questions in a bit. All right. So is there like a microphone for Q&A that you can? OK, you want to have people come up over there? OK, great. Form a line. All right, great. This Q&A line will form over there, and people can speak their questions. And I'll do this for about 15 minutes or so, and then we will all disperse. Yeah, Q&A line right over there. Lady in black right there. Yep. All right, good.
Hi, my name is T. My question was, I know your former colleagues at A16Z are really big in American dynamism, and there's also Joe Lonsdale and his investments. I know you stated that you're fairly bearish on the US and its decline. Do you feel like their work, there is a potential that it could fix things, or are they pouring water in a tub with a bunch of holes in the bottom? I hope my question makes sense.
It's a great question. So I understand what you're saying. So all of those people are my friends and colleagues. I wish them well in everything they're doing. And sometimes there's two different paths, and sometimes they're both right in different ways. For example, Google took a cloud path and Apple took a hardware path, and they both turned out to work, right? Sometimes there's two paths and neither of them work. Sometimes there's two paths and only one of them works, right? And so my view is that I wish them the best in what they're doing. And I think there's parts of it that are succeeding. Certainly Anduril is a very successful company. And I think that even if some of those things don't work in the short run, in the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25-year time frame, they have their hearts in the right place. And I think that it's a tricky thing because you only have so many units of life force, and you can only put them along a vector that I personally believe in. I think part of it is I have more contact with Asia, being an Indian American, blah, 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 blah. So I have more peripheral vision to see that it's real, what's happening out here, what's happening in India, and so on and so forth. And that's a life experience that's difficult to simply communicate in words. If you think about the difference between prompt engineering and context engineering, I could explain it in words, but it'd be like 500 gigs of high-def video and experiences where I'd say, actually, I think there's a lot of potential out here. And so maybe that's what tipped the scales, is more my positivity on Asia that isn't shared context by some of my friends in the US. Yeah.
Thank you.
Balaji, congratulations for today. I know this is a celebration of techno-optimism in some sense, but when it comes to the internet currency, specifically Bitcoin, one of the things that I don't hear talked about very much is the looming security budget issue and threats. What is your view on the resolution of that specifically?
On physical security?
On the dwindling security budget with the halvings every 4 years, and therefore the lower rewards for the miners, and therefore the risk to a 51% attack on the chain.
So wait, are you asking, so what you're saying is, let me see if I can paraphrase correctly. You're asking Bitcoin's security budget, given that the block reward halves every 4 years, there will not be enough money to pay for Bitcoin security. That's what you're asking?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So my view on that is, well, first is, if the price of Bitcoin at least doubles every 4 years, it remains constant in real terms. It has done significantly more than that so far, right? Number two is, I actually think there's, quite a likelihood that Bitcoin becomes, at least in part, something that other chains hash their chain state to, which is kind of already happening, depending on how you look at it with some of the uses of OP return and what have you. Number three is, if Bitcoin really is adopted as a Fedwire replacement, I mean, it's funny because it's already scaling, right? That's to say, it's already scaling off-chain and on other chains. That's why transaction fees aren't that high. But you can imagine a world where even the on-chain traffic would really spike if it's really adopted, and I don't know. There's a third or fourth possibility, which is, Satoshi did something incredible, which is he designed an algorithm that could make it 16 years, and even with some maintenance, is pretty much the same algorithm that he developed. And most kinds of things aren't open loop in that sense. That's to say, if somebody knows the algorithm, then they can attack you, and knowledge of the algorithm, they could break it. It may turn out that it gets big enough that it serves its purpose of ending the Fed, and then there is a successful counterattack on it. Perhaps it's a non-profitable 51% attack. Perhaps it's something else. And then you have to take the ledger and you have to back it up across one of 20 other chains, and you get a tower of Bitcoin like a Tower of Babel. That's another possibility. It's hard to say because you're projecting out. I don't think, though, that the sort of, quote, naive extrapolation of, oh, it's halving every few years, therefore the security budget goes away, is necessarily correct. Because if the price increases faster, or if the social significance increases faster, then people might be non-economic miners simply to keep the world economy going, for example, part of their defense budget. So there's various kinds of outcomes there, and it's hard to handicap all of them. Maybe I'll write a longer post on this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, Balaji. My name is Matěj Petrásek. I'm from Prague, Czech Republic, Central Europe. I came for this conference. Thank you for organizing it. It was amazing. The question I have, I see an opportunity in all this chaos that is happening in the world, and I feel like it's a big challenge for the governance model of the nation states right now happening, like you said it. But I also see it as an opportunity for the nation states that they can get their act right, because then they can attract a lot of talent, and they could support the network states as well and be partners, like we see with Singapore, for example, becoming a partner for network school in a way.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but your accent is strong enough that I can't actually understand your question. If you can.
Okay, let me rephrase that. So my question is, do nation states have opportunity to get their act right and actually reform some of them, like mid-sized ones?
Sure. Yeah. So one thing I want to clarify is, I think the future is a decentralized West and a centralized East. Let's say in the East, in Singapore, in Vietnam, in China, in India, in actually Eastern Europe, broadly with some exceptions, states are, in Riyadh, in Dubai, right? States are largely functional in a way that they weren't 30, 40 years ago, potentially, right? And the West, it's the opposite. So I'm ultimately a pragmatist, and I'm really, a pro-civilization person. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If centralization works, you don't need decentralization. Until centralization is not working, then you need decentralization. And so I think absolutely eastern states and many small states, like small countries like El Salvador's in the Western Hemisphere is doing well. So just the concept of necessary oppositional, I don't think is true. I think sometimes you can set up two poles like a dyad, and then you can do thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and then you can repeat that a few times. So yeah, I think there's plenty of pro-tech states, and in fact, we saw some of them today. Thank you. Great.
Hello, Balaji. My name is Sergey. Thank you for the job you're making for making this happen. Very interesting conference. And my question is, nowadays states are using passports, like biometric passport for making their citizens accountable and to build some kind of trust between them. What do you think? What should startup societies build? Should they build their own ID system, or should they use the state's passports for this?
I'm sorry again, the accent was very strong, so
Okay.
Okay.
My question is, should startup societies make their own identity system?
Should startups? Okay. So I'm hearing
passports of the current states.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, now I understand. So the question is, should startup societies make their own identity system or use passwords from existing states? And I think the answer is going to be some combination of both, because it's just like the fiat identity, crypto identity interface is much like the fiat currency, cryptocurrency interface. The answer is you're going to need both in many different kinds of combinations. Fiat currency, cryptocurrency, there's USD for BTC, there's USD stablecoins, there's USD stablecoins traded for BTC, and so on and so forth, many different kinds of things. So you'll have fiat identity, you'll have crypto identity, you'll have fiat identity, which is hashed or otherwise proven and put on chain, as like a proof of human, like proof of passport like thing attached to an ENS customer record, many things of this nature. So there'll be an interplay there. It's not simply one or the other. Thank you. Next person.
Okay. Can I write to?
Let's give the microphone to the next person. If that's all right. Yeah. And actually, well, maybe no. Can we move the line in a little further here so I can face the rest of the audience? Is that all right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I'll stand for a little bit. It's fine. It's good. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Balaji. My name is Ali. I had a quick question for you. So, a hypothetical. Suppose a community like the Catalonians were to establish a network state in a small crypto-friendly country like Estonia. If those Catalonians were to create enough digital pressure that thus resulted in physical pressure, how could that network state protect itself from, let's say, the Spanish government putting pressure on Estonia as a country to clamp down on that network state?
Well, I mean, the question is, what is the goal of the Catalonians? If their goal is to preserve their culture, right? Right now, and that's a complicated issue and so on. I use it as an example that in the Anglosphere world, they don't get too agitated about. Obviously, in the Spanish language world, someone's going to be mad. Oh my God, he said this, that. So please, I'm not taking any position on the issue, okay? But so on that, right now there's a tension where the Catalonians want their ancient culture and so on and so forth, and the Spanish around want them to kind of conform. And one resolution to that is the Catalonians find territory somewhere else. And I'm not sure they would want to do it in Estonia, which has their own kind of, but I don't know, maybe Brazil or someplace else. I don't know. The world is big. There's lots of uninhabited places also that they could get. Uninhabited would probably be the best. I mean, the awesome thing about the UAE is it's basically built on, it's like baby Mars, right? Because it's built on this like completely godforsaken desert. I mean, of course they love it. They've made it great. But it wouldn't be the first place you'd pick when looking down with a satellite photo. So the less desirable the physical location, maybe the more desirable the physical location. Because the less desirable it is to other people, the more desirable it is to your people. So the answer would be an upfront question of pick something that other people don't want. rather than something that people, like to endure some hardship, buy low so that you can build high. That's how I think about it.
Thank you.
Hey, Balaji. Just quickly, thanks so much. This has been really interesting, and I think I'm already part of a network state. But I just have a clarifying question, just in terms of spirituality. And you had 3 presenters talking about Christianity. I guess just wanting to clarify. I mean, is that kind of part of the setup that you're trying to establish? Is kind of a
I think of it as so. What I think the network state is like a chassis, okay? And like a car, you can add a spoiler, and you can add the wing doors and so on and so forth. But there's like a basic concept of something that moves on 4 wheels and so on and so forth. And for some people, I don't know, self-driving is such a critical feature. There wouldn't be a car without it and so on and so forth. So my goal is to try to figure out what that template looks like for a network state, for a startup society, which startup society is like a network state before sovereignty, let's put it like that. And then people can make all kinds of additions and subtractions, sort of like a web framework, like Django or Rails, right? That's kind of how I think about what we're doing. And so then if you want to make, as some people wanted the Catholic network state, some wanted the Christian network state, like meaning in the sense of Protestant. And those are actually mutually incompatible, but that's fine. That's great. I mean, we have all of these as nation states. I mean, in a sense, it's a neutral, it's a container for something, right?
How do you stop it from becoming a cult?
Go ahead.
How do you minimize the risk of it becoming a cult?
Oh, because it's contacting the outside world. The cult wants to close you off from the outside world, but we want to contact the outside. We want to sell things, build things, ship things, and so on and so forth. We're not cloistered. Yeah.
Hi, Balaji. I'm from China. The time I realized the power of communities during the pandemic times, that in Shanghai alone, there are more than 3,000 community people are buying groceries together in the community, which means they're solving a very real problem.
Collective purchasing, yeah.
Yeah, for example, I see there's a comparison between Bitcoin and network state, but Bitcoin is trying to solve a very real problem, point-to-point payment system or store of value. So the question is, what the problems that network state really want to solve?
Oh yeah, the problem state. I mean, there's 2 ways of thinking about this, which I call the plus 100 and the minus 100 version. The plus 100 version is just we need jurisdictions that are built for self-driving cars from the beginning, that are built for biotech innovation, for what's called the low altitude economy. Like you would architect a city completely differently if self-driving cars existed from the beginning. Like all the garages would be hidden and the whole thing would look walkable on the surface, right? So, LA was built around the car. What would the LA of the self-driving car be? It would look completely different, right? So that kind of premise influences all aspects of architecture. So simply just something like that where you can get legal innovation, that's what I call the plus 100 version, and you can be in favor of startup societies, network states just based on that. Now if you add to that what I call the minus 100 version, which is Dalio, Turchin, Fourth Turning, Elon, everybody who has forecasted, I think correctly, that essentially, there's going to be that we're kind of already in the middle of a sovereign debt crisis for Western governments. Now that becomes even more urgent. It's both the extreme plus and the extreme minus. It's like a lot of existing societies are going to have big problems, and there's a lot of potential technologically and otherwise in new ones. So that goes to a plus 200. Plus 100 minus 100 is plus 200, right? So you can have a plus 100 view, or the plus 100 minus 100, so plus 200 view. That's my view.
Hi, Balaji. First of all, thank you so much, and congrats on putting such a high-quality event. It's really, I think, the event I've felt I've learned the most in this whole week, so thank you very much. I'm going to put an outlandish question out there. Assuming that, network states growing and not only the location, but the people are getting more adopted and it's growing, let's say it's growing exponentially, right? What happens when it becomes, let's say, comparable to Singapore in terms of size? And what happens in terms of governance, and if you have some different views with the Singaporean government in terms of legislation, how do you think that clash works out, and how would you extrapolate it to other network states that could be colliding with different countries?
Yeah, so the first thing I'd say is render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, right? Like abide by the laws of every country in which you're domiciled. That's number one. Minimize clashes. Because the thing is, honestly, you know, relatively few things, like you have to pick your battles. There's relatively few things where you really need to like fight the government over, okay? In my view, you know, you don't, like, for example, I'll give you an example. The Free State Project, which I'm sympathetic to at a macro level, that a bunch of libertarians moved to New Hampshire. And one of the first things one of the guys did is, of all the things they decided to spend their political capital, time, energy on, was fighting seatbelt laws. Okay? So that's an example of like not picking your battles. It's a completely avoidable clash, right? If the, you know, gosh, which was the guy who talks about, he's from the Daily Show, Ronnie Chang, okay? Look up Ronnie Chang on Singapore caning, okay? And he's like, oh my God, imagine if you were to come to Singapore and spit gum on the floor. And he's like, well, don't do that, you know? Like, yes, you know, that's not allowed in this jurisdiction. So just, you know, abide by those reasonable laws, right? And then when it's unreasonable, then figure out how to either work with the system or exit the system and then do it somewhere else and then rebalance the network state towards that other state, right? How many people are in one? I mean, it depends. Everyone is going to have a different goal. I mean, like in theory, you could, Hilton, for example, has 1 million beds worldwide, right? That shows, that's like 8,000 properties, 1 million beds. That shows that, quote, a network state is logistically possible already, right? WhatsApp has 3 billion users. In theory, they could all be, you know, they could be digitally coordinated. So I don't think there's any logistical cap. It's just about what you'd want to do in a given community. Let me go to the next person. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Bim. I'm
Hi,
from
Maria.
Spain, so whoever wants to discuss Spain and Catalonia, I'm here
Okay.
to do it.
I took no position in that. That's an abstract kind of thing. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, in the network state framework, you mentioned to have a recognized founder. What if, instead of a recognized founder, is a collective of ideas, inspiration, philosophies? Do you think that's something that can still be legitimate, or do you see a need of having a single person?
So in the digital world, the great question is, do you need a recognized founder? And I think in the digital world, you can get away without one. Now that we have decentralization, you could in theory have a smart contract that you figured out all the details of it, you put it online, you never needed to upgrade it. You have to be very smart to figure that out because it's hard. This stuff is hard when humans are mashing on something. But in theory, you could do that. You could have open source, something like that. No one needs to operate it, right? In the physical world, however, I think necessarily there's dispute resolution. And you know, there's this essay by somebody who I disagree with on a lot of things politically, but it's still interesting. It's called the tyranny of structurelessness, right? And essentially what it means is when there's no visible org chart, there's an invisible org chart. Because there's always some way that resource allocation decisions are made, right? So the recognized founder is a way to avoid the invisible org chart and have a visible org chart. Because I think in the digital world, you could have that be visible where it's like an algorithm and you're looking at the opcodes. But in the physical world, we're not there yet.
You want to keep going?
Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, I've got plenty. A lot of people here. Yeah, let's go.
Hi, I'm Ben, and I'm happy to report that here on this conference, I raised 1,000 USD for quantum gravity.
Okay,
as
great.
a donation.
Great, good job. Okay, is that a question? Well, congrats. Okay.
And
I'm glad for you. I'm not making fun. Great
so
job.
like,
Yeah.
the group is, yes, it sounds like a scam, but the group is from Oxford. I'm just a fundraiser.
Oh, you've got a QR code fundraiser.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's cool.
So
Well, that's great. Let's just go to the next, if that's all right. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, Balaji. This is Sinan. Thanks for the great event. I was wondering regarding your term that you mentioned, techno-democracy, that you mentioned a few times today as well as before. With the rise of LLMs and agentic AI, do you think it would be reasonable for the network states to instead of giving limited access to the founders of the network estate or a special group to their wallets, to train LLMs and some sort of have agento democracy, limited LLMs for the decision making for the whole network?
Yeah, so I wrote an essay on this. So basically what you're asking is, to what extent can you delegate decision-making to LLMs? And I think currently, not to very large an extent. That may change over time, but the issue is that, as others have said, LLMs don't have role models. LLMs can get easily confused. LLMs can fail, especially on adversarial, time-varying inputs. And there's a post I have, which is 10 thoughts on AI that I did recently. And one big thing is AI is not really agentic AI. It's not agentic intelligence, it's amplified intelligence. So it really can't come up with a goal independent of you, right? It just sits there until you prompt it. You have to give it that instruction. And then it quickly gets off track if you don't keep prompting it and redirecting it towards something, right? Maybe eventually we're going to get longer and longer on-track kind of things, but then I think you need a true role model. And that's why I'm actually more bullish on some of the robotic stuff, the physical stuff, because spatial tracking has a degree of consistency. Like, if somebody observed, maybe it's not, simultaneous location and mapping called SLAM is basically spatial role model inference. So I think the cleaning robots will probably be more agentic in my view and be able to do more tasks for us because it's easier to learn the world model of 3D space than the social model, which is very complex. Yeah.
Hi. Hi, I'm Inavam from India. So quick fictional question. How do you see, as humanity starts growing beyond Earth and galactic distances start coming, how do you see network states and crypto specifically changing? Because latency of the internet...
This is what in VC we call a helicopter problem. That's a problem that you look at once you've got a helicopter. Okay, so I don't have a good answer on that right now. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Balaji. John from Rome. I might be a similar helicopter problem. You mentioned, of course, the hierarchy, the progression rather, like company, currency, community.
Yeah.
It's 3 years since you wrote the network state book. Strong on that experience, what could be the next step in that progression? What would you...
So that's a great question. So, step 4? Yeah, well, I think before we get to step 4, there's 10,000, 100,000 internet companies. There's 1,000 internet currencies. Let's get 10 to 100 internet communities. I think we're still in step 3. Yeah, great.
Stanislav. Thanks, Balaji, for pushing this topic up to the and to the future. I think replacing nation state with network state is unavoidable future. It is all digital intense. How about creating the common infrastructure for all the network states that needs web-free identification, marketplace, voting system, management system? It's all very IT intensive. Maybe it should be open source so that everybody can use it. But this probably may be this next step towards global network state arising.
Global network state arrangement. Could you rephrase the question?
The question is it? Maybe it is a time to create the common infrastructure for network states.
I know people always want to jump to that, but I don't think it's there yet. I think the reason is, in general, you can only abstract out a pattern after you have like 10 working examples of it. So we want to have Prospera grow and Network School grow and Edge City and these other examples, and then the patterns will become obvious from that. That's how I think about it. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Federico. I'm from Costa Rica. I was thinking about network states, and network states are going to need, network cities are going to need network public services. But the host country is usually very bad at providing them because basically they have no competition, right? So how do you make public services interoperable while respecting local nuances, right? So this conference made me think about local water boards in Costa Rica, for example. They run water for rural areas. Super, as a cellular level institution, they maybe have one employee provide 5 services, but collectively, there's almost 700,000 local water boards around the world, and they provide water for 2 billion people. So is there such thing as a network service, and how do we unlock that?
So let me see if I can understand your point. You said there are local resources like water boards that are scarce, and how do network states interact with that? Is that right? No, go ahead.
Network states, network cities will require public services.
Network states require public service, okay.
Host countries are very bad at providing them, right?
Not always. That's a skill issue.
Yeah.
Because meaning that's a skill, like where you choose to set up is actually not like an afterthought. That's a very important decision where you want to have some thought as to what the infrastructure is going to be like, what the political stability is going to be like, and so on and so forth. So it's not something where you don't want to start in hard mode.
Do you see a scenario in which something like Singapore's digital tech services become interoperable and they can provide services or fork their
it's hard to move.
Can fork their services?
I don't think, I mean, digital things you can provide, but physical things are hard to ship across long distances. I think my answer is pick a good first platform to start.
Hi, Balaji. I'm Om.So, CEO of SNS. Let's make the example explicit. So techno democracy requires CPU resistant and also on-chain sensors. So you mentioned ENS, SNS, so as well could act as that primitive. The question is not just if now, but what could we hard code next to create the leverage and also make it the new polity that run on-chain and ignorable.
So what would happen to next for Solana name system to do what exactly, or is it?
To also enhance the techno democracy and also make the new polity unignorable.
I think, so I have a talk called, so the question is how to make a polity unignorable, right? So I have a talk called the Network State Census that I gave to Chainlink a few years ago. And the general concept is a proof of human is like, let's call it a 0-1, but it's really probabilistic. So it's 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. And in a sense, you can make this more rigorous. The sum, let's say you have n you know, I was going to call them people, but n ENS IDs, and you have a bunch of proof of humans on them, probabilistic, then the sum of all that is the rough number of humans in the thing, right? Actually, you need another thing, which is not just proof of human, but proof of unique. So if you've got a proof of unique human, because they can be human, but they appear many times in the data set, you need these two different proofs, and then you can start getting a cryptographically provable census. That starts to make the polity unignorable. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Linda. I'm from Shenzhen, China. It's my first time to meet so much foreigners over the past years. So thank you, Balaji. And I read your Balaji prediction, and that's why that's where the book brought me here. Yeah. So I have two questions.
Okay. I have just one question.
Just one question. Okay. How do you see the future of Chinese economy, especially its internet economy? And
wait, would you mind rephrase? Could you make up what you said? How do I see the future of Chinese?
How do you see the future of Chinese economy, especially its internet economy? Internet economy.
The future of Chinese economy and
the future of the Chinese economy is going to be the Chinese economy is absolutely gigantic, and it is actually radically underpriced relative to what it is, and it makes everything in the world, and it is just an absolute juggernaut. That it's a weird thing, and I've talked about this where America still wants to think China's weak, and China, for various reasons, is still sort of in hide your strength, bide your time mode almost, and still is okay with letting other people think it's weak, but it's really, really, really strong and very competent, in my view. And that's just being a reality, you know, a reality shell, as people would say, right? It's not a China shell, I'm just a reality shell. I shill for observable reality as I see it. So I think China is by far the world's strongest economy. It makes everything, and it's actually in hyper growth mode. It's just crushing it on cars, solar, every other industry, nuclear, anything you look at, they're just executing. So they're very, very formidable, and you know, I think the internet is the one thing that has economic scale comparable to China. And so I think, though most people don't see that yet because they can't see the internet is the single most important force in the world, arguably, and it's constantly in front of our faces, but we don't see it. It's literally in front of our faces with the cell phones or the screens, but you don't think about the internet in the same way. So those, I think, are the two poles of the world to emerge, China and the internet. China takes all manufacturing and all military, and the internet is all media and all money. And this is asymmetric, versus symmetric. It doesn't necessarily need to be conflict, by the way. It can be yin and yang. It can be a balance. And so I think there's something there. Okay, thank you.
Are you?
I have a question. It's about intellectual.
A little closer to.
Okay, sure. So this question is about the future of intellectual property rights due to the use of AI. So nowadays we see a lot of IP disputes related to AI-generated material, especially for non-text material, because it's harder to check the origin, right? Do you think such disputes may slow down AI adoption in the future? And would the responsibility of AI use rest on the governments, developers, or end users?
So that's a great question. And so if I rephrase it, you're saying, will the copyright attacks on AI slow AI, right? And actually, 3 years ago, people would post something like, this is the worst AI will ever be. But that may not actually be true. And the reason is Napster was actually in some ways better than Spotify, because you could just download all the files for free until all the copyright and lawsuits and so on attacked it. And then you got to a truce, which was okay. iTunes and Spotify are pretty good. They're not bad, right? Everybody makes money fine. I'm not saying against it. But it's not true that it was the best the technology would ever be, because legal attacks did nerf it, right? And I think that given how AI, where the state of AI is in the US, because it's by the tech guys who don't have any friends among the Democrats and fewer friends among the Republicans, and AI is going after artists, and it's going after journalists, and it's going after bureaucrats and lawyers, and to some extent doctors, and basically many of these professions, then like a lot of people are just going to, they don't care. They just want the result. They don't care about the process. They just want the result of knocking these AI. And plus, of course, AI is making a lot of money for the AI guys, and the other people feel times are tough for them. For all these structural reasons, I think it's going to be challenging to do AI in places where copyright lawsuits by the US are there. With that said, I think there's at least a few other opportunities for different kinds of AI. First is the Chinese style of robotic spatial AI and in the physical world. It's not LLMs, it's embedded and sensors and so on and so forth. The second is Pirate Bay, right? So Pirate Bay, Sci-Hub, LibGen, right? These are like the free internet, and it could be that the free models, the Pirate Bay models, actually turn out to be the most important models. And there's some country, during the whole music sharing controversies in the 2000s, this is before the time of many of you guys, but there's something called a Pirate Party that got started in Europe. And it basically said everybody should be able to share any files free, no copyright, so on and so on. That's a really interesting concept for some kind of network state somewhere, right? If you could, that's an interesting special economic zone, which just says, hey, what if we just, like the copyright window is 1 year or something like that. You can't copyright something for 99 years and Disney can't monetize forever and so on and so forth. You have a totally different paradigm. That is actually a really interesting framework, which is as impactful digitally as a self-driving car would be physically. So that's how I think about it. That might be a third kind of thing.
Hi, Mr. Balaji. My name is Cecilia. It's such a pleasure to see you here. And I'm actually interested in longevity stuff. And
the Don't Die hat, I see it. Yes, great.
Yeah, it's a little bit pity Brian is not here today. And I also noticed you talk a lot about China, like both in your book and on X, including about today. And so I want to ask you, what's your suggestion about starting a longevity community in China?
That's a great idea. Longevity community in China seems great. Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it could work. Everything's hard to make work, but yes, I think longevity is a good thing to do. I think that could probably work. Yeah, great. Sure.
Thank you so much for an amazing conference. We're close to super intelligence in the next 5 years, and I've been working a lot in the mental health space, more to see what would be the new emotional economics that we need to build for humanity in order to help people find purpose and meaning. We have climate change and climate sustainability as a category, but we've been working on emotional sustainability as a new category. Question? And the question would be is, how do you see mental health will be affected by superintelligence?
So I am in the middle on the superintelligence question because I think it is in theory possible, but I do not think that straight line extrapolations of current technology will get us there for a few reasons. The most fundamental is LLMs and things like them, basically transfer-based models and diffusion models, and maybe someone will cite a paper, but for the most part, if you have a time-varying multiplayer adversarial phenomenon like a market or like politics, then these models aren't good at that. Why? Because they're trained on, let's say, relatively static data sets. For example, the mapping between an image and a word doesn't change that much over time. Or the rules of a game of chess don't change that much over time. And so therefore you can just train on huge numbers of samples and then figure it out that way. But if you have an adversarial game where the rules can change, like a market, where the same trade can get you a different result, then the model that's trained, I mean, you can go and try an LLM as a trading bot and it'll usually do very, very poorly, right? So there's something very fundamental that's not there, which is sort of higher order reasoning, world model, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying it can never get there, but I am saying that right now people, it's more that they think it's a fake superintelligence and they're losing their mental health because they can't distinguish between sort of convincing jibber jabber out of the machine versus like, a godlike thing or something like that, right? So it's a different answer than what you might expect. That's my answer.
One more? Okay, we've got a hard stop in 1 minute. Final question, please be brief.
So, Balaji, you mentioned us picking our battles and avoiding confrontation, and I think that's a great idea, but inevitably there will be confrontation. So if we want our network states to last thousands of years, we have to think about defense. How do you think about defense? Is it something like paying the U.S. a fee to protect us? Is it holding a U.S. military base? Is it joining UN, the UN? Is it banding together with other network states?
Great question. Great question. So, the thing about this is there's like a 100-page answer, and I'll try and give a short one. Okay. Fundamentally, you have to know when you're weak and when you're strong. And like in my head, I live in 2030, 2035, 2040. And right now, the US military is basically, and I'm not saying this to be mean or anything like that, but it is seemingly surrendered in Asia because the new national defense strategy is pulling troops out of Asia and moving it back to just the Western Hemisphere. This is a whole thing that was discussed in Politico and so on. And so the reason for that is the US military is made in China, like the JDAM or the Tomahawk, famous US weapons. The suppliers in China. The former Secretary of the Navy, Pete Hegseth, Carlos Del Toro rather, said one Chinese shipyard makes more ships than the entire US Navy combined. Hegseth, the current defense secretary, noted that Chinese hypersonics can sink every US aircraft carrier in the first 20 minutes of a confrontation. The Raytheon CEO said that you can't decouple from China, it's too essential to the economy. So my view is the US can't fight China, and in fact, actually, China is by far the world's strongest military power, like it or not, and there's a lot of bad to that as well. It's just a fact in my view. And so thus, one, I think, has to adapt to a reality where the Chinese military is the world's strongest military, and if that is the case, then you can't fight the Chinese drone army in a direct head-on confrontation. You have to actually have Gandhian nonviolence. You have to have agility, you have to have invisibility, you have to have decentralization, you have to actually, there's a reason people say the pen is mightier than the sword. You have to not fight in the physical realm because you can't win in the physical realm. And in fact, you don't even want to have a fight period for as long as you can avoid it and try and be as win-win as possible, right? So that's my view.
All right. Do you want to take a selfie before we go?
Oh yeah.
Would anyone like to come up and take a selfie?
Yeah, let's come up, do network state. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
All right.
Come on close. Just be careful of the equipment, please.
Controversial answer there. Sure, but I'm not running for office, so.
All right. Do you need a camera?
All right.
Camera right here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. So we're going to say network, and then you all say state.
Let's everybody get in over here. All right.
And just be careful on the equipment, please.
Okay.
All right.
Here, Josh, can you hold this? Hold on. Thank you. All right.
All right, ready. 3, 2, 1.
Network state! All right, let's
do it
more
another
live.
time. Let's
Okay,
do it all
ready?
together.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Network state! All right, you want one more
more
shot? Yeah. Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Network state!
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. You've been
All
a
right.
tremendous
Thank
audience.
you. Boom. Yeah, sure, of course. Good. Boom. Awesome. Great. Good.